Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
251, Chapter 251. How is this possible? I clearly pierced your chest, why are you still alive? Upper Moon 4's clone, Izutsu, widened his eyes in disbelief. Yet before him, Ina shook, his chest stained with blood, standing just fine while gripping his Nichiren blades. Though his boar mask's mouth was soaked in blood, his voice remained as boisterous as ever. Stupid demon. Moving my internal organs around is as easy as drinking water for me. You think stabbing my chest is enough to kill me? Ha ha ha. So, internal organ displacement, is it? Izutsu's expression shifted to one of realization, but soon, it was replaced by profound sorrow. Wouldn't it be better to just die? Lingering in this cruel world only brings endless suffering. Let me end your lives properly this time, I'll sever your heads. Swish. His cross-shaped spear traced a dazzling arc through the air. Inashuk scoffed, crossing his blades as he roared. Beast breathing, whatever the hell Fong, die. Boom. MMM. A low growl rumbled from her throat. If not for the bamboo muzzle, the furious roar of the demon-transformed Nezuko would have surely echoed through the battlefield. Her body wrapped in thorn-like patterns, her slender frame now even taller than her brother Tanjiro, and a sharp pink horn protruding from her forehead, Nezuko stood before Tanjiro like a mother hen shielding her chick, glaring fiercely at Daki. Daki, meanwhile, exuded overwhelming hostility, a golden vertical pupil emerging on her forehead, the kanji 4-6 clearly etched within it. So, it's you, huh? The traitor Muzan-sama mentioned. I didn't expect to run into you today. Perfect, I'll slaughter you all right here. Daki sneered viciously. Nezuko gave no verbal response, only fixing her pink eyes on Daki with a murderous glare. Behind her, Tanjiro clutched his Nichiren blade in one hand while pressing the other against his chest, where Daki's sash had struck him with devastating force, nearly knocking the breath out of him. It was at that moment Nezuko had intervened, blocking Daki's follow-up killing strike. Zenitsu wasn't faring much better either. Repeated use of thunder breathing had pushed his body far beyond its limits, every muscle and cell screamed in agony, racked with unbearable soreness. Don't give up, Nezuko. Be careful of her sashes, they're incredibly tough. Normal strength won't break through it, Tanjiro gritted out through the pain, rising to his feet while warning his sister. Nezuko let out a muffled snort of acknowledgement before raising her claws, crouching low, then launching herself forward like a cannonball. Hiss. This guy is ridiculously strong. No wonder he's a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Watching the massive vine serpent being cleanly severed while Shinichi continued battling Sekido and Kariku's two clones with ease, Kamuro couldn't help but click its tongue in astonishment from a distance. Though it had now been promoted to Upper Moon status, gaining power countless times greater than before, facing Shinichi alone still made its neck itch uncomfortably. This forest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps possessed strength that could rival Upper Moon 3. Forget Kamuro being the lowest ranked Upper Moon 6, even if combined with Upper Moon 4's complete form, Zohakuton, they might not be able to defeat him. Blood Demon Art, Phantom Onslaught. With another shout from Kamuro, a grotesque, terrifying face forcibly emerged from its chest. In an instant, shadowy figures floated out from Kamuro's body, quickly merging with the severed vine serpent. The serpent's broken body eerily regenerated, its size not just increasing slightly but seemingly doubling in magnitude. The overwhelming, fearsome aura of the vine serpent now rivaled that of a lower-ranked demon. Letting out a soundless roar to the sky, it immediately coiled toward Shinichi. Though it might still be useless, well, the main force this time isn't me anyway. I just need to hold out until that lord makes his move, Kamuro thought inwardly, its lips curling into a slow smirk. Killing Demon Slayer Corps members outright was pointless. These humans were like weeds in spring. No matter how many you cut down, they'd stubbornly sprout again soon enough. 1,000 years of battles hadn't eradicated the Demon Slayer Corps. Instead, the organization had only grown stronger, even developing increasingly potent breathing techniques through combat. At this rate, in a few more centuries, demons might become increasingly insignificant before human swordsmen. Will this ever end? Shinichi's heterochromatic eyes gleamed redder in battle, not because his opponents were overwhelmingly powerful, but because he could sense these demons weren't fighting with full intent. It felt more like they were stalling, as if waiting for something. Shinichi was acutely aware that the battlefield had been divided. Tengen and the three young slayers were likely struggling in their own fight. Perhaps the upper-ranked demons had planned to separate and defeat them individually. If that were the case, the longer this dragged on, the worse their situation would become. With this thought, the crimson in Shinichi's right eye deepened. His grip on the Nichiren blade tightened as the blood in his veins began to boil. A trace of ferocity surfaced on his face, his voice turning icy. "Get out of my way." The long Nichiren blade swung horizontally, forest-breathing first form, iron birch slash. A verdant slash cut through the air with unstoppable momentum, forcing Sekido to raise its Kakera with both hands to block. At that moment, Shinichi moved like lightning, following right behind the slash with his blade raised for another strike. This drew the attention of both the black mist-enshrouded vine serpent and Karaku wielding its fan. Simultaneously, they attacked Shinichi's seemingly exposed back. "Got you." Shinichi didn't turn around, but the murderous intent he sensed behind him couldn't be wrong. Without hesitation, just as his Nichiren blade was about to strike Sekido's staff, Shinichi rolled to disperse the force, leaning back while delivering a powerful kick to Sekido's staff, using the momentum to flip backward and lunge straight at the stunned Karaku. "What? Don't even think about it." Sekido reacted swiftly. The moment he realized Shinichi's intent, he roared in fury, violently shaking his staff. Countless lightning serpents erupted from the staff, rapidly chasing after Shinichi. However, Shinichi's eyes burned with unwavering determination. This time, he had to take down Karaku first, the one with the strongest control, even if it meant enduring some injuries. A few lightning strikes were nothing. He could always activate raging blood to tough it out momentarily. But the expected numbness never came. Instead, Shinichi's ears caught a deep, resonant chant. "Namo Amida Butsu." Boom. Followed by the sickening sound of flesh tearing. A flash of silver light later, half of Sekido's body exploded into a mist of blood. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 252, Chapter 252. Thud. The sound of flesh tearing hardly stood out on the brutal battlefield, and the low chant of the Buddha's name drew little attention. Yet, behind Uragi, the towering figure resembling an enraged Vajra guardian sent chills down the spine of Komuro, the upper rank 6. Almost the instant half of Sekido's body was obliterated by the mysterious silver light. Karaku, who had been gleefully fanning terrifying gusts of pressure at Shinichi with his banana leaf fan, suddenly felt darkness loom overhead. Looking up instinctively, he locked eyes with a pair of unfocused orbs. Beneath the long scar on the forehead and the vacant sockets was a face both solemn and compassionate. But what was truly terrifying was the overwhelming aura radiating from this sudden arrival, powerful enough to shake even an upper moon. This man was undoubtedly strong. "Who are you?" The smile vanished from Karaku's face. The Haori resembling a monk's Keizeya, the red prayer beads across the chest, the loose black Demon Slayer Corps uniform, there was no mistaking it. This was the strongest Hashira, the most respected senior of the Demon Slayer Corps, the stone Hashira, Haimjima Gyume. Clink, clink. The massive, blood-stained Nichiren steel meteor hammer swayed slightly in the breeze, its chain link softly clinking. Gyume gripped the iron chain tightly with one hand, the other clutching a massive Nichiren axe linked to the same chain. Karaku wasn't stupid. In an instant, he realized the figure behind him was from the Demon Slayer Corps. Immediately, Karaku raised his banana leaf fan. But someone was faster. Thud. Crack. A crisp sound, too fast for Karaku to dodge, too powerful to block. The razor-sharp axe transformed into a streak of silver light, smashing Karaku's head and chest into pulp. Splat. Flesh and blood splattered across Gyume's face, yet the stone Hashira's expression remained utterly unchanged, as calm as ever. "Namo Amida Butsu, Shinichi. Have we arrived too late?" Gyomei. Haha, perfect timing. The appearance of the newcomers shocked not only the upper moon but also Shinichi, who was in the midst of a fierce battle. His earlier resolve to unleash his full power momentarily cooled, and the boiling blood within him gradually settled. Meanwhile, Izutsu, wielding a cross-shaped spear, was practically dominating the severely injured Inashuk and the exhausted Zenitsu with his superior martial skills. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Nezuko were locked in a desperate struggle against Daki. As time passed, the danger to Tanjiro and the others grew increasingly dire, especially for Inashuk and Zenitsu. If not for Zenitsu's relentless harassment, gritting his teeth to the point of nearly shattering them, Izutsu's spear would have already pierced a dozen more holes through Inashuk's body. Pitiful little things. You're just struggling in vain. Give up now, and your suffering will, ga. Izutsu's sorrowful mockery of Inashuk and Zenitsu was abruptly cut short by a thunderous boom. Squelch. Izutsu let out a shriek as half his head exploded in a spray of blood, his body staggering uncontrollably backward. The faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. Shinazugawa Jinya finally relaxed his tense expression as he watched Izutsu's head partially blown apart by his shotgun. Letting go of the weapon, he leaped down from the rooftop, landing beside the panting Zenitsu and the blood-spitting Inashuk. Still alive. Ugh. Jinya's way of speaking was just as unpleasant as his brother's. You are. It's you. At that moment, Tanjiro, gripping his Nichiren blade, caught sight of Jinya. Thanks to his excellent memory, Tanjiro instantly recalled their first meeting, the final selection at Mount Fujikazan. Humph. As long as you're not dead, don't waste time. Let's finish that bastard off. Seeing that the others were still breathing, Jinya wasted no more words. Drawing his unusually short Nichiren blade, he charged straight at Izutsu. At the same time, Sanemi, lips curled in a grin, eyes wide and fierce, swung his emerald-green Nichiren blade with such speed it became a blur. His attacks lived up to his title as the wind Hashira, swift as a gale, violent as a storm. Jataro's blood-red afterimages erupted around him with equal ferocity, yet they were utterly overwhelmed by the relentless emerald slashes. You bastard! What are you looking at? In his fury, Jataro cast aside all restraint. Though his sister's influence had made him despise Upper Moon 4, this was no time for grudges. Yet, to Jataro's surprise, Uragi, who had been flapping his wings nearby, showed no intention of helping him. Instead, his ever-smiling face turned grim. Fall back. Regroup. Uragi shouted down at Jataro before abruptly turning his wings to flee. You coward. Trying to run. Stay where you are. Sanemi noticed Uragi's movement, but he was too busy hacking at Jataro to stop the fleeing demon. How could such a dazzling battlefield end so simply? Tengen, his face smeared with blood, suddenly burst forward, darting through the ruins of the red light district like lightning. In mere moments, he reached beneath Uragi and leaped high into the air. Get down here. Whoosh. Boom. The black explosive ball shot out with precision, striking Uragi and detonating in a violent explosion. The smoke-covered body happened to land right in the middle of Tanjiro's battlefield. Splat. What the? Jinya, who had been about to finish off the demon, stared in shock as a large, smoking shadow crashed onto Izutsu. Then, before anyone could react, a horrifying fusion of flesh began. A pair of brand new wings suddenly sprouted from the mass of flesh, spreading wide before the creature took flight, soaring toward the distance. What the hell? Why retreat? Daki snarled, though she seemed just as confused. Still, she lashed out with her ribbons to force Nezuko back before sprinting in the same direction Uragi had flown. Such terrifying power. Kamuro hissed, wide-eyed as he watched Hajime Gyume effortlessly shatter his reinforced vine serpent with his meteor hammer, as if it were a child's toy. The sheer strength of this demon slayer was absurd. Where had he come from? Were all the Hashiras this monstrous? Then what did that make the hundreds of Hashiras who had fallen to the lower and upper moons before? Kamuro shook his head and smirked. No matter. No matter how strong they were, what could they do? Sure, they might be stronger than the newer upper moons, but the power of the top 3 upper moons was on another level entirely. This time was no different. The Demon Slayer Corps had reinforcements, but so did the upper moons. And really, how long could even these powerful Hashiras last before that person? Kamuro lifted his head, gazing at the waning moon in the sky. Tonight's moon is unusually bright. Whoosh! 6 crimson eyes gleamed in the shadows from an unknown dark corner. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 253, Chapter 253. Squelch. Under Shinichi's watch, the shattered remains of Karaku and Sekido had somehow fused together into a squirming mass of flesh, a sight so revolting for everyone's eyes. I sense something ominous, Gyomei murmured, his brow furrowing as the veins in his arms bulged, his grip tightening on his massive axe. The tension in the air was palpable, as if they were about to face a dire threat. Shinichi too, detected a strange, amplified aura emanating from the fused Karaku and Sekido. But was this really enough to unsettle Gyomei? Skreek! A piercing shriek tore through the sky. Shinichi looked up while Gyomei tilted his head, both instantly locking onto the winged figure hurtling toward them at blinding speed. They attack without hesitation. Forest breathing, first form, iron birch slash. Stone breathing, second form, upper smash. A verdant slash and a roaring meteor hammer shot toward the incoming figure simultaneously. Kamuro's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with malice as he suddenly leaped high, crimson threads materializing and coiling around his hands. Did you really think it'd be that easy? Blood demon art, Kamuro, thread wheel. Whoosh! A massive crimson web instantly formed from countless blood-red threads, accurately intercepting and descending upon Shinichi and Gyomei's attacks. Slash! The resilience of the crimson thread surpassed all expectations. Though Shinichi slashes and Gyomei's smash tore through the web, the momentum of their strikes was completely dissipated, leaving them unable to press forward and slay the demon. Kamuro didn't fare well either. His frail body couldn't withstand the residual force of the two powerful Hashira's attacks, and his hands were utterly crushed by the entangled blood threads. Truly strong, he muttered in admiration, relieved to have blocked the assault. Kamuro raised his eyes toward the two figures who had nearly converged. Now this is the true Upper Moon 4. Boom! Uragi, Sekido, Izutsu, Karaku. Joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, all fused together to form the demon who loathed the world, Zohakuton. Crack, crack, boom, boom. The ground beneath them trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Deep fissures split the earth, and amid the billowing dust, piercing roars could faintly be heard. This might be slightly troublesome, Gyomei. Shinichi inhaled slowly, his gaze solemn as he observed the swirling dust ahead. The glow in his left eye intensified, forest breathing, 8th form, whispering forest eyes. Namo Amida Butsu. No matter who comes, the demon slayer core will never retreat a single step. Gyomei declared firmly, his towering figure stepping forward like an unshakable iron fortress, radiating an overwhelming sense of security. Bam! A crisp drumbeat rang clearly in their ears. Immediately afterward, two colossal wood-stone dragons burst through the dust, their mouths gaping in silent roars directed at Shinichi and Gyomei. Atop one of the dragons stood a slightly shorter figure. A face brimming with youthful beauty, adorned with fractured patterns across its cheeks, framed a pair of emotionless crimson eyes. Within those pupils, the engraved characters Upper Moon and 4 exuded an undeniable pressure. Clad in simple yet elegant attire, a small drum bearing the character Hatred rested on its back, while it gripped a bone drumstick in its hand. This was the true trump card of Upper Moon 4, the strongest demon born from the fusion of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. Upper Moon 4, Zohakuton. You bullies, have you prepared yourselves to die? Zohakuton sneered down at Shinichi and Gyomei from its perch atop the woodstone dragon. Bullies. Shinichi nearly laughed aloud. Hearing such words from an upper-rank demon was perhaps the world's greatest joke. Zohakuton's appearance seemed to serve as a signal. Soon, several figures swiftly gathered around it. Daki, Kamuro, Gyataro. Thinking to overwhelm us with numbers? Ridiculous. Shinichi scoffed through his nose. But he and Gyomei weren't fighting alone either. One after another, Sanemi, carrying a blood-stained emerald Nichiren blade, arrived beside Shinichi alongside Uzui Tengen. Trash like you has no skills except running away, but today, I will definitely cut you down. Sanemi snarled, glaring viciously at Gyataro. Tengen was not in good shape. Aside from multiple wounds and a fractured arm, the poisons in his body were the most lethal. His vision was even beginning to blur. Shinichi, I could use your dazzling assistance right about now. I can't swing my Nichiren blade if I can't see properly, Tengen said with a hint of helplessness. As luck would have it, before Shinichi could respond, a tall figure with sharp horns rushed in front of him, carrying a wild boar-masked boy whose chest was stained with blood and whose head hung limply. Nezuko in her demon transformation and Inashuk. Shinichi was momentarily stunned. Shinichi-senpai, please save Inashuk. He's lost too much blood and has passed out. Turning around, Tanjiro and Zenitsu shouted anxiously as they ran toward him, accompanied by a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Sanemi. These kids are really something. I can already see the glorious future of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinichi couldn't help but chuckle, the tension in his expression melting away, replaced by fierce determination. Releasing one hand to grip his Nichiren blade with a single hand, Shinichi raised his head and glared at the several upper moon demons and countless lesser demons eyeing them menacingly. The real battle starts now. Clang! The red and green Nichiren blade plunged deep into the earth as a verdant glow radiated from Shinichi's body, channeling through the blade and into the ground. An overwhelming surge of life force condensed abruptly. Forest breathing, ninth form. Bzzz. In an instant, the earth seemed dyed emerald green. The immense life force manifested as illusory, swaying willow branches, enveloping everyone around Shinichi. For a moment, the exhausted fighters felt their bodies lighten, their fatigue and wounds from the battle rapidly alleviating. The purple marks on Tenjin's face faded, and his fractured, deformed left arm gradually regained sensation. His vision cleared once more. Perfect. Thanks, Shinichi. To repay you, let me compose a dazzling festival song with the blood of these demons. The unconscious Inashuk twitched his fingers slightly. Meanwhile, Sanemi shot a sidelong glance at the boy beside him. Jinya looked hesitant, torn between approaching his older brother and holding back. In response, Sanemi snorted heavily. Don't slow us down later. Stay out of the fight against the upper moons, you're too weak. Stick with those brats and work together. Though the words were cold, Jinya didn't mind at all. Instead, he was overjoyed, his brother hadn't driven him away this time. Hallelujah. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 254, Chapter 254. For upper moons and countless other demons glared hungrily at the demon slayers amidst the ruins of the red light district. Yet, none of the demon slayers they targeted showed any sign of panic. The reason was simple, the four figures standing at the forefront were the strongest Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. Kamuro, standing silently at the edge of the upper moon ranks, stared at the Hashiras. Their overwhelming presence even made him feel as though they were the ones surrounded. Under normal circumstances, faced with such a lineup, Kamuro would have fled without a second thought. However, today, even without Musen's orders, Kamuro was determined to fight the Demon Slayer Corps for his own plans, let alone. Swish! A dark figure suddenly appeared soundlessly before the upper moons, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure instantly enveloping the area. For a moment, the moon above seemed to be dyed crimson. Kamuro's lips curled upward as he was the first to bow deeply at a 90-degree angle, speaking with respectful tone. Kokushibo-sama. His posture was one of complete submission to the figure before him. Clad in a purple serpent-patterned kimono with black patches from the Warring States period, black hakama trousers, and a long-handled blade hanging at his waist, his dark red high ponytail swayed gently in the night breeze, like a warrior straight out of a historical scroll. At Kamuro's flattering words, the dark red ponytail shifted slightly, and in that instant, the face that should have been strikingly handsome now bore 6 crimson eyes arranged in perfect symmetry. The golden sclera held no emotion, and the central pair of eyes bore the characters Upper Moon and 1. Upper Rank 1, Kokushibo. The strongest demon under Musen. The pinnacle of the Upper Moons, the wicked sword demon, the most shameful traitor of the Demon Slayer Corps. Russell. Not just Kamuro, but the other Upper Moons present also paid Kokushibo the respect he was due. Kokushibo Dano. Zohakuton, the Upper Rank 4 slightly lowered his proud head, while the dragon beneath him also bowed its neck. Upper Rank 5, Jayataro and Daki, the siblings, also bowed in greeting. Kokushibo-sama. Kokushibo's attention, however, was not on them. His 6 crimson eyes showed no emotion as he calmly gazed at Kamuro before speaking slowly. We are fellow Upper Moons. Aside from Musen-sama, there is no need for such formalities. Remember the hierarchy. Yes, I shall heed your words, Kokushibo-sama. With that, Kokushibo turned his head, his cold gaze shifting back to the Demon Slayer Corps ahead. That guy, just his gaze alone makes me feel suffocated. He's so strong, his presence is overwhelming. Kokushibo's stare was like a blade hanging in his neck, making Tanjiro's grip on his sword tighten. For a moment, even breathing became slightly difficult. Tanjiro wasn't the only one who felt this way. The more perceptive Hashira had long noticed the abnormality. Beyond Kokushibo's sudden and silent appearance, the mere standoff was already exuding an intense pressure. That guy doesn't look easy to deal with. Upper rank 1, huh? Sanemi muttered while frowning. But despite his words, his Nichiren blade remained firmly in hand. The battle ahead will be a grueling one, Himejima Gyomei said solemnly, his grip on his meteor hammer and axe tightening. Uzui Tengen remained silent, but his legs were tensed like a drawn arrow, ready to charge at any moment. Among the Hashiras, the one whose heart was most unsettled was likely Shinichi. Red hair, 6 eyes, a warrior from the Warring States period, and a longsword, upper rank 1. It's him. That's him. The very demon who left the old man with lifelong psychological scars. That's the one. Crack. At the thought of the old man, Shinichi's gaze grew even fiercer. Like the others, he could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from Kokushibo. But precisely because of that, the flames of rage in his heart burned even brighter. Perfect timing. I'll settle the old man's score with you right now. Swish. His Nichiren sword was pulled from the ground, its sharp blade letting out a clear metallic ring as it scraped against the pebbles before its tip pointed straight at Kokushibo. That 6-eyed bastard is mine. Shinichi declared without turning back to the other 3 Hashiras. His tone wasn't a suggestion, it was an absolute command. Hearing this, Gyomei frowned and cautioned, Shinichi, don't be reckless. Upper rank 1's strength is likely extraordinary. Charging in blindly is unwise. Because upper rank 1 might be even more terrifying, that's exactly why I can't let any of you face him. A monster like that, only me suited to be his opponent. Shinichi thought. I might not be able to kill upper rank 1, but he might not be able to kill me either. Of course, he didn't voice these thoughts. Without hesitation, he raised his red and green Nichiren longsword, its blade instantly bursting with dazzling radiance. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Sanemi sneered, the breeze lifting his white haori to reveal his bare chest, covered not just in solid muscle but also countless scars. I've been itching for this. I'll take the first move. Wind breathing, second form, claws purifying wind. Green, claw-like wind blades shot forth, aimed directly at Zohakuten, who stood atop the wooden dragon's head with an arrogant demeanor. In response, Zohakuten simply raised a hand and struck the small drum on his back. Boom, boom. Boom! The earth trembled violently as massive fissures split open, from which enormous wooden dragon heads emerged, roaring at Sanemi before charging forward simultaneously. The battle between Sanemi and Zohakuten was like a spark igniting gunpowder, instantly setting the entire battlefield into motion. Kill them all. Devour them. Rah! Eerie, spine-chilling howls erupted as countless demons surged madly from all directions toward the Demon Slayer Corps members. Haha! The score is already complete. Demons, revel in the magnificent symphony of the god of festivals. Tengen shouted wildly, his face adorned with an exaggerated, confident grin. His body seemed to vibrate peculiarly before he shot forward like a cannonball. Slish, splat, swish. Limbs and severed body parts of demons flew everywhere as Tengen carved a bloody path through the horde. Namo Amida Butsu. The solemn Buddhist chant did not signify mercy for the demons, it heralded a storm of bloodshed to send them to the afterlife. Upper rank 1. A green slash heading straight towards Kokushibo. Clang. But, a flash of bright yellow sword light suddenly appeared in front of Shinichi as he was barely had time to blink. By the time he regained his senses, a deep gash had already appeared across his chest. Blood flowed freely from his chest, yet those 6 crimson eyes remained cold and merciless. 255, Chapter 255. A faint green glow shimmered along the blade of Shinichi's Nichiren sword, while the deep wound on his chest healed rapidly. Forest breathing alone couldn't achieve this, but the faint crimson light emanating from Shinichi's right eye revealed the reason. However, concealed by his uniform, no one noticed the abnormal speed of his recovery. His sword hands still tingled with numbness, yet he hadn't even glimpsed the moment his opponent struck. The sheer power behind upper rank 1, Kokushibo's single slash left Shinichi inwardly awestruck. He's incredibly strong. In terms of sheer oppressive presence, Kokushibo before him was even more terrifying than Muzan, the progenitor of demons. Though perhaps Muzan had never fully unleashed his true strength. Not daring to lower his guard, Shinichi swiftly drew his Nichiren shortsword from his waist. Crossing both blades, he crouched slightly, steeling himself for a life-or-death struggle. No matter what, he had to give his all, otherwise, every demon slayer present today would be annihilated. Facing Shinichi's prepared stance, Kokushibo's 6 eyes showed little fluctuation. Instead, they tilted slightly upon noticing the glow radiating from Shinichi's blade. A deep, authoritative voice coming from Kokushibo's lips. A green breathing technique. Most intriguing. Among the breathing techniques I've encountered, this seems to stand uniquely apart. Forest breathing, is it? You remind me of a certain forest breathing swordsman from long ago. I had assumed this fascinating style had died out. Yet today, I witness it once more. Shinichi's expression darkened. He knew exactly who Kokushibo was referring to, and it only fueled his fury. He retorted coldly, more than just witness it. Today, a forest-breathing swordsman will sever your head. Confidence without strength is mere arrogance, Kokushibo remarked coolly, his hands slowly gripping the hilt of his blade. The purple hilt was engraved with sinister eye patterns, while the scabbard resembled twisted, flesh-like tendrils, clearly a demonic weapon. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly tore through the air. A silver streak of light erupted from behind Kokushibo, carrying an overwhelming force capable of annihilating everything in its path. Moon-breathing 8th form, Moondragon Tail. A massive crimson blade wave, accompanied by countless crescent-shaped slashes, surged like a tidal wave, precisely intercepting the silver streak from behind. Bang! The two colossal forces collided with an earth-shaking impact, sending the silver streak rebounding. Kokushibo now saw that the attack had come from a massive steel meteor hammer. Gyomei. Shinichi was equally stunned. Behind Kokushibo stood Himejima Gyomei, gripping a massive axe with chains wrapped around his arms. However, Gyomei's expression was graver than ever before. Shinichi, don't act recklessly. This demon is extremely powerful. We must hold nothing back, attack together. Gyomei shouted. In a life-or-death battle, there was no room for fair duels. The Demon Slayer Corps' mission was simply to slay demons, not adhere to the rigid traditions of samurai honor. Instantly, Shinichi understood Gyomei's meaning. Above all, they couldn't let Kokushibo interfere in other battles. Forest-breathing 7th form, Wood Dragon Slash. Without hesitation, Shinichi leaped high with his Nichiren blade in hand. A surge of vibrant life energy coalesced into a roaring dragon, slashing toward Kokushibo. Simultaneously, Himejima Gyomei launched his attack. His muscular arms bulged with veins as the 100-pound meteor hammer and axe spun rapidly in his hands, stirring up hurricane-like gusts. Stone-breathing 4th form, Volcanic Rock Rapid Conquest. Pincer struck from front and back, the Forest Hashira and Stone Hashira launched a coordinated assault. Even as upper rank 1, Kokushibo had to take this joint attack from two immensely powerful Hashira seriously. After millennia of honing his swordsmanship through countless battles, Kokushibo's mastery of the blade and reaction speed had reached a terrifying level. His flesh-toned blade, seemingly imbued with endless resentment, was raised swiftly. The blood-eye patterns covering the blade appeared almost alive, rolling and shifting incessantly. Moon-breathing 5th form, Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy. Kokushibo's body spun continuously, unleashing wave after wave of crimson crescent slashes in a spiraling vortex, each containing countless smaller crescent strikes. Soon, the roaring emerald dragon and the hurricane-like onslaught of the meteor hammer and axe clashed violently with Kokushibo's crescent slashes. The resulting shockwaves carved a massive vacuum circle through the ruins of the red light district. Meanwhile, the other Hashiras and upper moons had also plunged into their own blood battles. His legs sprinted rapidly, the short white haori fluttering in the wind as Sanemi deftly dodged the attacks of the massive wooden dragon stones, steadily closing in on Zohakuten. When evasion was impossible, the green Nichiren blade in his hands would unleash one wind slash after another, cutting down everything that stood in his path. With that ugly face, you look like nothing but a bully who preys on the weak. Die already. Zohakuten's face twisted with disgust as he simultaneously struck the small drums on his back with both drumsticks. Boom, boom. Two crisp sounds echoed, and the two enormous wooden dragon stones suddenly came to life. No longer mindlessly snapping at Sanemi, they instead opened their massive jaws wide, aiming directly at him. In an instant, zzzzzt, roar. Endless lightning and terrifying sound waves surged toward Sanemi like a tidal wave. Huh, so you're not just mindless biting beast. Perfect. I wasn't interested in such simple opponents anyway. Bring it on. Sanemi's speed was incredible, allowing him to dodge the lightning and sonic attacks with his agile footwork. But just as he was about to land, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. A wooden dragon stone that had lain in ambush burst from the earth, its maw large enough to swallow a carriage whole, poised to devour Sanemi in one bite. Humph. Wind breathing, 9th form, Ida 10 Typhoon. Countless wind blades spiraled into existence, lifting Sanemi's body into the air. As he ascended, the wind blades shredded the wooden dragon stone into countless splinters. Sound breathing, 4th form, constant resounding slashes. Though lacking the flashy explosions of his usual bombs, Tenjin's dual Nichiren cleavers still unleashed tremendous force, clashing violently with Jyotaro's crimson sickle. Damn brat! Get out of my way! Daki shrieked furiously, but the only response from the horned Nezuko was a powerful, bone-crushing kick. Ha, 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 there's too many of them. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 256, Chapter 256. Ha, 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 there's too many of them. Beads of sweat formed on Shinazugawa Jinya's forehead as he struggled to pull his Nichiren blade free from a demon's neck. Before he could catch his breath, more demons came howling toward him. It wasn't just Jinya. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and even the recently awakened Inashuk were all surrounded by dozens, if not hundreds, of demons. Though their skills were among the finest in the Demon Slayer Corps, their stamina was rapidly depleting under such relentless assault. Tanjiro had lost an eye to a demon's claw, blood covering half his face. Yet the physical pain paled in comparison to the true horror, the endless horde of demons and the crushing despair of futility. Clang! A sharp metallic ring echoed as Tanjiro staggered backward into a wall. Through his remaining good eye, he saw it, a small chip missing from the edge of his Nichiren blade. Ah, my sword's damaged. If Hagenjika finds out, he'll be furious. But I probably won't get to see him again. Won't get to apologize. Tanjiro thought to himself. Though he was prepared to die, this didn't mean he would stop fighting. His nearly exhausted body suddenly surged with renewed strength. His numb right hand tightly gripped the chipped Nichiren blade, as if an inner fire was burning within him. Before I collapse completely, I will never give up. For everyone, for Nezuko, for the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro roared, his Nichiren blade erupting into a dazzling crimson glow. Hinokamai Kagura, dance. The brilliant crimson arc of his blade was breathtaking, instantly slaying several demons before him. Damn it! I'm really running out of steam. When did I become this weak? Damn it! Inashuk grumbled, his chest still stained with blood. He was half kneeling behind a black-furred demon, his Nichiren dual blades embedded in the demon's neck, but he lacked the strength to pull them out. Just as more demons were about to pounce. At the critical moment, a black streak shot through the air. Bam! The head of the demon closest to Inashuk exploded instantly. Thank goodness. We made it in time. Ah, Tenjin-sama is over there. Idiot Suma. Stop yelling and help already. 3 stunning figures descended like an angel, their graceful yet fierce movements clearing the demons around Inashuk while still bickering among themselves. You dumb women. Inashuk recognized them immediately. Weren't they the wives of that Tengen whatever his name was wives? Hey, watch your mouth, little brother, or big sister will get angry. Suma, clad in blue ninja attire, pouted. But Hinetsuru had no time for banter. Frowning at the horde of demons surrounding them, she said, the situation's bad. I didn't expect so many demons here. But thankfully, we're not fighting alone. Caw. Reinforcements. Reinforcements incoming. Targets located. Targets located. The night sky suddenly echoed with shouts and the flapping of wings. Under the pale moonlight, the silhouettes of numerous Kashagi crows circling overhead became visible. Everyone, charge. Assist our comrades. Kill. One after another, figures clad in the black uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps emerged from the ruins of the Red Light District. Moonlight glinted off their Nichiren blades as various breathing techniques flashed in the darkness. Dozens of Demon Slayers, arriving just in time, plunged into the battlefield, swiftly engaging the demons in combat. Tengen, who had sensed the dire situation before the battle erupted, had rescued his wives and immediately dispatched his Kashagi crows to rally nearby demon slayers for support. Due to the urgency and the unexpected appearance of an upper moon, the reinforcements had only just arrived. Tanjiro, are you okay? A demon's head was severed instantly as two Nichiren blades struck its neck simultaneously. A demon slayer rushed to Tanjiro's side in relief. Tanjiro blinked wearily before recognizing the face before him. Jippei-senpai. The demon slayer who had reached him was none other than his senior, who had survived the final selection alongside him. The reunion of senior and junior brothers was certainly joyous, but this was no time for reminiscing. The demons were watching them with predatory eyes. However, with the support of his senpai and other demon slayers, Tanjiro and the others felt their pressure ease considerably. While the demon slayers' burden lightened, the Hashiras still faced immense pressure. Shinichi and Gyomei fought back to back, their weapons moving so fast they left only after images as they clashed with Kokushibo's countless crescent-shaped slashes. The more they fought, the graver Shinichi and Gyomei's expressions became. The strength of upper rank 1 was indeed strong. Shinichi even had a vague premonition: to slay Kokushibo, the Hashiras would have to fight with the resolve to die, or they might never get the chance. In the midst of battle, Kokushibo's swordsmanship showed almost no openings. He even found time to offer a few casual critiques between swings. Regarding Hajime Gyumei, he calmly acknowledged, "A body honed to perfection, flawless. Your strength surpasses 99% of breathing technique swordsmen. Even in the earliest era, you would have been a formidable warrior. Among practitioners of stone breathing, you stand at the pinnacle." As for Shinichi, Kokushibo's evaluation was equally measured. Decent swordsmanship. Stronger than that swordsman from before, but still lacking. "Shut your filthy mouth, you disgusting creature." Shinichi roared, his Nichiren dual blade slashing at Kokushibo with even greater ferocity. Yet, Kokushibo's defense was nearly flawless, his moon breathing exceptionally powerful, stronger than any breathing technique Shinichi had ever witnessed. Moreover, within the shadows of moon breathing, Shinichi could faintly discern traces of other breathing techniques. Just what was the origin of this upper rank 1? Not only did he wield breathing techniques, but he had also mastered them to such an extent. Shinichi's gaze hardened as he stared at Kokushibo's grotesque, 6 eyes. Boom! With a mighty swing of his hammer, Gyumei forced Kokushibo back through sheer brute strength. Taking a deep breath, he spoke gravely to Shinichi, "This demon's swordsmanship is extraordinarily refined. Without finding an opening, we cannot strike effectively. Shinichi, you're faster than me. From here on, I'll focus entirely on creating opportunities for you to attack. Remember, ignore everything else and strike with all your might." "Gyumei, you..." Shinichi was taken aback. "Namo Amida Butsu." Whoosh! His sightless eyes closed and reopened, now blazing with the wrath of a guardian deity. Read 50 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 257, Chapter 257. Moon Breathing, First Form, Dark Moon, Evening Palace. SSSSHHK. A slash too fast to see flashed by, and blood sprayed from a thin red line that appeared across Hajime Gyumei's broad chest. Yet Gyumei remained unshaken. His face showed only fierce battle spirit and deep hatred for the demon. Stone Breathing, First Form, Serpentine Bipolar. With all his strength, he hurled both his meteor hammer and broad axe, the weapons roaring as they closed in on Kokushibo from 2 directions. Seizing the opportunity, Shinichi charged forward, his blades flashing as he closed the distance to Kokushibo's front in an instant. Forest Breathing, Third Form, Thorn Stab. Green blade light, swift as lightning, thrust straight toward Kokushibo's face. 6 blood-red eyes continuously rotated, capturing every minute movement on the battlefield. The dark crimson hair fluttered in the wind stirred by the breathing techniques of the 2 Hashira, yet Kokushibo's expression remained unchanged. Moon Breathing, Fifth Form, Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy. Dark red slashes expanded outward in concentric circles as Kokushibo spun, swiftly enveloping his surroundings. The arcing waves, interspersed with crescent-shaped slashes, formed a near-impeccable defensive technique, effortlessly deflecting Shinichi and Gyomei's combined assault. As a swordsman honed to near perfection, Kokushibo was not one to remain purely on the defensive. The moment he parried their strikes, his wrist twisted fluidly, and the crimson blade, etched with countless eyes, seemed to writhe for an instant. Moon breathing, third form, loathsome moon, chains. Two interwoven crescent slashes spiraled together, their power multiplying exponentially as they shot straight for Shinichi's neck. Shinichi barely managed to raise his sword in time to block it. But Kokushibo wasn't done. His blade flashed dark red once more. Moon breathing, sixth form, perpetual night, lonely moon, incessant. An unrelenting storm of slashes erupted from his sword, dense and relentless, all aimed at Hajime Gyomei. The sheer force of the attack resembled a tempest threatening to swallow him whole. Boom! Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Gyomei stomped the ground with crushing force, cracking the stone-paved surface beneath him and leaving a deep crater. Stone breathing, third form, stone skin. The meteor hammer whirled alongside its thick chain, forming an impenetrable shield around him. Clang, clash, boom. Though fresh wounds opened on Gyomei's body, his resolve remained unshaken. The brutal clash between the two Hashiras and the upper moon showed no signs of ending anytime soon. Meanwhile, the other Hashiras were not faring much better. Crack, shink, what? Tenjin's eyes widened in disbelief, but before he could react further, a searing pain erupted in his chest. His body hurtled backward uncontrollably, crashing into a pile of rubble and kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough. Pft. Blood sprayed from his lips as Tenjin clutched his chest and forced himself stand, gripping the sole remaining Nichiren cleaver in his hand. The other blade was slowly pried free from his neck by a pair of black claws. Jyotaro's grin widened, his fangs glistening as if dripping with blood, his gaze growing even more savage as he glared at Tenjin. Tenjin-sama, are you all right? Damn it, how dare you hurt Tenjin-sama? I'll never forgive you. Stay calm. As three striking figures rushed to his side, poised to charge at Gyotaro, Tenjin ignored the pain surging through his body and shouted, "Get back! You're no match for him. Don't act recklessly." His purple-clad wife, Hinetsuru, was the first to reach him, steadying his shoulder with a face full of concern. Tenjin-sama. Tenjin casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The man who usually cared the most about his flamboyant appearance was now more disheveled than any other Hashira on the battlefield, yet the fighting spirit burning in his eyes was no less intense than anyone else's. Tsuyuri, kunao and gunpowder bombs, give me everything. With this bastard, just cutting off his head probably won't work. Go, you, Suma, and Makio must immediately assist those kids. You absolutely must cut off that female demon's head simultaneously. But Tenjin-sama, your body. Don't worry about that. How could someone as flashy as me possibly fall here? The most passionate and thrilling fight is just about to begin. Tenjin grinned fiercely. Hurry, go. Tenjin wasted no time and immediately pushed his three wives away, directing them toward the direction where Tanjiro and the others were battling Daki. Damn it. You think you can just walk away right under my nose? What do you take me for? Gyotaro roared furiously, swinging his blood-red sickle violently. Blood demon art, spinning slashes, flying blood sickles. Countless crimson slashes chased after their retreating figures. But, boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions and the clashing of metal rang out. Tenjin, gripping his Nichiren blade with one hand, leaped high into the air. Blood from his forehead seeped into his eyes, yet he paid it no mind. Instead, his expression grew even more exhilarated. It's not over yet. The score, it's complete. I've finally heard every note of your hideous symphony. Prepare to die. Stop spouting nonsense. Just die already. Gyotaro snarled viciously. These damn pests. Get the hell away from me. Sanemi bellowed in extreme irritation, his Nichiren blade slashing relentlessly as he cleaved the wood-stone dragons harassing him into countless fragments. Yet, these dragon-like wooden creatures seemed endless, like swarms of flies, firmly trapping Sanemi in place and leaving him no opening to charge and strike down Zohakuten. Instead, his stamina was rapidly draining. No, I can't keep wasting time like this. I need an opening. Wait, my blood. Gritting his teeth, Sanemi coldly resolved to rely on his trump card, his blood. To demons, it was an unparalleled delicacy, a supreme rarity among rare blood. For demons, ordinary rare blood was already 100 times more tempting than regular human blood. But Sanemi's Merchi blood? It was 100 times more potent than even that, an irresistible feast capable of shaking even a member of the 12 Kazuki. However, before Sanemi could act, an unexpected figure suddenly burst into his battlefield. Bang! Bang! Two massive holes were blasted through the wooden dragons in front of Sanemi. A figure rushed forward, his face a mix of excitement and worry. Brother! Jinya! Sanemi's eyes widened at first, but then uncontrollable rage surged within him. Who told you to get involved? Get the hell out of here. This isn't a fight you can handle. But brother, I want to help you. I don't need it. Get lost. Brother, watch out. Boom. A howling bolt of lightning suddenly descended upon them from above. Distracted and agitated, Sanemi barely had time to react, but a sudden shove pushed him out of harm's way. Splat. Warm blood splashed onto Sanemi's face, instantly freezing his expression in shock. Jinya. Staring at the motionless figure collapsed on the ground, Sanemi's eyes widened, his entire body trembling uncontrollably as countless fragmented memories flooded his mind. A sudden, piercing howl erupted from him, as feral as a wolf's cry. You bastard! How dare you hurt my little brother? Crack! His grip on his sword tightened so hard it nearly crushed the hilt. Sanemi's eyes turned red, his entire body temperature skyrocketing as fury and guilt consumed him entirely. An unprecedented surge of energy began to awaken within Sanemi. Read 50 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 258 Chapter 258. The dim, shattered streets of the red light district were filled with the stench of blood and the acrid smoke of burning ruins. Tanjiro's heart pounded violently in his chest, so hard that he often feared it might leap out. His grip on the Nichiren blade had gone numb, while the blood from his split palms soaked his hands. Despite the severe injuries racking his body, Tanjiro paid them no mind. His wide, unblinking eyes were fixed on the graceful yet deadly figure battling Zenitsu and Inashuk in the distance. Daki, clad in revealing attire with an alluring figure, now held no charm to captivate men. Her crimson claws, the terrifying ribbons swirling around her, and the overwhelming aura of brutality she exuded made it clear she was no delicate courtesan. She was a savage, merciless demon, one who had devoured countless humans. No, I can't give up. I have to help them now. Gritting his teeth, Tanjiro forced himself up with the support of his Nichiren blade. The wounds on his face still oozed blood, the warmth tinged with a numbing sting. But the moment he stood, darkness nearly swallowed his vision. Exhaustion and pain, as if conspiring, surged through his body in unison. If his body could speak, every cell in his body would surely scream, "Stop pushing yourself. You've reached your limit." With great effort, he lifted his head just in time to see Inashuk brandishing his twin blades as he charged recklessly at Daki while roaring, "Ugly freak. I'm gonna rip out every last one of your bones today." Seizing the opening Inashuk created, Zenitsu swiftly crouched into a perfect IAI stance. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. Crackling with golden lightning, he swung his Nichiren blade with thunderous force, only for Daki's golden eye to flicker. The ribbons behind her writhed like living things, layering themselves into a dense shield before Zenitsu. "Trying to ambush me. You brats are still too weak." By the time Tanjiro regained his focus, his two closest friends lay sprawled on the ground like broken kites. Daki wasted no time. Her lethal ribbons surged forth, poised to claim Zenitsu and Inashuk's lives, until, at the critical moment, NGGH. Crack. A furious grunt accompanied a devastating kick, snapping Daki's arm into a grotesque C-shape. "You again, you traitorous little wretch. I'll kill you first for Muzan-sama." Daki's rage exploded as she lunged at Nezuko, who met her with equal fury. "Nezuko. Zenitsu. Inashuk. No, I can't fall here. As long as I can breathe, I can still fight. Get up." Tanjiro's teeth clenched as a guttural, beast-like roar tore from his throat. His body, moments ago on the verge of collapse, suddenly surged back to life. Due to his intense struggle, Tanjiro's forehead bulged with terrifying veins, and even the flame-shaped scar on his forehead became distorted. Swish! Raising his Nichiren blade high, Tanjiro charged toward Daki at full speed. Watching as Daki viciously grabbed Nezuko's arms and mercilessly tore one off, Tanjiro's eyes nearly burst with rage. The Nichiren blade in his hand regained its weight. "Move, damn it!" The veins on his forehead swelled like coiling dragons, and the old flame-shaped scar burned as hot as a branding iron, as if magma surged beneath his skin. Consumed by fury, Tanjiro lunged straight for Daki's neck without hesitation. Sensing the killing intent from behind her, Daki snarled in irritation. Annoying pests. But she could no longer focus on Nezuko. The crimson ribbons swirling around her instantly retracted, forming layers upon layers of an impenetrable scarlet shield behind her, like a swarm of loyal venomous snakes. Water-breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Tanjiro's Nichiren blade gleamed with a dazzling blue light, transforming into a swirling torrent like a roaring dragon. It clashed and slashed madly against the resilient ribbons. Rip, tear, splatter. Shredded fabric fragments scattered like a bloody rain. The already injured flesh of Tanjiro's palm split open again, blood streaming down the hilt and staining the guard crimson. Yet, gritting his teeth, he pushed the spinning blade deeper against the immense resistance. His world narrowed to the spinning Nichiren blade, the torn ribbons, and the monstrous face behind the shield wall. Give up, brat. I can see it, your life flickers like a firefly. It'll be gone in an instant. Daki cackled with savage glee. But at that moment, two figures rushed to Tanjiro's side almost simultaneously. Bam! Crack! A Nichiren blade crackling with lightning and a pair of jagged, ice-cold blades, Zenitsu and Inashuk shielded Tanjiro, blocking all of Daki's ribbons in perfect sync. Tanjiro! Manjira! Go for it! You damn brats! Are you kidding me? Daki's face twisted with rage, but in that split second, Tanjiro seized the opportunity. Leaping high, he vaulted over the ribbon shield and swung his Nichiren blade down at Daki with all his might. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Tanjiro's pupils shrank, his blade was caught in Daki's clawed grip. Her cold eyes brimmed with disdain and cruelty. Wishful thinking. In an instant, Tanjiro's strength began to leave his body and his vision blurred. Is this my limit? Is this as far as I go? Suddenly, all sound in the world vanished for Tanjiro. Yet in that absolute silence, an inexplicable voice spoke, gentle yet commanding. Tanjiro, open your eyes. You cannot fall yet. Nezuko, your comrades, they need you. Open your eyes, Tanjiro. Father. Swish. His blurred vision sharpened once more. In that instant, a scalding torrent erupted from the depths of Tanjiro's heart, from the very core of his soul. Thud. A dull heartbeat, like an ancient war drum, exploded with crystal clarity in his own ears. Then came the second, the third. The sound of his heartbeat instantly turned into a frenzied storm, each pulse pumping forth scorching power akin to volcanic lava, surging through his nearly depleted veins. Agony. As if every bone in his body was being shattered and reforged. Burning. His organs felt as though they had been cast into a furnace. Yet, accompanying it was an unprecedented surge of strength. Like a slumbering volcano violently awakened. Right where Tanjiro's flame-shaped scar lay on his forehead, hiss. A sinister yet blazing flame-like pattern abruptly emerged. The markings writhed like living things beneath his skin, as if real flames were dancing and flickering. Tanjiro's body erupted with astonishing heat, instantly vaporizing the sweat on his forehead. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the entire battlefield was drawn to this boy. Swish! Shinichi instantly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence and whipped his head around. An inexplicable panic surged within him, not his own fear, but the terror of the demon blood within him, or rather, the revival of a force capable of striking dread into all demons. For the first time in 1,000 years, humanity's strongest power, the Demon Slayer mark, had awakened. Read 50 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 259, Chapter 259. Easily evading Daki's razor-sharp claws and putting distance between them, Tanjiro suddenly raised his head, lifting his Nichiren blade high above him. Rea-ah! Tanjiro's roar echoed like a dragon's cry. His wide eyes now blazed with scorching flames. Hinokamai Kagura. The swirling blue water enveloping his Nichiren blade was instantly replaced, transcended, by blazing crimson flames. Golden red fire erupted from the tip of the blade, rapidly coiling around its length, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun itself. The air around the Nichiren blade distorted from the intense heat, sizzling audibly. The flowing water dragon that once encircled the blade transformed in an instant, fueled by Tanjiro's unwavering resolve, into a roaring dragon of infernal flames. Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. With a single step, Tanjiro's body left behind a searing afterimage. His vision narrowed, leaving only the stunned Daki before him. Compressing all his flames, strength, and the berserk power awakened by his mark into the edge of his Nichiren blade. The blade became a golden-crimson flaming dragon, tearing through space itself. With a deafening roar, it closed the distance to Daki in an instant, not just a condensed force of destruction, but also a hope as warm as sunlight. What is this technique? Why does this presence fill me with such terror? Who are you? For some reason, Daki was suddenly engulfed by a fear as if she had been cast into hell itself. The terror paralyzed her, stripping away even the will to resist, leaving her only able to stare blankly as that indistinct, horrifying figure overlapped with Tanjiro. And the flaming Nichiren blade drew closer and closer. Ah! Squelch. A soft sound, like a hot knife slicing through butter. With heat capable of incinerating all, the roaring flaming dragon effortlessly swept past Daki's slender neck. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The fury, disdain, and cruelty on Daki's beautiful face solidified instantly, replaced by utter bewilderment and disbelief. She seemed to want to lower her head, to touch her own neck, but a crimson gold slash had already silently appeared across her pale skin. Then came the towering flames. Not blood, but the lingering flames of the dance of the fire god, ignited by Tanjiro's mark and carried upon his blade. The crimson gold flames bloomed like wrathful lotuses, instantly engulfing Daki's head and severed neck. Onii-chan. Daki let out a short, terrified scream, her body stiffening. Her cruel eyes widened to their limits, reflecting the burning flames within them, filled with incomprehensible fear. Why had her head been cut off by some insignificant brat from the Demon Slayer Corps? Where was her brother? What was he doing? Boom! Daki didn't know that at this moment, Jayataro was also teetering on the edge of ultimate madness. He roared. He howled. He even cursed, yet he couldn't break free from the man who was even more insane, whose roars were even louder than his own. Get away from me. You're scared. I can hear it. Fear has entered your melody. Ha ha ha. So even demons can feel fear. Tenjin's Nichiren blade was nothing but a blur as it clashed countless times with Jayataro's crimson scythes. His body had long reached its limits, yet his indomitable will refused to let him retreat even half a step. Jayataro was close. Just a little more, and his body would collapse completely. But, boom! The fall of that grotesquely beautiful head not only signaled the end of one battle but also heralded a turning point in another. For a brief moment, Jayataro's movements froze, his golden pupils filled with the same confusion and disbelief as his sister's. How is this possible? Boom! A burst of flames suddenly erupted, blocking Jayataro's vision, and also obscuring the cold blade that came for his neck. SSSSHHK. A thin line of blood instantly appeared across Jayataro's neck. At the same time, crash! A deafening collapse echoed as massive wooden dragon heads crumbled, kicking up clouds of dust. From within the dust, a figure slowly emerged. The drums on his back were shattered beyond recognition, his body covered in gourd-like wounds that showed no signs of healing. The characters 4 upper moon and 4 in his pupils had dimmed to near nothingness. Zohakuton turned his head silently, still wearing that same haughty expression. And behind him, Shinazugawa Sanemi stepped forward, his aura was like a demon from hell. At the tip of his Nichiren blade was impaled a grotesque, walnut-sized head. Zohakuton glanced at Sanemi, whose face now bore a pattern resembling a windmill. His Nichiren blade radiated terrifying heat. Finally, Zohakuton's gaze fell upon the head skewered on the blade's tip. Pathetic. He muttered one last time before his body turned to ash. Upper rank 4. Upper rank 5. Died one after another. Pant. Tanjiro maintained his slashing stance, breathing heavily. The flame-like mark on his forehead still burned bright, radiating astonishing heat. But the fire in his eyes rapidly faded, replaced by endless exhaustion. The violent power within his body receded like a tide, leaving only complete emptiness and excruciating pain as if his entire body had been torn apart. Yet even now, Tanjiro sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying power locking onto him, a presence from which he detected an abyss-deep hatred. Why does his breathing technique still exist? They should all be dead by now. Damn you, why won't you just stay gone? A resentful, venomous roar inexplicably erupted from Kokushibo's mouth. This left Shinichi and Gyume, who's locked in desperate combat, deeply puzzled. But without question, the pressure on both men intensified. Shinichi and Gyume had also sensed Tanjiro's sudden surge of power, but they had no attention to spare while fighting upper rank 1, especially now that Kokushibo seemed on the verge of madness. The terrifying Nichiren blade in his hands suddenly became alive, writhing as countless crescent-shaped slashes filled the air, swiftly overwhelming Shinichi and Gyume. Not enough. Not enough. My current strength is nowhere near enough. Shinichi's mind roared. Hurry. Assist the forest Hashira and stone Hashira. At some point, demon slayers had rushed near the two Hashiras. Seeing Kokushibo completely suppressing them, the demon slayers couldn't just stand by. Raising their Nichiren blades, they charged at Kokushibo. No. Everyone, get away from here. Unfortunately, Gyume's warning came too late. Before they could even get close to Kokushibo, over a dozen demon slayers were sliced apart by the storm of crescent slashes the moment they stepped onto the battlefield as blood spraying everywhere. Yet this gruesome scene didn't deter the others. Instead, more rushed toward Kokushibo without hesitation. And their fate. Ah, fuck this. Explode. Raging blood third stage. Boom. A rolling wave of scorching heat erupted across the battlefield. Read 50 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 260, Chapter 260. On the brutal battlefield, Shinichi's furious roar went largely unnoticed, drowned out by the sounds of Kokushibo's slashes severing demon slayers' bodies and their agonized screams. But the sudden, overwhelming surge of heat seized everyone's attention. The sturdy black uniform of the demon slayer corps exploded off Shinichi's body, revealing his bare torso. Between his perfectly proportioned muscles, countless horizontal cracks split open, his searing flesh glowing orange-red. Even the surrounding air distorted from the intense heat radiating off him. Sharp black claws grew from his hands gripping the Nichiren blade. His once calm face had undergone a monstrous transformation, his right eye's original peach-pink iris now completely replaced by crimson. The fangs protruding past his lips and the eerie patterns covering his face were enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The green life force entwined around the Nichiren blade was no longer pure. A scorching crimson hue had also coiled around the blade, symbolizing absolute berserk battle intent. Demon transformation state, raging blood third stage. Shinichi. The first to sense Shinichi's transformation was none other than Gyume the stone Hashira and the strongest among the Hashiras. In truth, he already knows Shinichi's true identity from Oyakata-sama, but Gyume had never revealed this secret to anyone. He never imagined Shinichi would expose his true nature as a demon before everyone, even in front of so many Demon Slayer Corps members. Just as Gyume had surmised, the Forest Hashira's sudden transformation not only shocked the other demons but also stunned the Demon Slayers present. However, most of them hadn't yet realized what had truly happened. To the majority, the Forest Hashira had merely unleashed an unprecedented and overwhelmingly powerful aura. Brother, look over there, that kind of power. A demon eater? No, that's not it. Such a terrifying presence. It can't just be from a demon eater's constitution. The Forest Hashira. Shinazugawa Jinya, clutching a limp arm, struggled to climb onto a pile of rubble, staring wide-eyed at the battlefield not too far away. As a human with the extremely rare constitution of a demon eater, Jinya had always kept his trump card hidden. By consuming demon flesh, he could temporarily gain a demon's regenerative abilities, even their powers. It was thanks to this ability that he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of upper rank 4, Zohakuton. Now, his eyes gleamed an eerie black, and the gruesome wound on his chest slowly healed. But precisely because he understood the limits of a demon eater's constitution, Jinya was the first to realize that the Forest Hashira's current state was no mere demon consumption. This degree of power. It could only be described as true demon transformation. Yet, Jinya said nothing. Beside him, a figure clad in a color-shifting short haori had already surged past like a hurricane, charging straight toward the battlefield where upper rank 1 Kokushibo stood. The windmill-shaped mark on his face seemed to come alive, emitting a faint glow in the darkness. Shinazugawa Sanemi's eyes held no hesitation, only a razor-sharp focus on Kokushibo. As for Shinichi's transformation, Sanemi paid it no mind. Or rather, in Sanemi's heart, Shinichi would always be a comrade he could trust with his back, no matter what. This power. This level of presence, rivaling even an upper moon. If you possess such demonic strength, why defy Mizan-sama? Kokushibo's 6 eyes narrowed simultaneously, locking onto Shinichi with lethal precision. The breathing technique he loathed had resurfaced in the world, and now, before him stood a being with pure demon blood yet held no regard for hierarchy. For the first time in centuries, Kokushibo felt genuine fury. His wrath erupted like a volcano dormant for millennia. The 6 demonic eyes blazed with terrifying intensity, and the oppressive aura around him solidified into a tangible force. The very air seemed to freeze and shatter under the weight of his rage. He could not tolerate it, a demon standing among humans, wielding the very breathing technique that disgusted him. Defying your race. Tarnishing your given power. You shall be slain. Kokushibo's voice was no longer the low indifferent tone from before, but a furious roar that seemed capable of tearing through space itself. Before the words even faded, the flesh-formed blade in his hand sprouted grotesque branches, transforming in an instant into a bizarre, alien weapon. With Kokushibo's full-powered slash, countless pearl-like lights erupted, weaving into a deadly net that devoured the moonlight. Moon-breathing, 7th form, mirror of misfortune, lunar reflection. In that instant, 5 enormous crescent-shaped shockwaves fanned out, tearing through the earth like a cataclysmic tide. Countless smaller crescent blades accompanied them, carrying an annihilating will that crushed everything in their path. The ground was peeled away like tofu, the air shrieked as it was severed, the sheer force threatening to level the entire battlefield. The demon slayers standing between Kokushibo and Shinichi were the first to experience this apocalyptic assault. The terrifying power made their souls tremble with primal fear. They wanted to resist, to dodge, but their efforts would be as futile as grass trying to withstand a collapsing mountain, pitiful and meaningless. Stop this. Hajime Gyomei roared through gritted teeth, his meteor hammer roaring like an enraged dragon. He couldn't stand by and watch his comrades die needlessly before his eyes. Even Kokushibo took notice of the Hashira's explosive power. But someone moved faster. Boom. Crash. The demon slayer at the front had already braced for death, even closing his eyes, yet the expected pain never came. Instead, a blinding light flashed through his eyelids, followed by an unbearable wave of scorching heat. When he hesitantly opened his eyes, he saw the forest Hashira standing before him, a Nichiren blade glowing with dual-colored light held firmly in defense. Forest Hashira. Whoosh. Shinichi, having intercepted Kokushibo's attack, suddenly turned his head. His terrifying demon-transformed face made the demon slayer recoil in shock. He managed to talk while stuttering. Forest Hashira, why your face. Move. Shinichi's voice was a guttural snarl, devoid of its usual warmth. Without hesitation, he kicked the demon slayer away with brutal force, sending him tumbling back with a pained gasp. But Shinichi had no time for gentleness now. Boom. With a single step, Shinichi became a blazing streak of crimson and emerald light. He abandoned refined swordsmanship, instead merging the vitality of forest breathing with the raw fury and searing heat of demon blood, forging it into pure, unrelenting destruction. His target, Kokushibo. Shinichi identity finally reveal. Read 50 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 261, Chapter 261. Blood Demon Art, Rakshasa's Rampant Forest. Moon Breathing, 14th Form, Catastrophe, 10-Man Crescent Moon. Blood-soaked green thorns erupted from Shinichi's veins, scalding with the heat of his raging blood. Like tendrils from the depths of hell, they lashed wildly as he charged, their searing aura chilling to the core. Kokushibo also unleashed his full power. As his grotesque blood blade danced through the air, countless enormous crescent-shaped blade winds erupted from its edge, sweeping away everything before him. Simultaneously, gigantic circular moon blades surged from all directions, slashing toward Shinichi. Blood Demon Art versus Breathing Technique. Who could have imagined that sworn enemies, a demon and a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, would one day stand like this? Shinichi, the forest Hashira wielding a blood demon art, fought desperately to slay a demon, while the demon, employing a breathing technique, sought to kill the demon slayers. The moment they clashed, an earth-shattering explosion roared across the sky, as if two meteors had collided. The shockwave rippled outward in violent rings, reducing the already devastated ruins of the red light district to dust. Demon slayers who stood too close and still processing what was happening, were sent flying by the overwhelming force. Blinding light illuminated the night, half cold, deathly pale moonlight, half seething, wild crimson and emerald. All demon slayers, retreat. Do not interfere with Shinichi's battle. Leave this place to us. Hajime Gyomei roared, his voice was grave. At this point, he could no longer afford to hesitate, nor did he have time to explain why Shinichi had taken on the form of a demon. Gyomei understood one thing clearly: Shinichi had exposed his hidden identity for a single reason. Upper rank 1 strength had surpassed all expectations, and Shinichi had resolved to fight with everything he had. Yet, despite Gyomei's urgent command, the demon slayers, those flung aside and even those farther away, refused to retreat. Many gritted their teeth, gripping their Nichiren blades as they struggled forward, determined to aid the forest Hashira. Even if our bodies perish and our souls fade, the will of the demon slayer core shall endure forever. This was no mere slogan, it was the unbreakable spirit that had sustained the core for 1,000 years. Speechless, Gyomei could only murmur a Buddhist chant, Namo Amida Butsu. Boom, the ground beneath him shattered. At the heart of the fiercest battle, Shinichi pushed forward relentlessly through the storm of crescent blades. His muscles bulged as he clenched his sword hilt, the crimson and emerald glow flickering along its edge. The demonic thorns coiled around him lashed out, corroding and deflecting the incoming slashes, their collisions ringing with sharp, metallic clangs. When his defenses faltered, Kokushibo's pale crescent strikes carved countless wounds into Shinichi's flesh. Yet his scorching orange-red flesh writhed and regenerated at a visible rate under his demon transformation's enhanced healing, steam hissing from the closing wounds. Across from Shinichi, Kokushibo's 6 blood-red eyes locked onto his frenzied opponent. The extent of Shinichi's transformation had exceeded his expectations, this level of regeneration, this mastery of blood demon art. It reminded Kokushibo of Akeza, who had once challenged him in a blood battle for his rank. Only now, the figure wildly swinging fists had been replaced by one wielding dual blades with even greater madness. Power comparable to upper rank 3, how could there be blood of such potency within him? The shock in his heart grew even stronger. Kokushibo could clearly sense that the force emanating from Shinichi's blade was not just the power of a blood demon art. There was also a strange energy unlike any breathing technique he had encountered before. Kokushibo had come across such power in the past, but the forest breathing of that time was nowhere near Shinichi's current level. The thorns infused with life force were now frantically countering, even devouring, Kokushibo's moon breathing. Whoosh! Clang! Boom! Squelch! All 6 pupils contracted violently as dark demon blood exploded from Kokushibo's chest. His purple samurai robes were torn apart, revealing a ghastly pale torso now marred by a deep, bone-exposing gash. Though an injury of this degree meant little to him, for Kokushibo, who had faced no worthy opponent in nearly a millennium, this was nothing short of an unbearable humiliation. A mere half-baked demon, dares to. Kokushibo's killing intent surged to its peak. His grip on his sword tightened, and the grotesque blood blade trembled with a resonant hum as even more condensed and massive lunar blades prepared to erupt. Facing Kokushibo's fury, Shinichi bared his fangs in return, flashing a mocking grin. The temperature around him spiked further as the verdant glow of his Nichiren dual blades dimmed slightly, replaced by a more violent, raging crimson light. The clash between the grotesque blood blade and the Nichiren dual blades unleashed an even more terrifying storm of carnage, literally. Like 2 immortals unleashed, Shinichi and Kokushibo abandoned all defense, their blades serving only to attack. Their bodies erupted with sprays of blood and chunks of flesh, only to regenerate instantly thanks to their undying constitutions, before they resumed hacking at each other. Amid this brutal and desperate battle, a figure wreathed in boundless rage and the howling wind suddenly tore into the fray like a verdant thunderbolt splitting the night sky. Wind breathing, 8th form, gale slash. Shinazugawa Sanemi had arrived. The emerald-green windmill mark on his face blazed as his eyes locked onto Kokushibo. The colossal, ultra-condensed wind blade erupting from his Nichiren blade carried the will to slice through everything, descending upon Kokushibo's neck with ruthless precision. The 6 eyes of upper rank 1 contracted sharply. SSSSHHK. Boom! With Sanemi's furious roar, the emerald Nichiren blade bit into Kokushibo's neck, nearly a full centimeter deep. But it wasn't over yet. Like the shriek of a mighty eagle, a massive steel warhammer came hurtling through the air, striking with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The tremendous impact drove Sanemi's blade even deeper into Kokushibo's neck, burying it nearly a third of the way through. Get off! Kokushibo's expression twisted into unprecedented ferocity as an immense shockwave erupted from his body, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Sanemi, Gyomei, and even Shinichi were all sent flying by the force of the explosion. Clang! The Nichiren blade plunged deep into the earth, sliding back over 10 meters before Sanemi managed to steady himself. TCH. That's some serious strength. No wonder you're upper rank 1. Shinichi, you still holding up? You don't look so good right now. Though the presence of the demon was unmistakable, Sanemi's tone when speaking to Shinichi showed no change, not even a glance was exchanged between them. He entrusted his back to Shinichi without hesitation. Ha, ha. Shinichi's throat emitted a hoarse, grating sound. Having activated the third stage of raging blood, his vocal cords had long been scorched and deformed by the intense heat. But now was not the time for idle chatter. The battle was far from over. Read 50 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 262, Chapter 262. Upper Moon 1. You're nothing special. If I could cut into your neck before, I can do it again. Wind breathing, second form, claws purifying wind. The impatient Sanemi couldn't hold back, raising his Nichiren blade and charging at Kokushibo once more. 3 azure wind blades, sharp as a reaper's scythe, sliced through the air with deadly precision toward Kokushibo. This strike carried Sanemi's unconditional trust in his comrades and his utmost hatred for demons, the shrill screech of the wind rending the atmosphere. Yet, a cold glint flashed in Kokushibo's 6 blood-red eyes. Humph. A single scoff carrying a soul-freezing chill escaped from his mouth. Facing Sanemi's strike, one capable of cleaving steel, Kokushibo slightly bent his knees, assuming an IAI stance. Swish. A flash of cold light erupted. In the instant his blade was drawn, Kokushibo's grotesque Nichiren longsword sprouted twisted branches of bone and sinew from its length, radiating ominous black energy. Clang! The fleshy branches intercepted the most concentrated core of Sanemi's wind blades with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Your speed is commendable, but you're still far too green. Kokushibo sneered coldly before abruptly exerting force. No one could even perceive his movement. Only Sanemi felt an overwhelming force surge through his Nichiren blade. His palm split instantly as blood gushing out. His entire body was sent flying backward as if struck by a battering ram, crashing into the distant rubble with a thunderous impact, dust billowing. Sanemi. Hajime Gyomei's eyes blazed with fury, the massive chain of his meteor hammer humming ominously. His towering frame erupted with speed belying his size, like an enraged guardian deity, swinging the hammer with mountain-splitting force. Stone breathing, fourth form, volcanic rock, rapid conquest. The spinning hammer and chain axe formed a near tempest. But just as Gyomei sought to avenge Sanemi's injury, the weight of Shinichi's exposed identity and the blood debt of all fallen comrades. A figure wreathed in crimson and emerald flames teleported between Gyomei and Kokushibo. It was Shinichi. Gyomei, move. Shinichi's voice was hoarse and savage, though distorted as it tore through his throat, the tone carried an undeniable finality. His right eye burned crimson like a hellish furnace, locked onto Kokushibo as the demon's murderous black aura coalesced once more before him. Shinichi. Gyomei's attack halted abruptly, his meteor hammer frozen mid-swing. He could feel the terrifying energy radiating from Shinichi, a volatile mix of demonic fury and the life force of forest breathing, and saw the self-destructive resolve in his eyes. Shinichi intended to face Kokushibo alone. Fight. Go. Shinichi growled, his demon-twisted features contorting in the scorching steam. Trust me. Protect others. His final snarl held traces of struggling clarity. Without waiting for Gyomei's refusal, Shinichi bared his fangs with a low roar. There was no time left. Against the overwhelming might of Kokushibo, Shinichi unleashed his full power without restraint. His demon blood boiled over completely. The third stage raging blood erupted at its peak. Crimson steam exploded around him, forming a visible shockwave that vaporized nearby debris in an instant. Blood demon art, forest breathing, all-consuming ashes, inferno of creation. Boom. The searing heat that followed felt like being thrust into an actual furnace. Gyomei's ears echoed with a conversation with Shinichi from long, long ago. My identity will always be a problem. Truthfully, I don't know what might happen if I keep using my demon transformation. So if that day comes when I lose control of myself, Gyomei, I'm counting on you to stop me from hurting anyone. TCH. Gyomei's heavy sigh was swallowed by the battlefield's chaos. His gaze lingered on Shinichi's burning silhouette, the shirtless back crisscrossed with glowing orange cracks that seemed ready to rupture at any moment. In the end, the strongest Hashira chose trust him. His massive body pivoted, chains whirling as he charged toward other rampaging demons with thunderous force, clearing space for Shinichi and Kokushibo's decisive clash. Arrogance. You think this pitiful strength can challenge me? Kokushibo's voice was cold, six eyes blazing with fury. To him, Shinichi's defiance was sacrilege against the hierarchy of demon. I'll make you understand the gap between us, the true meaning of moon. Moon breathing, 14th form, catastrophe, 10-man crescent moon. Kokushibo's grotesquely twisted Nichiren blades erupted with an unprecedented pale glow. Not mere shockwaves this time, countless massive, curved moon blades surged forth like monstrous fangs. From Kokushibo's epicenter, the attack spread like a tidal wave of annihilation, each crescent carrying space-rending sharpness and soul-numbing cold. The onslaught's scale engulfed nearly the entire battlefield. This collision far surpassed all previous ones. It wasn't just shockwaves spreading, but the very fabric of space twisting and annihilating. A blinding light instantly devoured everything. The incandescent moonlight and crimson slashes madly intertwined, consumed, and annihilated each other. The deafening roar was no longer mere sound, but a direct impact on the soul. The earth cracked and collapsed like fragile eggshells, forming a massive crater. The chaotic energy currents tore through everything around them like rampaging beasts. Nearby buildings, whether intact or already ruins, were all shredded into fine dust. No one could see what was truly happening within the battlefield. Boom! Just as Gyomei's meteor hammer effortlessly smashed through dozens of demon heads like weeds, he suddenly sensed the terrifying battle fluctuations nearby had ceased. When Shinichi's figure reappeared in the shattered crater of the devastated ground, he knelt on one knee, breathing heavily. The Nichiren blade in his hand was covered in cracks, its lingering crimson and emerald glow dimmed to the extreme. His exposed upper body bore countless deep wounds that reached the bone, struggling to heal under the writhing orange-red flesh, but the regeneration speed had noticeably slowed. His demon transformation's rapid recovery seemed to be nearing its limit. His right eye remained crimson, yet beneath that ferocity lay unmistakable exhaustion and heaviness. As for Kokushibo, though he still stood tall, his disheveled appearance was beyond anyone's expectations. His face was scorched black, his 6 blood-red eyes barely recognizable, one arm brutally severed and yet to regenerate, his purple attire charred and his body riddled with wounds no less severe than Shinichi's. Impossible. Gyomei's eyes widened, but the next instant, he realized this was their chance. The meteor hammer trembled violently. Nothing else mattered. They had to seize this moment to slay upper rank 1. Yet at this perfect opportunity, a jarringly out-of-place, unfamiliar, and piercing voice abruptly rang out. You rebellious scoundrels. All of you, raise your hands. Read 50 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 263, Chapter 263. A shrill, metallic whistle sliced through the blood-soaked night, a jarring sound against the backdrop of guttural roars and human screams. It was followed by the thunder of heavy boots on rubble and a series of stern shouts that carried the full weight of the era's authority. You damn rioters! Drop your weapons. Cease fighting at once. Drop your weapons. Anyone who disobeys will be shot on the spot. A chaotic jumble of commands echoed through the ruins of the red light district as the dim, flickering glow of lanterns and lamps cut through the darkness. Under the unsteady light, a large group of police officers emerged from the shadows. Dressed in dark blue uniforms with cylindrical caps bearing golden badges, they materialized before the demon slayers and the handful of demons still standing. The police flooded into what was left of the district, a scene so devastated it looked like a literal hell on earth. Armed with heavy batons, katanas, and bolt-action rifles, their faces twisted in shock. What in God's name had happened here? Had a war broken out? The thick stench of blood hung in the air, so strong that it made several of the younger officers turn pale and gag. Despite the fear knotting their stomachs, they followed their orders. Dozens of officers scrambled for cover behind shattered walls, forming a messy defensive line that blocked the demon slayers' path. The dark muzzles of their rifles swiveled to aim at the center of the battlefield, at every monstrous, inhuman figure they could see. Police. What the hell are they doing here? Sanemi snarled, kicking a chunk of debris out of his way as he climbed out of the rubble. He looked up and found himself staring down the barrels of a dozen rifles. Didn't the Wisteria house clear this with them? Sanemi and the other slayers were just as confused by the sudden police presence, but none of them were particularly worried. The Demon Slayer Corps wasn't an officially recognized government organization, but thanks to the immense influence of the Yubayashiki family, they had quiet arrangements with high-ranking officials. Most cops had no idea who they were, but their superiors usually knew enough to stay out of the way. They'd even coordinated with the Kyoto police during the Infinity Train incident. Normally, this thing shouldn't be happening. Crunch. Hajime Gyomei, having just crushed the skulls of 2 demons with a brutal swing of his hammer, turned around. Though his eyes were blind, his other senses painted a vivid picture of the scene. He felt the presence of the officers, but beneath their fear, he sensed something else, a cold, calculated malice that didn't belong. His brow furrowed. The arrival of fresh humans also caught the attention of the remaining demons. Their savage, bloodthirsty eyes locked onto the oblivious officers. A few of the dumber demons stared blankly at the men holding strange metal tubes, a primal part of their brain registering a threat but unable to comprehend it. The smarter ones might have been wary of firearms, but for all of them, the overwhelming instinct to rip into fresh meat was far stronger. The sight of the grotesque demons, creatures ripped straight from a nightmare, was clearly rattling the police. Superintendent Kuro. Those things. A young officer stammered, his hand trembling as he pointed a shaky finger toward Kokushibo and Shinichi. They have fangs and those eyes. They're not human. They're monsters. And the others. Another officer yelled, gesturing at the blood-soaked demon slayers. They're wielding those weird, glowing swords. It's not natural. At that moment, an officer in a pristine, high-ranking uniform stepped forward, his leather boots crunching on the debris. His face was unnaturally pale under the brim of his cap. Ignoring the frantic whispers of his men, he raised a metal megaphone to his lips and his voice boomed across the ruins, directed at slayers and demons alike. I am Superintendent General Kuro Taisher of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. We have received reports of a large-scale violent disturbance here in the Yoshiwara district. All armed individuals, regardless of who you are, will drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Failure to comply will result in you being treated as criminals and shot on sight. As he spoke, Superintendent Kuro's gaze swept over the scene, Shinichi in his demonic form, the six-eyed Kokushibo, and the exhausted demon slayers still gripping their Nichiren blades. For a fleeting moment, a cold, cruel smirk flickered across his lips, hidden from his men by the megaphone. The sudden intervention brought the battle to an eerie halt. The demon slayers stared at each other, a sense of confused absurdity washing over them. They were risking their lives to protect humanity, and now they were being treated like criminals by the very people meant to uphold order. Were these officers blind? Couldn't they see the inhuman monsters standing right there? Gyomei's hands tightened around his prayer beads, his expression growing grim. Sanemi, still staring down the rifle barrels, looked about ready to explode. The scars on his face seemed to twist with pure rage. What the hell are these idiots talking about? The demons, however, were the first to act. They didn't understand human laws and they certainly didn't care. With savage roars, the closest ones abandoned their previous targets and charged headfirst at the line of terrified officers. Monsters! Open fire! Shoot them! Bang! 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 It was impossible to tell who fired first, but in an instant, a deafening roar of gunfire erupted as dozens of officers pulled their triggers. Thud! Thud! The demons at the front of the charge were riddled with bullets, their bodies torn apart. But to the absolute horror of the police, the shredded creatures didn't die. They didn't even slow down. They just kept coming, their wounds sealing up before their eyes. Ah! Help me! Before the officers could even process what was happening, 2 of them were tackled by the bulletproof demons and ripped to shreds, their screams cut short in a spray of blood. Damn it! They're in trouble. We have to help them. A slayer shouted. Without a second thought, the demon slayers raised their blades and rushed forward to save the officers from the demonic onslaught. But just as they moved to intervene, an invisible vibration swept across the battlefield. The demons, who had been tearing into the police with rabid ferocity, suddenly stopped. As one, they turned and fled into the darkness of the ruined district, abandoning the fight. Then, Kuro's cold, sharp voice echoed through the megaphone once more, dripping with venom. Those sword-wielding thugs are working with the monsters. Don't let them escape. Open fire. Shoot all of them. Already terrified and confused, the rattled officers instinctively obeyed their commander. The dark muzzles of their rifles, still smoking from the last volley, swung away from the fleeing demons and turned toward the demon slayers. Die, you monster! A young demon slayer yelled, cleanly decapitating a demon that had been about to pounce on an officer. A triumphant grin flashed across his face, but it froze in the next instant. Bang! A searing pain exploded in his chest. He looked down and saw a blood on his uniform. He slowly lifted his head, his confused eyes meeting nothing but the bright muzzle flashes of police rifles. Stop! Another slayer screamed in horror. 264, Chapter 264. Bang! 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 The night erupted in a continuous roar of gunfire. Driven to the edge by the horrifying presence of the demons, the police officers had completely lost their minds. Their commander's frenzied orders to open fire had shattered their restraint, and a primal mix of fear, duty, and revulsion took over. Their rifles spat hot lead, the flashes of fire and smoke illuminating a scene of pure slaughter. Bullets tore through the air indiscriminately, aimed at both the snarling demons and the demon slayers desperately trying to fight them. Splat! A slayer with badly injured legs was unable to dodge and was shot in the chest by a burst of gunfire. A spray of red painted the rubble behind him, his eyes wide with disbelief and despair as his world faded to black. "You bastards! Stop!" Another slayer roared, parrying the razor-sharp claws of a demon. "We're on your side, you idiots!" A heartbeat later, a bullet tore through his shoulder. The searing pain made his grip on his Nicaran blade falter, and the demon lunged, sinking its fangs deep into his throat. Crunch! A torrent of hot blood gushed from the wound. "Arg! Damn humans! I'll tear you all apart!" A horned demon shrieked, its arms shattered by rifle fire. It lunged toward the police line, but before it could reach them, a blood-drenched meteor hammer crashed down from above, obliterating its entire upper body in a shower of gore. "Stop this!" Hajime Gyomei bellowed, tears of anguish streaming from his sightless eyes. His massive flail and axe were a whirlwind of destruction, crushing any demon that dared to charge his comrades. But he couldn't be everywhere at once. And he couldn't bring himself to turn his weapons on the human officers who were gunning down his friends. His desperate pleas were lost in the cacophony of gunfire and screams. It was utter, bloody chaos. While the police firepower was little more than a nuisance to the immortal demons, it was a death sentence for the exhausted and wounded demon slayers. The less intelligent demons that hadn't fled the initial chaos now reveled in the turmoil, pouncing on any source of fresh blood they could find, slayer and officer alike. "You idiots!" Sanemi roared. His wind-breathing sent blades of wind slicing through the air, shredding incoming bullets and demons with equal fury. But even his power had its limits. More than once, he was forced to watch helplessly as another comrade fell into a spreading pool of their own blood. In the center of it all, Shinichi stood motionless. The brutal fight with Kokushibo had left him drained, but his mind was cruelly clear as he witnessed the massacre. He watched the demon slayers, men and women who lived only to protect humanity, being cut down by the very people they were sworn to defend. He watched Gyomei and Sanemi fight with desperate, heartbreaking fury to shield their comrades. He watched the police, goaded on by their commander, fire recklessly into the fray. Shinichi's chest heaved. In that instant, his gaze locked onto the police commander, and he saw it, a flicker of golden light in the man's eyes. And for a fraction of a second, reflected within them, was the kanji 4-6. Rage, pure and overwhelming, detonated in Shinichi's mind. That bastard. He's a demon in disguise. Upper rank 6, Kamuro. The cunning snake who vanished at the start of the battle. It was him all along. Across the crater, the battered Kokushibo silently sheathed his shattered blade. He was in far better shape than Shinichi and should have seized the chance to end their duel. But he paused, his 6 eyes watching with detached curiosity. Shinichi's presence was changing, twisting into something far more demonic. Raaik. A roar that was no longer human, a sound of pure agony and savage fury, ripped itself from the depths of Shinichi's throat. The crimson glow in his right eye pulsed like a blood moon, completely swallowing the emerald light in his left. Fangs erupted from the corners of his mouth, growing so long they pierced his own lips, letting drops of scalding hot blood fall to the ground. The crimson patterns on his body spread like living venom, crawling up his neck and across his face as the veins beneath his skin bulged violently. The demon blood backlash. He had forcibly broken past his limits, and now he was plunging into an abyss of uncontrollable rage. Shinichi moved. This wasn't the skilled, frenzied attack he'd used against Kokushibo. This was the pounce of a wild beast. His Nicaran blades lay forgotten at the bottom of the pit. His new target was the police. Kill the rioters. Kill them all. The possessed Superintendent Kuro continued to scream with a manic grin on his face. Sir, look out. A nearby policeman's warning was cut short. Kuro turned just as a black, clawed hand burst through his chest. Splurt. Amid the spray of blood and shredded organs, dark, demonic tendrils swirled, unseen by the other officers. The man possessed by Kamuro flashed Shinichi a ghastly grin. There it is. This is your true nature, isn't it? Ryip. Shinichi brutally tore the man's body in two, showering the nearby officers in a warm rain of blood. Ah, it's a monster. Shoot. Shoot it now. The terrified officers spun around, their guns erupting in a panic. Bullets riddled Shinichi's body, each impact sending out a small burst of crimson mist. The pain only served to focus his rage. Damn it, Shinichi. From across the battlefield, Gyomei sensed the shift. Without hesitation, he charged toward the sound of the slaughter. In an instant, the gunfire aimed at the other demon slayers nearly stopped. The officers had a new, more terrifying target. Crack. A policeman raising his rifle had his head and weapon crushed by Shinichi's claws like a rotten melon. Schlick. Another officer lunged with a bayonet, but Shinichi caught him mid-thrust. The man's desperate screams were cut short as Shinichi ripped him in half, spilling his entrails onto the gore-soaked ground. It was a one-sided, suffocatingly brutal massacre. In moments, nearly a dozen officers lay in pieces at Shinichi's feet. He wasn't particularly fast, but his demonic strength was enough to tear through flesh and steel with ease. The rifles only punched bloody holes in him, holes that sealed almost instantly. Wherever he went, the sound of gunfire was replaced by shattered corpses, splattered blood, and agonized shrieks. A monster. A real demon. He's a demon. Run. The officer's courage and discipline completely shattered. Staring at the blood-drenched figure whose body was twisting into a form more demonic with every passing second, they finally broke, scattering in every direction. By the time Himejima Gyomei arrived, the scene made him freeze. His blind eyes saw nothing, but the overwhelming stench of blood and the suffocating demonic aura told him everything. Shinichi, that is enough. Stop this. Gyomei bellowed, his voice laced with anguish, desperate to pull his friend back from the brink. But Shinichi didn't seem to hear him. He seized the last remaining policeman, a young man frozen in terror. The officer stared in horror at the monster before him, its face a mask of crimson patterns, fangs dripping with blood, its eyes bottomless pools of gore, as it leaned in, ready to sink its teeth into his neck. Please. No. I don't want to die. The officer shrieked. Clang. A heavy steel axe blade slammed into the ground just inches from Shinichi's feet, thrown with incredible force. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground, making Shinichi stagger back. The terrified officer scrambled free from his grasp, crawling away as fast as he could. Shinichi's crimson eyes turned emotionlessly toward the source of the interruption. They landed on Gyomei's face, an expression of profound sorrow and pity etched upon it. It was as if the stone Hashira could see all the sins Shinichi had been forced to bear and the price he was now paying for it. Shinichi, Gyomei said, his voice trembling slightly. Stand down. Damn, Kamuro is MVP for this. Using human to kill demon slayers seems easier than the demon doing it themselves. Wonder why Muzan didn't control the military in canon. Woozy face. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 265, Chapter 265. Shinichi's consciousness was a murky haze, as though he had sunk into the cold, black depths of the ocean. A crushing pressure surrounded him, grinding and dragging at his soul. There were no dreams, only a void of silence and the faint agony of his spirit being squeezed. He didn't know how much time had passed before a sliver of light pierced the darkness, stirring a faint reaction in his muddled mind. Then came voices, completely unfamiliar to him. Not the roars of battle, the clash of blades, or the wails of policemen from his last fragmented memories, but the crackling of firewood in a hearth. And the rhythmic, crisp drip-drip of water falling from eaves onto something hard. Where am I? Shinichi's eyes snapped open. His once heterochromatic eyes were now pure black. The first thing he saw was a low ceiling, crudely built from rough-hewn logs and thatch. Thin beams of sunlight fought their way through the gaps, illuminating the dust motes floating in the air. Beneath him was a hard floor covered with clean tatami mats, and the thin blanket over him carried the dry scent of sun and faint traces of medicinal herbs. The unfamiliar surroundings instantly put Shinichi on edge. His last memory was of the brutal battle in the red light district. Instinctively, he tried to sit up. But the moment he moved, an unprecedented weakness flooded through him like a tidal wave. His limbs felt as heavy as lead, every slight motion pulling at deep, aching muscles. What shocked Shinichi most was that he could no longer feel the violent, seething demon blood that had once surged through him like molten lava. It wasn't dormant. It wasn't suppressed. It was, as if it had never existed at all. The demon blood had vanished without a trace. Shinichi reflexively touched his face and chest. His skin was warm, unmistakably human, not the uncanny in-between he had grown used to. His heartbeat was strong and steady. Looking at his nails and teeth, even though there was an inner urge within him, the sharp fangs and claws simply wouldn't appear. What on earth happened? Shinichi stared blankly at his hands. Just then, a startled cry sounded beside him. "Oh, you're awake." Shinichi turned his head and saw a young woman, no, more accurately, a girl, holding a bamboo basket. She wore a simple blue floral-patterned kimono, her long black hair tied loosely at the back, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a slender neck. Her features were strikingly delicate, as refined as a doll's. Particularly captivating were her amber eyes that was clear as glass, devoid of any impurity, brimming with an innocent curiosity untouched by the world. The girl stood frozen, staring blankly at Shinichi with the basket in her arms. After a long moment, she seemed to finally register what had happened. Her mouth fell open in another gasp, and in a flustered hurry, she dropped the basket to the ground, turned, and bolted. As she ran, she shouted, "Grandpa, he's awake. That handsome man is awake." Handsome man? What kind of ridiculous title was that? Shinichi shook his still groggy head, too preoccupied to wonder who the girl was. Right now, he had no time to dwell on his own condition. What mattered most was figuring out what had happened to his fellow Demon Slayer Corps members, upper rank 1, the demons, the police. He threw off the blankets, gritting his teeth against the soreness racking his body as he struggled to sit up. After much effort, he managed to stand, only to stagger toward the doorway where the girl had just appeared. But with every step, his body ached like a rusted, broken toy, sending waves of sharp pain through him. Shinichi's face quickly paled. "Don't move recklessly. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet." A voice, aged yet remarkably steady, spoke with a gentleness that seemed to understand the world deeply. Shinichi lifted his head with difficulty. In the doorway of the thatched hut stood a slightly hunched old man, dressed in a faded hunting robe. The man's hair and beard were white, his face deeply lined with age, yet his eyes were bright and clear, as if they could see straight through a person. In his hands, he held a rough wooden bowl, steam rising from it, carrying the strong scent of medicine. Peeking out from behind the old man was a small head, its amber eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and timidity as they darted furtively toward Shinichi. "Who are you? Where is this place? Why am I here? How far is it from Kyoto?" Seeing the people before him, Shinichi wasted no time voicing his questions. Instead of answering, the old man stepped inside with the girl, carefully carrying the wooden bowl. He placed it on a small wooden table beside Shinichi, then turned his gentle gaze toward him. "Young man, you've been unconscious for 3 full days. I know you have many questions, but for the sake of your health, you should drink this medicine first." Shinichi's voice was hoarse, but his sharp eyes scrutinized the seemingly ordinary grandfather and granddaughter pair before him. He was about to say something when, in the next moment, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. His vision darkened, and his body instantly lost control. Just before his consciousness faded again, the last thing he heard was the girl's clear, startled cry. "Oh no, Grandpa." He fainted again. Meanwhile, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the Butterfly Mansion. The air was thick with the pungent scent of medicine and the lingering odor of blood. The wards of the Butterfly Mansion were packed with injured patients, their muffled groans and painful coughs echoing incessantly. The fierce encounters with multiple upper moons in the red light district, followed by the chaos caused by the police's brazen intervention, had dealt unprecedented heavy losses to the Demon Slayer Corps. The atmosphere in the Butterfly Mansion was as heavy as lead. Connie Coco and the 3 young assistants bustled about frantically, while even Kaneo had donned a white coat to help tend to the wounded. Yet, compared to the flurry of activity here, what worried the residents of the Butterfly Mansion even more was the room at the very back of the mansion. At this moment, the atmosphere in the innermost room of the butterfly mansion was so oppressive it felt like plunging into an icy cellar. Hajime Gyomei's towering frame was slightly hunched, his hands, wrapped in prayer beads, clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. His eyes were closed, tears silently streaming down his resolute cheeks before dripping onto the floor. The strongest Hashira now radiated profound sorrow and boundless guilt. Shinazugawa Sanemi leaned against the wall, his head deeply bowed, his disheveled white bangs obscuring his eyes. His tightly clenched fists trembled violently, suppressing extreme rage and self-loathing. Before the two of them lay a pair of Nichiren dual blades, their scabbards still stained with dark brown blood that hadn't been fully wiped away. On the hilt of the red and green Nichiren longsword, visible cracks marred the surface, scars left behind when Shinichi desperately clashed with Kokushibo, silently recounting the brutality of that battle. Shinobu Koko knelt before the blades. She wore a haori embroidered with butterfly patterns, her face adorned with her usual mask-like gentle smile. Her movements were delicate and meticulous as she used a pristine white silk cloth to slowly, painstakingly wipe away the dark red bloodstains on the scabbard of the Nichiren blade before her. Shinobu's actions were so focused, so tender, as if she were polishing a priceless treasure, or perhaps caressing the lingering warmth of a loved one. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 266, Chapter 266. His pale palm bathed in sunlight, every line on his skin clearly illuminated. Unlike the past, when he relied on the blood demon art, imitation Rashomon to stand in the sun, Shinichi could now fully feel the warm rays falling on his palm and face, bringing pure warmth and comfort. How long had it been since he'd experienced this? There was no burning pain, no threat of turning to ashes. This further convinced Shinichi that the demon blood within him seemed to have truly vanished, or perhaps been temporarily sealed by some force. Regardless of the reason, for now, Shinichi was thoroughly enjoying this sensation of basking in sunlight, or rather, the feeling of being human once more. Not far from Shinichi, on an open patch of ground, a tattered but carefully mended uniform hung from a rope, swaying in the wind. Though its original Demon Slayer core design was barely recognizable, every time Shinichi saw it, his heart involuntarily sank. Shinichi NII. A voice as clear as a bell shattered the morning's tranquility, snapping Shinichi out of his silence. Turning around, Shinichi saw Abe Tsukiyomi carrying a wooden basin with a few freshly washed clothes, walking back from the small stream behind the house. The sunlight danced on her raven-black hair and her breathtakingly beautiful face. Her pure eyes curved into crescents and her radiant smile seemed capable of dispelling all shadows. Tsukiyomi-san, Shinichi stood up, slightly flustered. Over the past few days, not knowing why the demon blood in him had vanished, his injuries had healed extremely slowly. It was only thanks to the care of the elderly man and the young girl living in this nameless valley, relying on herbal medicine and tonics, that Shinichi had finally regained most of his mobility yesterday. Thus, Shinichi felt deeply grateful toward the old man, Abe Nobumasa, and the girl, Abe Tsukiyomi. Moreover, there was something almost magical about Abe Tsukiyomi. Her purity and kindness seemed to cleanse the soul, making Shinichi involuntarily set aside his heavy memories of slaughter and guilt whenever he faced her. Before losing his sanity during the battle in the red light district, Shinichi clearly remembered his claws piercing through the chests of one human police officer after another. The terrified and despairing faces of those humans in their final moments were seared into Shinichi's mind like an inescapable nightmare. Uncontrollable flashbacks often jolted him awake from bad dreams, making him question himself from the depths of his heart. Was there any difference left between him and those demons? Shinichi and I, you don't look too happy. Did Grandpa start rambling about those incomprehensible philosophies again? Abe Tsukiyomi set the basin down near the clothesline, her movements light and fluid, harmonizing with the rhythm of nature. Her slender brows arched slightly with playful mischief. Don't mind Grandpa, Shinichi and I. He just loves spouting those confusing grand theories. Come help me hang the laundry instead. The sunlight is perfect today. Her tone was warm and familiar, as if Shinichi weren't a stranger of unknown origins but a longtime family member. Faced with such an attitude, even in his low spirits, Shinichi couldn't find a reason to refuse. Watching the girl's bright smile, he sighed almost imperceptibly before stepping forward to help her hang the clothes. However, as he clumsily unfolded the damp garments and haphazardly draped them over the bamboo pole, his movements were awkward and sluggish, even a little comically strange. But this couldn't be blamed on Shinichi. After all, such chores were utterly foreign to the forest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. During his years of begging as a child, he'd barely owned enough clothes to worry about washing them. Later, after joining the Corps, the Kakushi's logistical support had been so efficient that Shinichi never needed to lift a finger. And after becoming a Hashira, it was even less of a concern, because in the Butterfly Mansion, a certain gentle and lively girl had always taken care of everything for him. The fleeting image of that lavender-haired figure crossed his mind, making his already clumsy hands fumble even more carelessly with the laundry. Seeing Shinichi hanging the freshly washed clothes in such a messy manner, Abe Tsukiyomi didn't get annoyed. Instead, she pressed her lips together in amusement before patiently teaching him how to shake out the clothes to avoid wrinkles and how to tie the knots properly so the fabric could dry smoothly. That childlike tone was starting to make Shinichi's expression falter. "Shinichi and your hands, they used to hold a sword, didn't they?" Tsukiyomi suddenly asked softly, her eyes gazing clearly at Shinichi's hands as he tied a knot. Shinichi paused mid-motion and turned his head in surprise. How could you tell?" Unlike the thick calluses formed from years of sword grip among other demon slayers, Shinichi's palms remained pale and slender due to his demonic constitution. By appearance alone, one might believe they were pianist's hands rather than a swordsman's. Looking at the astonished Shinichi, Tsukiyomi continued with barely detectable sympathy. "It must have been very hard, wasn't it? Grandpa says swords are weapons of violence, and those who wield them carry heavy hearts. But..." She hesitated, picking up the last piece of clothing and carefully smoothing it out. "But Shinichi and eyes now seem much calmer than when you first woke up that day. Like the little stream behind our house when the wind stops ruffling its surface, gradually settling until it can reflect the blue sky and white clouds again." This. Shinichi was at a loss for words. What was this? Was he being comforted by a little girl? Or had he fallen so low that even a young girl could see through him? "Thank you, Tsukiyomi-san and Abe-san as well. I'm deeply grateful for your care during this time. But now I must bid you farewell, for there are still very important matters awaiting me." Shinichi and you're leaving already? But Grandpa said your body hasn't fully recovered yet." By the thatched hut's entrance, Abe Nobumasa quietly observed the scene, his clay pipe in hand. His deep eyes flickered between his granddaughter and Shinichi, revealing an inscrutable complexity. "A 1,000-year fate, every sip and peck, is it not all heaven's will? Brother, our choices ultimately lead to the same destination." The afternoon sun shone brightly yet not harshly, its gentle rays filtering through the lush valley foliage to spill across the simple thatched hut. Shinichi sat on a smooth bluestone behind the house, eyes closed, breathing deeply and slowly. The crisp air carried the fresh mingled scents of earth, plants, and nature itself. With each inhalation, it felt as though countless tiny, vibrant particles flooded his lungs, washing away the weariness and wounds buried deep in his soul. Without the enhancement of demon blood, Shinichi found his understanding of forest breathing had paradoxically deepened. He could perceive more now, not just the life force flowing through the air. The babbling brook, the rustling leaves in the wind, the faint chirping of insects in the grass. These sounds converged in Shinichi's heart, painting a vibrant tapestry of life. This sense of resonance with all things transported Shinichi into a peculiar state. At this moment, forest breathing no longer seemed merely a powerful swordsmanship technique for slaying demons, but rather a medium for communicating with life itself. Indeed, Shinichi's mastery of the breathing technique was undergoing a subtle, imperceptible transformation, evolving towards something more refined, more fundamental. "It's quite marvelous, isn't it?" The hunched figure of Abe Nobumasa had somehow appeared by the stream, sitting on another rock not far from Shinichi, holding an unlit pipe. Only by stripping away external influences can one truly see the essence of power. Like this stream, only when calm and undisturbed can it clearly reflect all things. Shinichi opened his eyes and looked at the old man. "Abe-san, are you guiding me?" Abe Nobumasa smiled faintly, taking a puff from his unlit pipe and exhaling non-existent smoke. "Guiding? Hardly. I simply thought that someone who survived such violent backlash and has begun earnestly listening to the voice of life is worth a second glance. Your path, after all, is yours to walk." "Sure." Abe's words sent a sudden chill through Shinichi's heart. He had long suspected this old man was no ordinary figure, his demon blood wouldn't have vanished without reason. Abe's words confirmed it, everything was just as Shinichi had surmised. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 267, Chapter 267. The days in the valley flowed as peacefully as the stream. Shinichi's body gradually recovered under Abe Nobumesa's herbal treatments and his own deeper understanding of forest breathing. Though his current strength paled in comparison to his peak during demon transformation, perhaps even less than when he first became a Hashira, the clarity he gained from resonating with all living things gave him a new perspective on forest breathing itself. He felt like an old tree scorched by lightning, seemingly withered, yet secretly gathering tougher, purer vitality within. In other words, the world in Shinichi's eyes had changed when it came to the rhythm of breath. When helping Abe chop firewood, his movements were precise and efficient, the blade following the wood grain effortlessly. When fetching water for Tsukiyomi, his steps were steady, his breathing long and measured, as if he could sense the pulse of every drop in the bucket. Through mere touch, he could even estimate the age of herbs and the faint medicinal essence they contained. Through Tsukiyomi's breathing, he could hear, even see, the beating of the young girl's heart. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. It had been roughly 10 days since Shinichi awoke in the valley, enough time for many things to happen. The situation outside, the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinobu, all of it weighed heavily on his mind. Until night fell completely. Abe-san, my body, feels fully recovered. At the simple wooden table, after helping Tsukiyomi dry herbs, Shinichi approached Nobumesa, who sat meditating in the courtyard, and bowed deeply. I will never forget your life-saving kindness. But down the mountain, there are things I must do, people I must face. I must take my leave. Abe Nobumesa slowly opened his eyes, his worldly wise gaze calm as he looked at Shinichi, as if he had long anticipated this moment. Instead of answering immediately, he turned toward the valley entrance, where faint mist had begun to gather with the fall of night. The valley beneath the mist is a sanctuary, yet also a land of forgetting. Nobumesa's voice was low and distant. Leaving here means stepping back into the world's strife and filth. Are you certain you're ready? Though that violent power within you has been suppressed, its root cause remains unsevered. Returning to the world risks its resurgence. What? Abe-san, are you saying, there's still demon blood in my body? Shinichi was genuinely shocked. These past days, he'd felt no different from an ordinary human, able to taste all foods, bask freely in sunlight, without the slightest impulse toward demon transformation. Abe Nobumesa merely smiled meaningfully. Such is fate. What some spend lifetimes seeking comes effortlessly to others. But child, have you truly made your decision? Or do you believe the world will accept you? Shinichi's gaze was resolute. I know the road ahead is perilous. But hiding solves nothing. For those who died because of me, for my comrades still fighting, I must return. This is my duty. His fists clenched instinctively. Though no Nichiren blade hung at his waist, the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps was etched deep in his heart. After a long silence, Abe Nobumesa nodded slowly. Since your mind is set, I won't hold you back. At dawn when the mist lifts, I'll see you out. Only. He paused, his eyes resting on Abe Tsukiyomi humming nearby as she carefully arranged herbs, a complex worry flashing his eyes. Before you leave, take a good look at this valley. In the dead of night silence, the valley's peace shattered under ragged footsteps, crude shouts and the clang of metal. Chaotic torchlight tore through the thin mist at the valley's mouth. Boss, this valley's weird, there's light up ahead. Damn, people live in this godforsaken place. Fuck, my leg's killing me. Who cares who's here? Loot everything valuable, grab all the food too. Hell yeah, after being chased by those damn cops, finally some blood. A band of ragged yet vicious mountain bandits, armed with crude weapons and makeshift matchlocks, invaded this tranquil sanctuary like hyenas scenting blood. Clearly lost fugitives, they'd stumbled upon the hidden valley, their innate greed and savagery igniting at signs of habitation. The scar-faced leader's gaze swept the humble huts before locking onto Abe Tsukiyomi emerging from a dwelling. The maiden's pure beauty became prime prey in their eyes. Well, a beauty in this shithole? Listen up, boys, she's mine. The bandit leader Lear merged with his men's cruel laughter. Meanwhile, the innocent young girl Abe Tsukiyomi looked at the group of fierce strangers in confusion. Who are you people? Why are you all carrying knives? Ah, Are you the bad guys Grandpa mentioned? The approaching bandits burst into laughter upon hearing Tsukiyomi's words. Ha ha ha. Little girl, we're not bad guys, we're actually very good people. By the time Abe Nobumasa rushed out of the house upon hearing the commotion and stepped over the threshold, what greeted his eyes was a group of bandits lunging toward Abe Tsukiyomi. He he he. Pretty little thing, don't be scared, come have some fun with us. The scar-faced bandit leader licked his cracked lips with a vicious grin, reaching out toward Abe Tsukiyomi. Tsukiyomi, stop, don't you dare. Abe Nobumasa shouted sharply, trying to step forward, but his urgent tone was strangely directed at Abe Tsukiyomi instead. Just as the scarred man's filthy hand was about to touch Tsukiyomi's clothes, a figure ghosted between the bandits like a phantom. No earth-shaking momentum, no scorching heat, only a lightning-fast green afterimage flashed by. Thud. Crack. The scar-faced leader felt a sudden chill on his wrist, followed by excruciating pain. Looking down, he saw his outstretched hand bent completely backward against his forearm, broken clean through. Ah, my hand. The scar-faced man howled like a slaughtered pig, clutching his severed wrist as he staggered back. Shinichi stood protectively before Abe Tsukiyomi, gripping a hardwood stick pulled from the firewood pile. A faint yet intensely concentrated green glow shimmered along its length. His eyes were cold, reflecting the bandits before him. Though temporarily deprived of the frenzied power of his demon blood, as the demon slayer Core's forest Hashira, he didn't rely solely on swords and breathing technique to deal with these brute strength, undisciplined bandits. A simple stick would suffice. Scram. Shinichi's quiet voice carried killing intent as biting as winter's north wind, chilling the bandits to their core. The remaining bandits were momentarily stunned by the sudden brutality and their leader's tragic state, but their vicious nature soon overcame fear. Where'd this brat come from? Kill him. Avenge the boss. Charge together. He's just one man. What's there to fear from a stick? Howling, the bandits brandished weapons and rushed from all sides. Idiots, forest breathing. Drawing a deep breath, Shinichi channeled vibrant life energy through his body. His eyes seemed to glow momentarily as an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. The world appeared to pause, every bandit's movement and expression slowing hundreds of times. Shinichi could clearly perceive each bandit's breath, heartbeat, and most importantly, their countless openings. Swish. Shinichi moved. His figure darted through the narrow courtyard with steps too swift to follow. The stick in his hand transformed into a lethal blade. Every precise thrust, jab, sweep, and slash avoided vital points while ensuring instant incapacitation. Tsukiyomi. Just as Shinichi cleared the bandits, a desperate cry rang out behind him. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 268. Chapter 268. Thud. The stick struck a bandit's shoulder socket with a crisp crack of bone. The man screamed as he collapsed. Whack. Sweeping like a scythe through wheat, the green glowing stick shattered another bandit's kneecap. Shrieks echoed through the valley. Thrust. The stick pierced through a bandit's palm like lightning, pinning it brutally to the ground. In just a few seconds, 8 fierce bandits were already sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain and howling. Only the scar-faced bandit leader with a severed hand and 2 others, too terrified to move, remained standing. They stared in horror at Shinichi, who stood there like a god of war. Against these ordinary bandits with mediocre physical abilities, Shinichi hadn't even needed to raise his other hand. Holding a blood-stained wooden stick in one hand, he advanced step by step toward the bandits. Instantly, whether they were on the ground or still standing, all the bandits were seized with terror, desperately scrambling away from him. Shinichi's killing intent enveloped the bandits. Thud. With a soft sound, the scar-faced leader collapsed to the ground in fear. It was as if this had been a signal. Without bothering to get up or even care about his broken wrist, the scar-faced man rolled over and began kowtowing frantically, begging for mercy. Sir, spare us, spare us. We'll never dare to commit crime again. Please, let us go. We will turn ourselves into the police. Clatter. As soon as the scar-faced man spoke, the other bandits immediately followed suit, weeping and wailing as they knelt and begged. Shinichi's grip on the wooden stick tightened unconsciously. The bandits' terrified expressions reminded him of the police officers he had torn apart, of the brutality and despair he had succumbed to in his final moments of losing control. The stick rose slightly, its tip pointing at the scar-faced man's throat. Kill them, or spare them? These bandits were clearly vicious and deserved death. Killing them would rid the world of scum, clean and simple. But, once the killing began, could it really be stopped so easily? Would the demon blood that had finally calmed within him be awakened anew by fresh bloodshed? Would the fragile peace he had regained, his humanity, be shattered once more? Just as Shinichi wrestled with these thoughts, his fingers whitening from the force of his grip, the tip of the staff trembling faintly. An utterly frigid, deeply ominous presence erupted without warning, like an Arctic blast. At the same time, Abe Nobumesa's aged, sorrowful voice rang out. "Tsukiyomi, no." The sudden disturbance made Shinichi turn in shock. Then, his pupils constricted violently. What is this presence? The source of that chilling aura was none other than the girl behind him, the pure, Abe Tsukiyomi. Bad people shouldn't exist. A scream, utterly devoid of humanity, brimming with savagery and ancient malice, tore from the girl's throat. The sight before him sent a jolt of horror through Shinichi. Abe Tsukiyomi's beautiful face was completely distorted. Her clear eyes had been swallowed by an abyssal blackness, her pupils contracting unnaturally into two crimson slits. Beneath her pale skin, dark blue veins, like ancient curse markings, surged and bulged violently. Her delicate cherry lips split apart, revealing sharp, bone-white fangs. Crimson claws extended from her fingertips, and her long black hair whipped wildly as if caught in an unseen wind, strands of it glowing with an eerie, moonlit pallor. Even more terrifying was the aura emanating from Abe Tsukiyomi's body. It was a presence Shinichi was all too familiar with, the same aura as those demons he had slain, the same as during his own demon transformation, an unmistakably demonic presence. How could this be? Tsukiyomi-san is actually a demon. Perhaps due to muscle memory, the moment Shinichi saw Abe Tsukiyomi's transformation, he instinctively raised his wooden stick as forest breathing automatically activated. Yet when his gaze fell upon Tsukiyomi's face, Shinichi's breath hitched momentarily. He couldn't comprehend the situation. Why would Abe Tsukiyomi undergo demon transformation without warning? Was it because of him? Or perhaps a bone-chilling, deathly stillness permeated the air, carrying a soul-freezing coldness as if from the depths of the underworld. Thick, visible black demonic energy surged violently like boiling ink from Abe Tsukiyomi's petite frame, instantly engulfing the entire courtyard. The horrific transformation terrified the bandits lying on the ground, especially the scar-faced man who had wet himself in fear. Watching the beautiful girl transform into a monstrous nightmare in the blink of an eye, he now bitterly regretted not turning himself in to the police earlier. Among those present, one person reacted with profound sorrow. "Tsukiyomi, don't do this." The elderly Abe Nobumesa cried out in anguish, attempting to rush forward only to be violently repelled by the terrifying demonic energy and sent crashing to the ground. As for Abe Tsukiyomi, or rather, the terrifying entity now possessing her body, those crimson vertical pupils locked onto the screaming bandits and the petrified scar-faced man. Her lips twisted into an inhuman, utterly cruel smile. "Evildoers, go to hell." In the next moment, she moved. Fast. Like a pale demonic specter tearing through space itself. Thud. Crack. Arg. Monster. No. Stay away. No fancy techniques, just primal, brutal slaughter. Pale, slender demon claws effortlessly pierced through a bandit's chest, crushing his still-beating heart. Another bandit's head was wrenched clean off and discarded like trash. The scar-faced man, who had struggled to his feet, finally managed to stand and attempted to flee in terror, only to be overtaken by a pale mist. The freezing energy instantly turned him into an ice sculpture before a demonic claw shattered him into a bloody mist of ice crystals. Massacre. A one-sided, spine-chilling bloodbath. The entire ordeal lasted mere seconds. By the time Shinichi managed to shake off his shock, the courtyard was littered with mutilated corpses and frozen blood, the air thick with the stench of blood and bone-piercing demonic energy. Standing amidst the carnage, Abe Tsukiyomi, now drenched in blood and wreathed in pale, sinister energy, slowly turned her emotionless crimson vertical pupils toward the only two remaining standing figures, the horrified Shinichi and the grief-stricken Abe Nobumesa. "Tsukiyomi, so we couldn't escape this fate after all." Abe Nobumesa closed his eyes in sorrowful resignation, two trails of bloody tears streaming down his cheeks. Then came what terrified Shinichi most. The gentle, kind-hearted old man Abe Nobumesa suddenly erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful demonic aura of his own. Boom! A shockwave erupted from the center where Abe Nobamesa stood, sweeping outward. A pair of purple vertical pupils abruptly opened amidst the swirling dust. Abe Tsukiyomi, her claws dripping with blood, let out a piercing shriek before launching herself like a cannonball toward the demon-transformed Abe Nobamesa. Shinichi's grip on the wooden stick tightened, his palms slightly damp with sweat. The two terrifying auras of demonic energy, no weaker than that of a typical lower-rank demon moon. What in the world was happening? His shock was beyond words. Demons. Tsukiyomi, and even old man Nobamesa, they're actually demons. Who were they? And this power, the cold, lifeless demonic energy, was entirely different from what Shinichi was familiar with, the demons of Muzan Kibutsuji's lineage. By Shinichi's intuition, the demonic aura emanating from Tsukiyomi and Nobamesa was older, purer, closer to some kind of origin. The gentle morning sunlight streamed into the valley, illuminating the wreckage of the thatched cottage's front yard. By now, the scattered remains of the bandit corpses had long been mixed with countless fragments of earth. The once flat ground looked as though it had been plowed over countless times. Shinichi silently surveyed the devastated land before finally walking over and sitting down beside the elderly figure. "You must have many questions, don't you?" Abe Nobamesa asked calmly as he packed tobacco into his pipe. Shinichi glanced at Abe Tsukiyomi, who was curled up beside Nobamesa like a kitten. Her face, now free of the ferocious demon transformation, looked as peaceful and sweet as an angel's. "Old man, are you both demons?" Shinichi finally voiced the question that had been weighing on him. Nobamesa held his pipe in one hand, his gaze profound as he looked into the distance. "That's a very old story. The existence of demons, the root of it all, it all traces back to a family that failed in its duty." 269, Chapter 269. The Heian period was not just an ordinary feudal era, it was also an age where demons and spirits ran rampant. On that small island nation, legends of all kinds of monsters and ghosts were never in short supply. One might dismiss it as the ignorance of the island's people, but the truth was, some of those supernatural tales were real. Among the legends passed down from the Heian period, the most famous was undoubtedly that of the fox spirit's son, Abe no Sime, the greatest onmyoji of the Heian era, said to command Shikigami and commune with heaven. When Abe Nobamesa uttered this name, Shinichi's jaw dropped in astonishment. "What? You mean, the myths are real? Onmyoji actually existed?" Leaning against the wooden doorframe, Nobamesa affectionately ruffled the hair of the sleeping Tsukiyomi. Hearing Shinichi's shocked voice, he chuckled before replying calmly, "They're real, but not entirely. At the very least, I can say that after this ancestor of the Abe clan truly rose to fame, he was indeed an onmyoji." With that, Abe Nobamesa turned his head and gazed intently at Shinichi, asking a very serious question. "Child, have you ever wondered what the true meaning of existence is for every person, even every living creature in this world? And where do they go when life ends?" What? Life? I don't understand what you mean." Shinichi frowned and shook his head. In our beliefs here, we believe that human souls return to Yomi after death. In the distant eastern lands, people believe in an afterlife realm called the underworld. Further west, those furry folk think there are two destinations after death, hell and heaven. Truthfully, no matter the culture, humans wish to believe in an afterlife. And in reality, such realms do exist. Whether it's called the Yomi, underworld, hell, heaven, or the river Styx, all these names ultimately refer to the world of the dead, a realm completely different from ours, where life and death are inverted. Hearing this, Shinichi seemed to grasp something. He looked at Abe Nobamesa and Abe Tsukiyomi, his fists involuntarily clenching. "So, you know, that Abe no Sime are connected to Yomi, and the demon's existence is also tied to it." Abe Nobamesa nodded, then shook his head. "You could say that, but it's not entirely accurate. The blurred boundary between life and death is real, as is the Yomi. Throughout history, humans who covet the secrets of life and death from Yomi have never been in short supply. The pursuit of immortality is practically an impulse engraved in every soul. It is precisely because of such people that the balance between Yomi and the human world has been repeatedly disrupted, and the boundary between life and death affected accordingly. When forces not of this world seep from Yomi, legends of ghosts, gods, and spirits emerge throughout history. This is no isolated phenomenon. The demons lurking in the shadows now, the vampires of Western folklore, the Jiangshi of the eastern lands, all are results of the disturbed boundary between life and death. Of course, just as there are humans greedily seeking immortality, there are also those who guard the balance. The Abe clan is merely one of many families in history who learned the secrets of the Yomi and swore to protect that balance. The ancient tale unfolded from Abe Nobumesa's lips, leaving Shinichi stunned as he was filled with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Yet when he looked down at his own hands and recalled those hazy memories of another world, if something as impossible as crossing worlds could be real, then legends of the Yomi and the cycle of life and death didn't seem so hard to accept after all. Under Abe Nobumesa's narration, the story emerged of a guardian of life and death who should have remained steadfast but fell to the basest temptation of wealth. Once a protector of the Yomi, this man stole power from it and sold it to a noble in exchange for boundless riches. As a result, the Yomi curse spread through the entire Abe Guardian clan, turning most of its members into mindless monsters who no longer understood life or death. In the end, they were all slain by the few remaining sane members of the Abe family, including that first betrayer. However, such belated efforts could not alter the curse of the underworld. The curse born from stealing the power of Yomi would forever haunt the Abe family. This was the underworld's punishment for the fallen. Thus, in just 2 short centuries, the Abe family dwindled to only a handful of members. It was during that time that Abe Nobumesa's elder brother, the true grandfather of Abe Tsukiyomi, vowed to end the family's curse after losing 2 sons and a daughter in succession. Abe Nobumesa did not know what his brother had done, but one late night, his brother vanished. Shortly after, terrifying legends of demons began spreading in Kyoto. From that moment on, Nobumesa never saw his brother again. And on the very night those demons appeared, both he and Abe Tsukiyomi became the objects of pursuit by the progenitor of demons, Yuzan Kibutsuji, transformed into immortal, undying demons. Deep within the dense forest, a figure clad in purple moved silently, the fluttering butterfly-patterned Haori leaving a graceful afterimage in the air. Shinobu Koko wore a flawless smile, as though attending an elegant tea party rather than tracking a bloodthirsty demon. Her steps were light and precise, each movement measured to avoid making even the slightest sound. "Lady Shinobu, shouldn't we wait for reinforcements?" a young demon slayer panted behind her. Without turning, Shinobu replied in a voice as soft as a spring breeze. "No need, I'm more than enough on my own." Though her tone was gentle, the demon slayer couldn't help but shuddered. Ever since the forest Hashira disappeared, the insect Hashira had become like this. On the surface, she remained as kind and approachable as ever, but those eyes, those violet eyes were utterly lifeless. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest came the eerie creaking of puppet joints, accompanied by a childlike yet bone-chilling laugh. "Era found you." Shinobu's smile widened slightly, though her eyes remained cold. She leaped gracefully onto the branch of an ancient tree, her purple butterfly Haori fluttering faintly in the wind. Below, on the empty ground, a grotesque puppet tilted its head, its painted eyes fixed on her. The puppet's mouth stretched into an impossibly wide grin, revealing rows of pale white teeth. "Demon Slayer Core," the puppet squeaked in a shrill voice. "So clingy, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of death?" Shinobu's smile didn't waver, but her fingers tightened imperceptibly around the hilt of her Nichiren blade. The slender blade within its sheath was coated with her latest neurotoxin, potent enough to paralyze and kill any demon instantly. Hidden within the folds of her Haori were countless sharp, deadly weapons. After slaughtering so many children, Shinobu's voice dripped with sickly sweetness, "I absolutely won't let you escape this time." Before the words fully left her lips, her figure vanished. As the Nichiren blade left its sheath, a faint purple mist, alive with lethal intent, spread outward, enveloping the entire clearing. "Damn it! Don't think I'm actually afraid. After killing you, I'll use your heads to make new puppets." The puppet demon sneered, its body twisting unnaturally to evade the blade while its joints creaked ominously. Sharp claws extended from various parts of its body, savagely swiping at Shinobu. Yet Shinobu's assault never faltered. Each of her strikes was swift as lightning, the poisonous mist growing ever thicker. Her expression remained fixed in that flawless smile, as though she wore an exquisitely crafted mask. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 270, Chapter 270. Maple Breathing, Second Form, Light Dance / A crimson slash flashed through the air. In an instant, a demon's neck gushed with foul-smelling blood before it staggered and collapsed at Tokaido Yuichiro's feet. Yuichiro watched as the demon before him gradually turned to ashes. His composed expression finally revealed a trace of disgust. Master. The battle in Yoshiwara's red light district had caused quite a stir within the Demon Slayer Corps when Shinichi's true nature as a demon was exposed. However, the Demon Slayer Corps members shared a remarkably unified mindset. Though shocked by the Forest Hashira's identity as a demon, hardly anyone questioned his will or contributions. They only mourned his disappearance and deepened their hatred toward upper-rank demons. Yuichiro sheathed his blade, his breathing steady. The battle hadn't lasted long, though chasing the demon had taken some time. His black uniform was damp with dew. Yet slaying a low-level demon brought him no satisfaction. Too weak, he muttered to himself, voice full of self-doubt, whether directed at himself or the demon was unclear. If it were Master. His words trailed off as he gazed at the darkening sky. 3 months, nearly 3 months had passed since his master disappeared during that fierce battle in Yoshiwara. The Demon Slayer Corps had scoured nearly all of Kyoto searching for the Forest Hashira, yet found not a single clue. Only those 2 cracked Nichiren blades, brought back by Hajime Gyome. Maple Hashira, you're too fast. Several demon slayers arrived belatedly, rushing over in haste. One noticed bloodstains on Yuichiro's black uniform and asked worriedly, "Yuichiro-san, are you injured?" "This isn't my blood," Yuichiro responded coolly, shaking his head as he let the others examine the nearly dissipated demon ashes. He listened to their murmurs of admiration. As expected of the Maple Hashira, so strong, just as reliable as the Forest Hashira. Ah, there's still no news of the Forest Hashira. Damn those vile demons. The Forest Hashira disappeared once before too. I believe he'll return safely again, just like last time. The hushed whispers of the demon slayers darkened Yuichiro's mood as he leaned against a tree. Suddenly, a chaotic flapping of wings sounded above them. Emergency request. Eastern side of Mount Fujian's rear. Shinobu Koko has encountered an upper-rank demon. Critical injuries. Repeat. Shinobu Koko. A Kashigai crow with bloodied wings cried out frantically. The demon slayers froze in shock at the news. The insect Hashira, an upper-rank demon. They murmured in disbelief, eyes wide. Yuichiro's blood ran cold, icy dread spreading through his veins. Shinobu Koko, the person his master cared the most in the Corps, that always smiling woman, was now facing an upper-rank demon alone. Without hesitation, Yuichiro vanished from sight, leaving only a crimson afterimage. The demon slayers couldn't even perceive his movement, hearing only the injured crow's desperate cries overhead. "Help! Shinobu Koko is under attack. Help! Shinobu-san, please don't let anything happen to you." Yuichiro's heart burned with anxiety. With Maple breathing operating at full capacity, his speed was astonishing. The trees along the way blurred into green streaks in his vision, with only the howling wind and the violent pounding of his own heart in his ears. There was still no news from his master. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Shinobu, whom his master loved so much. After what felt like an eternity, guided by several Kashigai crows calling for reinforcements, Yuichiro swiftly arrived at Fuya County. The trees ahead suddenly thinned, revealing an open clearing. Yuichiro abruptly halted, his pupils contracting sharply. In the chaotic clearing, several demon slayers lay in pools of their own blood, their condition was unknown. At the center, Shinobu Koko knelt on the ground, her pale purple butterfly-patterned haori soaked in blood. Her slender Nichiren blade was broken in two, embedded in the earth. And Shinobu Koko's right hand, the hand that had mixed countless medicines, saving numerous demon slayers and slain innumerable demons, was now missing. Most heartbreaking of it all, despite such grievous injuries, Shinobu's face still bore that perfect smile, though blood continuously seeped from the corners of her lips. "Shinobu-san." Yuichiro gripped the hilt of his Nichiren blade tightly, his voice choked with anguish. Yuichiro-kun has arrived." Her voice was as light as a sigh. "How embarrassing, for you to see me in such a pitiful state." Something seemed to clog Yuichiro's throat, rendering him unable to utter another word. His gaze shifted to the treetops not far from Shinobu, where 2 figures had been standing and coldly observing the scene all along. In that instant, Yuichiro's blood boiled with fury. "Young child." One of the figures in the treetops spoke softly, then flashed down at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! The ground cratered violently from the impact. As the dust settled, under the pale moonlight, Yuichiro clearly saw the terrifying visage of the imposing figure before him. The black martial artist's coat was pristine and neat, the exposed arms rippling with powerful muscles. Just standing there, the figure exuded an immovable, iron tower-like pressure. Short black hair was restrained by a headband bearing the character martial. His golden eyes gleamed with the characters Upper Moon and Four clearly visible in each pupil respectively. An overwhelming aura surged toward Yuichiro. A slightly familiar scent. Forest breathing? No, not quite. Child, answer me this, is Moriki Shinichi truly dead? Mato crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly as he bared his fangs. His tone was cold as he addressed Yuichiro. However, before Mato could finish speaking, a crimson slash was already hurtling toward him. Maple breathing, fifth form, leaf thorns. Mato's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but a blood-red aura exploded around him nonetheless. Blood martial arts, armor style, blood armor. A hardened shell of congealed blood effortlessly blocked Yuichiro's attack. Seizing the moment, the other figure in the treetops landed gracefully beside the severely wounded Shinobu Koko. Beneath the wide gray robe, dull gray eyes lowered silently. I once thought, just as Shinichi-kun said, that you were trustworthy friends. Shinobu's lips were stained with blood as she spoke softly. The figure beneath the gray robe remained silent for a moment. We had no choice. Swish. A cold glint flashed through the air, but unfortunately, the poisoned hidden weapon that had been concealed for so long was effortlessly deflected by Lee. Watching Shinobu's increasingly pale face, Lee let out an almost imperceptible sigh. This is my true form, how could you possibly harm me? Come with us, or you will die. As he spoke, Lee extended his hand towards Shinobu. Don't touch her. A fiery red slash came crashing down recklessly. But then, an even more terrifying and immense crimson blade force materialized, blocking the path of the slash. Boom. 271, Chapter 271. The battlefield in Fuya County, a desolate stretch of land saturated with the stench of blood and despair. Yuichiro Nichiren blade cutting a mournful arc through the air. Maple breathing operating at full capacity, crimson slashes coalescing into the form of scarlet maple leaves, raining down in a dense barrage toward the Upper Moon Four standing in his path. Take. Maple breathing, sixth form, crimson leaf storm. The maple leaves fell like rain, slicing through the air with scorching intensity. Yet, against this assault capable of rending steel, Mato merely let out a low, disdainful snort. His massive frame, clad in blood-red armor, sank slightly as he crossed his arms in front of him. Clang, 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 clang. A torrent of metallic clashes erupted like a storm. The crimson maple leaves collided with Mato's armor, harder than refined steel, sending sparks flying like red-hot iron shavings striking an anvil. The searing battle spirit and razor-sharp cutting force contained within the leaves couldn't even leave a scratch on that armor, let alone penetrate it. Compared to that guy's forest breathing, your power is mediocre, your technique crude. Mato's voice rumbled like thunder, laced with the condescension of a veteran warrior critiquing a junior. He suddenly took a step forward and the ground quaked violently. His towering body erupted with terrifying speed that defied his size. Young ones still have much to learn. Blood martial arts, form, mountain crushing fist. Simple. Direct. Overwhelming. No flashy techniques, just pure, concentrated power and speed. The air compressed with a deafening crack before the fist even arrived, the sheer pressure alone making Yuichiro's breath hitch. Too fast. Yuichiro's pupils constricted as he instinctively raised his blade to block. Boom. It felt like being rammed head-on by a charging elephant. An unstoppable force transmitted through his swords and slammed into Yuichiro's chest. He heard the unmistakable groan of his ribs buckling under the impact. His body was sent flying uncontrollably, smashing through a tree as thick as a bowl before crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth. Cough, cough. Yuichiro struggled to rise, but the agony in his chest and the churning of his organs made his vision flicker in and out. His Nichiren blade trembled in his grip, humming faintly. So strong. So unbelievably strong. Is this the power of an upper moon? The sheer might of the demon before him sent Yuichiro's heart plummeting. Without a doubt, this was the strongest demon he had faced since joining the Demon Slayer Corps. In just a few exchanges, his proud maple breathing had been utterly overwhelmed by sheer brute strength and defense of this demon. Should he give up? Gripping his Nichiren blade, Yuichiro slowly pushed himself to his feet. He wiped the blood from his lips, even the base of his palms had split open, bleeding, but his gaze remained unshaken, burning with fighting spirit as he stared down Mato. And once more, he raised his maple-red Nichiren blade. Oh, interesting. Mato's golden pupils gleamed with intrigue as he studied the boy before him. Was it just his imagination, or did he catch a fleeting glimpse of an old comrade in Yuichiro's stance? Could it be that, contrary to its assumptions, this boy's breathing technique wasn't merely an imitation of Shinichi? Thinking this, Mato crossed his arms and asked Yuichiro directly, "Kid, what exactly is your relationship with Shinichi? That slimy, disgusting guy told me he went mad and died. I don't buy it." Whoosh! The blue-green eyes of the black-haired boy burned with rare, surging fury as he gritted his teeth and roared. "Don't you dare insult my master." Maple breathing eighth form, blazing maple forest. Boom! An endless crimson wave erupted from Yuichiro's body. The most beautiful moment of maple leaves is their fall. The crimson that blankets the mountain symbolizes not just an end, but also the most passionate vitality. Yuichiro had never strayed from Shinichi's teachings. From the day he and his brother were saved by Shinichi, from the day he formally became Shinichi's disciple, the essence of forest breathing had already flowed within his body. "Without my master, my brother and I might have died that night. The legacy of swordsmen, bloodlines, none of that matters. All I must do is protect my brother, protect my master, protect everything I hold dear." Yuichiro's you was the you that would protect everyone's everything. Ha ha ha, so you're that guy's disciple. You forest-breathing practitioners really are something. Good, good. Now this is more like it, finally something interesting. A grin split Mato's cold face, his fangs bared as his blood-red aura surged violently around him. Blood martial arts blade style soul blade. His palms split open, blood gushing forth, and in an instant, the crimson liquid solidified into two scarlet longswords. "Let me see how much of your master's skill you've inherited." Crash! An earth-shaking collision reverberated across the battlefield. In that instant, the sky within a 100-meter radius was dyed blood-red. Tens of thousands of battle-aura-infused maple leaves poured down like a storm, clashing against the even more ferocious crimson blade energy. The ground cracked under countless slashes, the air itself warping and distorting. As the battle reached its peak, Yuichiro's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, completely disregarding defense. His left arm was grazed by Mato's blood blade, leaving a deep, bone-exposing wound, while a kick from Mato struck his right chest, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. Yet Yuichiro seemed oblivious to the pain of his shattered ribs. He only pressed forward, attacking, and attacking again. "You brat! Have you lost your mind? Do you think you're some immortal demon like you're?" Faced with Yuichiro's escalating madness, Mato's expression twisted in shock for the first time. Was this kid really trying to get himself killed? Yuichiro's response was short and fierce, a direct slash aimed at Mato's face, though it was swiftly parried. "He's no match for Mato. If this drags on, that boy will die without a doubt." Lee's voice was calm and detached beneath her gray robes, but just as her attention wavered toward the battlefield, a blur suddenly flashed past her. Wait, what are you doing?" Yuichiro's consciousness began to fade. The brutality of his fight with Mato, the excessive blood loss, and the overuse of his breathing technique had pushed his body to its limit. "I can't fall. Absolutely can't." Yet as the battle raged on, even Mato's fury seemed to ignite. "Kid, I admire you, but I'm afraid I have no choice. Even if Shinichi were here today, I'd still kill you without hesitation." Boom! The crimson blade slashed down fiercely. Caught off guard, Yuichiro's Nichiren blade and Mato's bloodied sword were sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Mato raised his fist high. "Sorry about this." Yuichiro's vision blurred. Was this the end? A flash of purple light suddenly streaked past him. Thud! A sickening sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Mato's muscular arm tore through Shinobu Koko's slender body without resistance, entering from her back and exiting through her chest. Scalding, torrential blood instantly soaked her tattered butterfly-patterned haori, streaming down Mato's arm and dripping onto the charred ground, forming a horrifying pool of dark crimson blood. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Yuichiro's scream caught in his throat. Lee, who had rushed over mid-air, froze in place. Even Mato's face twisted in clear shock. On a dim path, Shinichi suddenly halted his steps, pressing a hand to his chest in confusion. Why, does it hurt? Nuo shinobi. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 272, Chapter 272. Time seemed to fracture and solidify at the sound of that brutal impact, plunging the battlefield into silence. Shinobu Koko, her body impaled, hung limply from Mato's arm like a broken puppet. Agony twisted her delicate features as blood gushed uncontrollably from her lips. Yet, her eyes shone unnaturally bright, violet irises devoid of fear, filled instead with calm acceptance and a hint of relief. With her back to Mato, Shinobu faced Yuichiro, who stood not far away. The young boy was utterly consumed by overwhelming grief and disbelief, his widened eyes and trembling pupils screaming his refusal to accept reality. With great effort, she managed to curve her lips into that gentle, familiar smile all demon slayers knew, beautiful yet heartbreaking, stained as it was with blood. Yuichiro, run. Her soft voice barely carried as, with her last ounce of strength, Shinobu clutched the final weapons hidden in her sleeves. 2 pitch-black metal spheres, homemade explosives she'd learned to craft from the sound Hashira, Uzui Tengen. But unlike Tengen's flamboyantly destructive bombs, Shinobu's iron pellets were packed with something far deadlier, a toxin potent enough to kill any demon. No, Shinobu-san. Yuichiro's voice was a desperate howl, brimming with fury toward the demon. His maple-red Nichiren blade flared anew, fueled by rage as he raised it once more. But before Yuichiro could unleash his desperate assault, Shinobu suddenly seized the arm piercing her chest. With her final strength, she pulled Mato backward with her. It was hard to imagine that such a petite girl could unleash such tremendous power in an instant, so fast that even Mato couldn't react in time. Are you insane, woman? Mato roared in shock and fury, instinctively trying to wrench his arm free. But to his astonishment, Shinobu's slender fingers clamped down like a vice, preventing him from pulling away. Most critically, in those fleeting moments, Shinobu's other hand, the one gripping the explosive, suddenly clenched tight. Boom! A not too intense detonation erupted in the air. Flames tinged with thick violet smoke instantly swallowed both Mato and Shinobu, who still clung stubbornly to his arm. The specially crafted poison Shinobu had prepared proved formidable. Mato felt immediate suffocation the moment he made a contact with it. Madwoman! Are all these lunatics who associate with Shinichi insane? Mato's mind screamed in rage. Before the flames consumed her completely, Shinobu's violet eyes locked onto Yuichiro one last time. Her consciousness was already fading, blurring his expression beyond recognition. Yet, in that haze, she thought she saw a familiar face, those distinctive heterochromatic eyes. If Shinichi were here, he would have done the same, wouldn't he? Protecting his students is a master's duty. So now, I'll fulfill Shinichi's role in his stead. Shinichi. With a whisper of the name she cherished most, Shinobu finally closed her eyes. The shockwave from the explosion struck like an invisible hammer, slamming violently into everything around it. Scorching heat and debris-laden winds howled outward in all directions. This is bad. Lee, hidden beneath a gray cloak, sighed as she raised a hand to shield her face from the incoming dust storm. Her gray eyes remained fixed on the heart of the explosion. Yuichiro, who had been pushed back by Shinobu earlier and was thus slightly farther from the blast, was still battered by the violent shockwave. His vision blurred, his ears rang with a shrill whine, but the deepest pain was in his heart. Shinobu-san. Yuichiro screamed hoarsely, clawing desperately toward the raging inferno at the explosion's center. Tears streaked down his face, mixing with soot and grime, turning the once handsome youth into a disheveled mess. As the smoke gradually cleared. What do you mean, no trace of him in all of Tokyo? Inside a spacious yet understated office, a line of tall, impeccably dressed elites stood rigidly at attention. Each one was a successful entrepreneur who could command respect in any city, even warranting meetings with mayors. Yet now, their faces were uniformly tense, their expression strained. The reason was simple: the woman seated at the desk before them exuded an aura that suppressed everyone in the room. If not Tokyo, then where? Osaka, Kyoto, Nara. I don't want excuses. I want results. Spare no expense. Shinichi Moriki must be found. Otherwise, the Moriki conglomerate will have no qualms replacing every single one of you with more competent individuals. Ryukawa Chinatsu's delicate brows furrowed as her voice turned icy, cutting through the room like a blade. Ryukawa Chinatsu's words undoubtedly sent a shiver through the gathered merchants. Had anyone else spoken such things, they would have been mocked for their delusions. But the woman before them was not one to jest. The Moriki conglomerate was no longer merely a business entity. None could fathom the true extent of Chinatsu's influence, though most knew this single truth: nearly two-thirds of the island nation's foreign trade lay firmly in Moriki's grasp, while domestic commerce occupied half the market. Countless conglomerates and companies had been swallowed whole in the process. In other words, Ryakawa Chinatsu now reigned as the undisputed queen of commerce. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, a balding man clenched his teeth before stepping forward, his voice trembling with deference. "Ryakawa-sama, I have some information." "Speak." The woman's icy gaze made his hair stand on end, yet he forced himself to relay everything he knew. "The government. The Demon Slayer Corps." Chinatsu abruptly rose from her seat, slamming the table as her voice turned razor-sharp. "You're certain of this?" "Why, yes. My brother works at Kyoto's administrative office. This comes directly from him. And it seems the military faction has already agreed to certain terms." The man wiped cold sweat from his brow. "Brain-dead lunatics." Chinatsu spat the curse before storming out without another glance at the assembly. "I must contact the Demon Slayer Corps immediately. Trouble's coming. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 273, Chapter 273. The perspective shifts back to Shinichi. Having bid farewell to the valley shrouded in mystery and secrets, the young man found himself profoundly moved by the millennia-old legends he'd learned. Now, he walked the homeward path beneath a morning sun that warmed his shoulders. No longer did the savage demon blood power churn within him. Instead, an oceanic yet tranquil vitality flowed through his veins, a profound, unfathomable life force. Each footfall resonated with the earth beneath him, as if the land itself acknowledged his presence. The vital energy of plants and trees nourished him like gentle streams, silently replenishing the toll of his long journey. His mind had achieved unprecedented clarity too. The shadows cast by past slaughter and loss of control had been largely cleansed through Abe Nobumesa's guidance and this period of quiet contemplation. Yet as he drew nearer to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, that supremely concealed valley nestled within the mountains, an indescribable unease coiled around his heart like frost-touched vines. Too quiet. This wasn't the natural stillness of wilderness, but rather, a deathly hush. An absence of life that set his nerves on edge. Kneeling, Shinichi pressed his palm to the earth. Eyes closed, he breathed deeply, listening to the mountain's vital whispers. When he finally reopened them, his brows furrowed involuntarily. From the land's fading pulse, he sensed terror and shuddering dread. Something catastrophic had occurred here. The realization triggered urgent recollection in him. The villages he'd passed earlier, settlements that should have been bustling with undercover corps members and support personnel. In his memory, although these places were some distance from headquarters, he would often see demon slayers in black uniforms discreetly purchasing supplies or delivering messages, always in a hurry. Even in some hidden corners, there would be special markings left by members on guard duty. But recently, Shinichi hadn't seen a single demon slayer, not even the shadow of a Kashigai crow overhead. At first, Shinichi didn't pay it much mind, thinking perhaps the Demon Slayer Corps was occupied with some critical mission, leaving them short-handed. But now, the thought struck him differently. Without further hesitation, Shinichi steeled himself and raced toward headquarters at full speed. After some time, he drew closer to the entrance of the valley where headquarters was located. Shinichi remembered that this area was supposed to be guarded by multiple hidden security lines and at least one sentry post manned by a Kino-ranked swordsman. Yet, as he stepped into the familiar mountain forest, his heart sank abruptly. The scent of blood. A faint, lingering odor of blood, mixed with the decay of earth and vegetation, hung in the air. Though diluted by time, Shinichi's keen sense of smell caught it immediately. Stopping beneath a large tree, Shinichi frowned and crouched down. His fingers brushed over what appeared to be an ordinary fallen leaf, only for his fingertips to come away stained with a dried, blackened, sticky substance. Blood, and quite a lot of it. As Shinichi pressed forward, his unease grew like a snowball rolling downhill. Along the path, the trees bore numerous slashes from sharp weapons, along with scorched remnants of explosions. Hidden trap mechanisms had been violently destroyed, their wreckage scattered everywhere. Signs of battle, and on a considerable scale. Amid the chaotic remnants of the battlefield, the acrid stench of gunpowder lingered, instantly reminding Shinichi of his fight in the Yoshiwara red light district, the matchlocks wielded by police officers during that battle where he had lost his rationality. And most crucially, Shinichi didn't sense much of a demonic presence on the battlefield. There was some, but it was incredibly faint, far too weak to pose any real threat to the Demon Slayer Corps. So why would demons be collaborating with humans armed with powerful firearms? Recalling how upper rank 6, Kamuro, had disguised himself as a human police inspector in Yoshiwara, deliberately stirring conflict between the police and the demon slayers. In an instant, a terrible suspicion took root in Shinichi's mind. Finally, Shinichi arrived at the familiar entrance to the valley, cleverly concealed by dense vines and natural rock formations, the secure gateway to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. In the past, even though their leader, Kaguya Yubayashiki, was considerate and respectful toward his subordinates, basic precautions were still in place. At the very least, 2 demon slayers would be stationed here on rotating guard duty. But now, the vines at the entrance were reduced to charred remnants, and the massive natural boulders, formed over centuries, had been violently split in two. The rocks were marred by gunpowder stains and uneven craters, as if they had been blasted apart by an enormous amount of explosives. Shinichi's heart skipped a beat as a chilling premonition flooded over him like icy waves. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer. Moving like lightning, Shinichi dashed through the shattered entrance. Soon, the outline of the headquarters came into view, but, the sight before him struck Shinichi like the heaviest hammer slamming into his chest, instantly stopping his breath as blood seemed to freeze in his veins. Ruins. A shocking, deathly silent expanse of ruins. The Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, once simple yet full of life in his memories, had now turned into charred remnants of broken walls. The once neatly arranged wooden houses had mostly collapsed, burned by fire until only charred frames and twisted charcoal remained, like the withered bones of a dead beast, pointing despairingly at the gloomy sky. A few relatively sturdy stone buildings still stood precariously, but they too were covered in cracks, their walls blackened and windows shattered, a sight that was horrifying to behold. Not far away, the training ground looked as if it had been plowed open by some tremendous force. Deep pits had overturned the blackened earth, and the brick-paved paths were crisscrossed with fissures. Between the cracks of the stones, faint traces of dried, dark brown bloodstains could still be seen. The scorched smell of wood and ash in the air had faded somewhat with time, but the chilling stench of blood that lingered, unable to fully dissipate even after so long, left Shinichi silent. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the ruins. Even the wind seemed to have stilled, as if unwilling to disturb this tragic slumber. No, impossible. How could this happen? What went wrong? The headquarters. Oyakata-sama. Shinichi's pupils trembled violently. His right hand clenched tightly around the hilt of the long sword at his waist, an ordinary blade scavenged from a pile of bandit corpses, before he swiftly stepped into the ruins, frantically searching through the wreckage. Beneath a charred wooden beam, he found blood-stained fragments of a Demon Slayer Corps uniform. At the edge of a massive crater, he picked up a half-melted, blackened Nichiren blade. The familiar pattern of the hilt's wrappings told him this likely belonged to a young member he had once trained and fought alongside. The Butterfly Mansion. Shinobu. The image of those gentle violet eyes flashed through his mind. The next moment, Shinichi charged toward the Butterfly Mansion like a man possessed. 274, Chapter 274. Oh, those young folks in black who used to come by vegetables. Yeah, I know, good kids, all of them. But ever since the police and those armed soldiers started asking around about I haven't seen hide nor hair of those youngsters. In the bustling marketplace, an elderly man with graying hair sighed regretfully as he spoke to the young man standing before his humble vegetable stall. Later, I heard there was some order from Tokyo or Kyoto, something about rounding up sword-carrying Ronin, claiming they were a threat to public safety. But let me tell you, those kids in black were kind and upright. Sure, I don't know why they all carried swords, but I'd bet my life they weren't anything like those no-good, good-for-nothing Ronin samurai. Shinichi stood silently by the stall, listening to the old man's lament. His clenched fists betrayed the turmoil in his heart. After some time gathering information, Shinichi had pieced together what had happened to the Demon Slayer Corps during his absence. The assault on the Corps' headquarters hadn't been carried out by demons, but by military police, under the pretense of purging illegal sword-wielding Ronin. This was truly astonishing. Although the Demon Slayer Corps was an organization not officially recognized, the existence of demons was real. The higher-ups in the government couldn't possibly be completely unaware. Moreover, the Yabayashiki family with its thousand-year legacy was no small fry. They undoubtedly had connections with the authorities. But why had the government suddenly turned against the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinichi couldn't comprehend it. Fortunately, it seemed the Corps had received some forewarning before the attack and had managed to react in time. The losses likely weren't too severe. At the very least, Shinichi didn't find many traces of battle in the ruins of the headquarters. Most of the damage appeared to be from violent aftermaths. After secretly leaving some coins as thanks to the old man, Shinichi immediately changed direction and headed toward Tokyo. If the Demon Slayer Corps was currently unreachable, the person most likely to offer assistance across the entire nation would be Chinatsu. Meanwhile, in a hidden estate under the control of Ryakawa Chinatsu's Moriki conglomerate, the Demon Slayer Corps, having survived the sudden attack, was recuperating. The once tranquil and luxurious estate had lost its usual serenity, replaced instead by a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Deep within the estate, in a spacious hall temporarily repurposed for their use, the surviving members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered. The air was thick with the scent of medicine and the lingering stench of blood. Though Chinatsu's timely warning had allowed the Corps to prepare somewhat for the police and military's surprise attack, this was fundamentally different from battling demons. This time, the ones trying to destroy the Demon Slayer Corps weren't the vicious demons they fought daily, but the very humans they had sworn to protect with their lives. In this assault, many young and passionate demon slayers hadn't fallen in battle against demons. Instead, they had met their end in bitter frustration, gunned down by their own fellow humans. Inside the hall, the wounded took up most of the space. They lay or sat, bandages soaked with blood, their eyes hollow as they stared at the ceiling or corners, their usual sharpness and fighting spirit gone. Those who were unharmed mostly sat silently against the walls, mechanically and numbly polishing their Nichiren blades. The shouts from training sessions and the playful banter between comrades had vanished without a trace, replaced only by muffled coughs, pained groans, and the occasional murmur of confusion. Why would they attack us? We were only killing demons, protecting them. Those police bullets were crueler than a demon's claws. Are humans like this really worth fighting for? A profound, almost existential confusion and pain spread like a plague among the members. They could face a demon's fangs and claws without flinching, could charge into life-or-death battles without hesitation. But to be hunted down by the very humans they had risked their lives to protect, betrayed by cold gun barrels and the authority of the government, this psychological blow was far harder to heal than any physical wound. The meaning of their protection, the value of their fight, seemed to have been ruthlessly shattered in that sudden assault. Upstairs in the estate, around a solid wooden round table, the atmosphere was even more suffocating. The strongest of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Hashira, gathered with heavy hearts. The room was devoid of movement except for the winged Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, who paced like a furious beast trapped in a cage. In the center of the hall, his greenish windmill-patterned scars twisted with rage as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, nails digging deep into his palms until blood seeped out unnoticed. Bastards! 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 Unable to contain his fury, Sanemi suddenly lashed out, kicking a heavy wooden chair beside him. The sturdy chair shattered instantly, splinters flying everywhere. Those bastards! Those damned police! This isn't the first time, those stupid pigs. We're out here risking our lives to slay demons, and they stab us in the back. Sanemi's roar was filled with bitter hatred and unbridled fury. Once I get out of here, I'll cut off every last one of their pig heads. Despite his explosive rage, his anger dimmed slightly whenever his gaze fell upon another figure, one far more broken than him. Not far away, the flower Hashira, Kocho Kani, sat quietly on a chair. She wore a haori embroidered with butterfly patterns, much like her sister's, but her face was devoid of expression, no tears, only a deathly pallor. Those violet eyes that always brimming with gentle warmth, now stared emptily at the table, as though her soul had departed along with her sister. Her hands rested limply on her lap, fingers icy cold. Shinobu, her only sister, the one who always smiled while coating her blade in poison, yet yearned to protect lives more than anyone else, was gone. Connie's world seemed to have lost all color and sound, leaving only an endless, frozen gray. A silent storm of grief ravaged her from within, turning her into a fragile, hollow shell. Meanwhile, the maple Hashira, Tokito Yuichiro, leaned against the cold wall, his head buried between his knees. He clutched his Nichiren blade tightly, shoulders trembling, not from fear, but from overwhelming guilt and anguish. The horrific scene of Shinobu stepping in front of him, only to be impaled by Mato and then engulfed in the explosion of a gunpowder sphere, replayed endlessly in Yuichiro's mind. "It's my fault, all my fault." His voice was hoarse, thick with unshed tears as he gritted his teeth. "If I were stronger, faster, Shinobu-san wouldn't have." Silent sobs soaked the fabric over his knees. He had failed to protect the person his master cherished most, and the weight of that failure threatened to crush the young boy. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 275, Chapter 275. My sources indicate that the order targeting the Demon Slayer Corps is connected to the military, or, more precisely, to the war fanatics within it. In the brightly lit living room, Ryukawa Chinitsu smoothed her hair before sliding a steaming cup of green tea across the table. A pale hand reached out slowly, but due to near blindness, its owner failed to grasp the cup immediately. However, another slender hand soon gently guided his, helping him lift the tea. "Thank you, Amane. And thank you as well, Miss Chinitsu." The man's tone was exceedingly gentle, bearing none of the decisive ruthlessness one might expect from the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ryukawa Chinitsu shook her head slightly, her gaze complex as she observed the man before her, Kaguya Yubayashiki, the master of the Demon Slayer Corps. Despite the grotesque purple scars marring his face, his demeanor remained kind. The erosion of his family's curse, coupled with the recent setbacks suffered by the Demon Slayer Corps, had clearly taken a toll on this young leader. Yet, he showed no outward signs of exhaustion. If possible, Kaguya Yubayashiki did not wish to burden others with further concern over his health. "Some friends from the Yubayashiki family have recently shared certain news with us. It's truly hard to imagine that while we were fighting against the demons, the world was engulfed in such a horrific war. Humanity." Kaguya Yubayashiki sighed softly. Ryukawa Chinitsu pressed her lips together and remained silent. Indeed, the rapid rise of the Moriki conglomerate was closely tied to that world war. Yet, it was precisely because of this that she had been able to keenly sense the growing unrest in their nation and detect the military's unusual movements in time, allowing her to warn the Demon Slayer Corps and avert a potential disaster. Foolish and fanatical individuals exist everywhere. In truth, what those people do should have nothing to do with us. But they crossed the line. They should never have laid a hand on Shinichi. As she spoke, a rare glint of killing intent flickered in Chinitsu's eyes. Those cherished by Moriki Mitsuyo were also cherished by her. In a way, the nature of merchants was not so different from that of war fanatics. The brutality of corporate warfare could sometimes rival that of the battlefield. The fact that Chinitsu had expanded the Moriki conglomerate to its current scale was proof that her methods were far from merciful. With the support of Yubayashiki Amane, Kaguya slowly rose to his feet and then bowed deeply and solemnly to Ryukawa Chinitsu. "Regarding Shinichi, we are deeply sorry. If possible, please direct your blame solely at me. It is my failure as the master. The children of the Demon Slayer Corps are also grieving deeply over Shinichi's loss." No, that's not what I meant, Yubayashiki-san. Please don't misunderstand." Chinitsu quickly stepped forward to help him up. She held no resentment toward the Demon Slayer Corps. Under Mitsuyo's guidance, she had always held great respect for the selfless sacrifices of the Demon Slayers. If not for her lack of talent with a blade, she might have been the first to join the Demon Slayer Corps using forest breathing, some time later. So, those in the military now control the decisions of half the higher-ups. Actually, more than half, far more. Those war fanatics spend their days deluding themselves with impractical ambitions. And the one on the throne, well, my sources tell me His Majesty already has one foot in the grave. Humanity, always so eager to turn its strength against its own kind. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Tokyo, Moriki conglomerate. In the office, Ryukawa Chinitsu gently stroked the black Shiba Inu lying on her lap. Having lost contact with its master, the dog named Maruenai had been listless as usual today, even experiencing uncontrolled demon transformation for a period, accidentally injuring some Kakushi members who tried to comfort it. During this time, even Chinitsu, who loved Maruenai the most, couldn't cheer the Shiba Inu up. As it was now, Maruenai lay dispiritedly on Chinitsu's lap, its usually plump body, which often gave Shinichi headaches, now clearly revealing the shape of its bones through its fur. Chinatsu clearly saw Maruanai's depression, but at the moment, she had no way to comfort the adorable Shiba Inu. So when someone knocked on her office door, she was somewhat irritated. "What is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me at this time? If it's not important, leave immediately." President, there's a gentleman here to see you," the person outside replied with a slight tremble in their voice. But Chinatsu's tone remained impatient. "Get lost. I don't want to see anyone today. Even if the mayor of Tokyo is standing outside, tell him to get lost." Woof. Just as Chinatsu snapped impatiently, Maruanai on her lap suddenly seemed to sense something. Its drooping ears perked up, and it began barking excitedly before eagerly leaping off Chinatsu and dashing toward the office door like a black lightning bolt. Woof, woof, woof. The adorable Shiba Inu bounced around, its fluffy tail wagging non-stop as its paws scratched frantically at the door, resembling a puppy that had finally waited for its owner's return. Seeing Maruanai so agitated, Chinatsu instantly realized what was happening. Whoosh! She sprang up from her chair and rushed toward the door in excitement, though the door opened much faster than she could move. Crash! As the lock was forcibly twisted and the door pushed open, an all-too-familiar voice rang in Chinatsu's ears. "Chinatsu, long time no see. Your temper's gotten worse, huh? Hope you don't mind me breaking your door." Oof! Before the figure stepping into the office could finish his remark, he was knocked over by the pouncing Maruanai. "You jerk! Every time you disappear, you make so many people worry about you. You're such a bastard, Shinichi." Chinatsu glared at Shinichi, who had been toppled by Maruanai, her voice a mix of reproach and excitement. Meanwhile, Shinichi struggled to restrain the ecstatically wriggling Maruanai, managing a slightly disheveled smile at Ryakawa Chinatsu. "But I came back, didn't I? Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 276, Chapter 276. Shinichi, 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 Shinichi. In the darkness before Shinichi's eyes, faint rays of light gradually reappeared. Soon, Chinatsu's face, filled with worry, came into view. She gripped Shinichi's arms and shook him vigorously. Maruanai, equally anxious, bit at Shinichi's sleeve, letting out low whimpers from his throat. "Shinichi, Shinichi, are you okay? Snap out of it." Chinatsu was starting to regret her decision. Perhaps she shouldn't have told him such devastating news right after his return. Shinobu-san may have gone missing during a battle with an upper-rank demon. When Shinichi heard this, he froze completely. His hand, which had been petting Maruanai, stiffened mid-air. After a moment, he finally managed to force a smile. "Haha, Chinatsu, that's not a funny joke. I know everyone might be upset about my disappearance, but you can't joke about Shinobu like that. What if that girl finds out? She can be quite devious, you know." Silence. A heart-wrenching silence. Ryakawa Chinatsu didn't respond, only looking at Shinichi with deep regret. Even Maruanai, no longer excited from their reunion, drooped his ears and nestled close to Shinichi. The smile on Shinichi's face completely stiffened. An indescribable fear began to brew in his heart. This wasn't a joke. Whoosh! Almost instinctively, Shinichi shot up from the couch. His pupils uncontrollably contracted violently. Fear, yes, sheer terror, engulfed him entirely. He couldn't bear the thought that Shinobu might really, truly. His eyes immediately welled up with stinging tears, blurring his vision. After the initial wave of fear came overwhelming grief and rage. His fists clenched involuntarily, and the color of his irises began to change. The crimson demon eyes Shinichi thought had long vanished seemed to be resurfacing. The blood coursing through his veins began to boil. Standing opposite him, Chinatsu suddenly felt as though the tearful young man before her had transformed into a volcano on the verge of eruption. But just as Shinichi teetered on the edge of explosion, a gentle yet resilient force emerged within him. Wherever this surge of vibrant life energy passed, his boiling blood gradually calmed, and the crimson fury in his eyes faded away. In an instant, Shinichi's vision darkened. His body, which had just risen, immediately lost control and fell backward. Fortunately, the soft sofa was right behind him. This was precisely why Chinatsu had anxiously called out to him in the first place. Shaking his still dazed head, Shinichi looked up at Chinatsu's worried face. He sighed softly and replied, "I'm fine, Chinatsu. Please, Get me back to the Demon Slayer Corps as soon as possible. If things are as dire as you say, the Corps is in extreme danger. I must return immediately. Without waiting for Chinatsu's response, Shinichi stood up on his own and strode toward the office door. Maru and I also jumped down from the sofa, closely following behind him. Chinatsu raised her hand, but in the end, she couldn't find the words. She could only watch as Shinichi's figure disappeared beyond the office doorway. The night was deep, a crescent moon hanging coldly in the dark sky, casting a hazy glow. The Moriki conglomerate's compound was far from Tokyo's bustling city center, so the urban clamor couldn't reach this tranquil place. Yet, precisely because of this, Shinichi, sitting on the rooftop with Maru and I, appeared even more solitary and forlorn under the moonlight. Maru and I lay curled beside Shinichi's leg, chin resting on his front paws, his moist black eyes fixed unblinkingly on Shinichi. His fluffy tail swayed slowly, and a faint, comforting purr rumbled in his throat. Shinichi didn't look at Maru and I, merely reaching out to gently stroke the dog's head. His gaze stretched beyond the night, toward the vast, star-studded sky. Those stars, cold, distant, and unchanging, twinkled as if mocking the fleeting yet intense joys and sorrows of the human world. The shimmering starlight seemed to wash over Shinichi's heart like flowing water, stirring up precious memories that swirled endlessly within him. When had he first met Shinobu? It must have been at the pharmacy he visited with the old man. Back then, Shinobu was still a reckless little girl, her boisterous personality surely shocking many demon slayers. After all, in the eyes of many young recruits, their insect Hashira was as gentle as her elder sister. Back then, Shinobu called me, what was it? Stone face. Yeah, that sounds right. Recalling the past, Shinichi remembered how he'd once pulled a childish prank, making a scary face that startled Shinobu and earned her a scolding from her father. The memory tugged at the corners of his lips. Later, when the butterfly pharmacy was attacked, Shinobu had stubbornly clutched his sleeve, tears streaming down her face after Shinichi slew the demon. Perhaps it was from that moment onward that Shinichi began to hold a deep impression of this girl. Then came the Demon Slayer Corps selection at Fujikazan Mountain, missions together, encounters with upper rank 2, partings, reunions, confessions of feelings. Looking back, their relationship hadn't been particularly dramatic. Instead, it was built gradually, layer by layer, through accumulated longing and bonds. Now, these vivid, warm fragments of memory felt like blunt knives, repeatedly slicing at Shinichi's nerves. Every smile from Shinobu Koko, every word she spoke, every brush of her fingertips, all became painfully clear yet unbearably distant. The girl who called him Stone Face, blockhead Shinichi-kun, who shouldered heavy responsibilities with her slender frame. Could she truly have vanished into the darkness, fallen victim to an upper moon, swallowed by the endless demon realm? Maru and I seemed to sense the overwhelming grief radiating from his master, letting out a worried whimper as he nudged Shinichi's limp hand with his damp nose. Shinichi looked down into Maru and I's concerned black eyes. Finally, a scalding tear broke free, tracing a silent path down Shinichi's cheek before landing softly on Maru and I's fur. For now, Shinichi allowed himself, only in front of Maru and I, to show this fragile side. But just for this moment. No matter what, before his comrades and juniors in the Demon Slayer Corps, and especially before those damned demons, he would remain the unshakable Hashira of the forest, standing tall and unyielding. He raised his hand and forcefully wiped away the wet traces on his face. Under the moonlight, those eyes that reopened still brimmed with bottomless grief, yet something was settling, coalescing, and burning deep within, a force more tenacious than sorrow, more composed than rage. The deeper comprehension of life's energy would no longer allow Shinichi to easily fall into the frenzied demon transformation. This stronger power would only be more effectively utilized to slay demons. He refused to believe Shinobu could leave him so easily. Shinobu, we will meet again. No matter where, even in the underworld, I will bring you back. Whoosh! His tall, straight figure rose from the rooftop. Maru and I, Shinichi's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an unshakable resolve. It's time we returned. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 277, Chapter 277. Am I seeing things? Is that the forest Hashira? The young demon slayer widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the figure as if afraid her vision was playing tricks. She even rubbed her eyes vigorously just to be sure. But as Shinichi's figure grew clearer, the young demon slayer immediately jumped to her feet in excitement, tugging at her companion beside her. Takabana, Takabana. Look, it's really the forest Hashira. The forest Hashira has returned. The orange-haired female demon slayer she was tugging at blinked groggily, pouting as she reluctantly stood up, muttering, "What's the big deal? I'm upset enough as it is. Both the forest Hashira and the insect Hashira have gone missing, it's just unacceptable." "No, Takabana, look. That's the forest Hashira. Look." Seeing that Fuyuki Takabana wasn't paying attention, the young demon slayer grew frantic. She grabbed Takabana's head and forcibly turned her gaze in the right direction. "Look, hey, Takabana, what are you doing?" "Ah, it's the forest Hashira." The moment Fuyuki Takabana caught sight of Shinichi, she broke free from her friend's grip and practically launched herself toward him. As Shinichi stepped into the demon slayer core's resting estate, his appearance immediately drew the attention of the outermost demon slayers. At a time when morale was at its lowest, the return of one of the core's central figures, Shinichi, brought a glimmer of hope to the disheartened ranks. As for the rumor that the forest Hashira was a demon, who cared about that? Anyone who truly believed the forest Hashira was a demon was either stupid or malicious. Wasn't there already that eccentric guy in the core who could gain some demon-like power by biting demons? Was it really so strange for the forest Hashira to have some unique abilities? Forest Hashira, you're back. Wow, forest Hashira, your eyes have changed color. Forest Hashira's presence feels so warm now. The demon slayers who gathered around bombarded Shinichi with questions and greetings, their eyes filled with the same respect and concern as always. As Shinichi looked at the young, excited faces before him, an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. If he had to put it into words, his resolve to protect the entire demon slayer core had only grown stronger. Once, the demon blood within him and the life energy of the forest had intertwined, making Shinichi the most unique Hashira with a demon's body. Yet, under the influence of the demon blood, he had never been able to experience emotions the same way as ordinary people. The inherent savagery and bloodlust in demon blood didn't make Shinichi cold, cruel, or arrogant, but it subtly influenced his demeanor, sometimes causing him to unconsciously exude an aloof or unapproachable aura. Now, after being cleansed by the power of vitality, Shinichi's gaze upon the world had grown gentler. Though burdened with heavy thoughts, Shinichi showed none of it. Responding to the greetings from demon slayers, he offered warm smiles and did his best to acknowledge each one. "It's me, I'm back. Thank you all for your concern. The mission of the demon slayer core certainly isn't over. Your efforts are truly remarkable, I believe. Ah, you must be Miss Takabana, right? I know, Yuichiro has told me many stories about you." Fuyuki Takabana covered the top of her head where Shinichi had just patted her, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling. "Wa forest Hashira-sama has become so gentle, just like insect Hashira-sama. Why isn't insect Hashira-sama here? Wah." Her companion standing beside her shook her head helplessly and exasperatedly. "What a strange girl. If you want to fall in love, can't you find someone yourself? Why must you fixate on all the Hashira? Idiot Natsuko, you don't understand anything. Master." Thud. The moment Shinichi stepped into the room where the Hashiras had gathered, a figure threw themselves into his arms. The black-haired boy clung desperately to Shinichi's clothes, weeping openly like a child who had made a terrible mistake, pouring out his grievances before his parents. I am sorry, master." Sniff. "It's all my fault. I didn't protect Shinobu-san." Tokito Yuichiro choked out between sobs. His fragile appearance moved the other Hashira in the room deeply. It was then that everyone realized the so-called Maple Hashira was just a 14-year-old boy. "Well, I want to cry too, but Rengoku-sensei said that after becoming a Hashira, we must be strong. But Yuichiro is really so pitiful." The emotional love Hashira, Kenroji Mitsurai, covered her mouth as tears welled up in her eyes. Shinazugawa Sanemi gritted his teeth, glancing uncomfortably at Connie's usual spot. Fortunately, Connie wasn't here today, otherwise, this scene would surely have reopened her wounds. Among the present Hashiras, aside from Connie, Sound Hashira Uzui Tengen had been severely injured in the Red Light District battle and was still undergoing treatment at the Moriki conglomerate. Stone Hashira Himejima Gyume had taken Water Hashira Tomioka Jiyu, Wave Hashira Sabito, and some demon slayers to assist the swordsmith village with relocation. If the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters had been exposed, the village's location was likely no longer safe either. Meanwhile, Mist Hashira Tokito Yuichiro had yet to return from his mission. In fact, the boy might not even know what had happened to his master. The remaining Hashira had gathered at the Moriki conglomerate's estate. Gently stroking Yuichiro's head as the boy clung to him, Shinichi said softly, "It's all right, Yuichiro. Your master doesn't blame you. You've done very well." Yuichiro's tears flowed even harder as he shook his head desperately, his voice choked and broken. "No, master. I couldn't. I couldn't protect Shinobu-san. I watched helplessly. I was too weak. I couldn't do anything. I failed your trust. And I failed Shinobu-san too." Yuichiro, Shinichi's voice was low and firm as he gently lifted Yuichiro's head, gazing into those guilt-ridden, tear-filled eyes. Strength was never meant to be shackles for self-reproach. And protection was never a promise that demanded perfection. "Remember your name, Yuichiro. I see the you in you." Shinichi's voice carried a barely detectable hoarseness, yet it was crystal clear. "You have a heart that burns hotter than anyone's to protect your comrades. Guilt and pain are proof that you're alive. But don't let them crush that protective heart of yours. As the Maple Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, you must be like maple leaves, not withering in sorrow, but burning even fiercer for the sake of protection." Shinichi slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze still gentle yet unwavering as it remained fixed on Yuichiro. "Your path is still long, and your maple fire has only just begun to burn. Your master will always be by your side, watching over you, protecting you, just as you've strived to protect others." "Master." Yuichiro could no longer hold back, bursting into tears once more. But this time, it wasn't the muffled, despairing sobs from before, it was a complete outpouring of all his pain, anguish, guilt, and the faint rekindled hope, all transformed into scalding tears. "Wah, I can't take it, Shinichi-senpai and Yuichiro are just too moving." Mitsurai's tears were unstoppable now, while a somewhat shadowy figure quietly approached and silently offered a handkerchief at just the right moment. "Shinichi, you've finally returned. Oyakata-sama, I apologize for worrying you. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 278, Chapter 278. Maple Breathing Second Form, Light Dance / The wooden sword erupted in a dazzling crimson glow, condensing into slender red streaks in the air that arced gracefully toward Shinichi, who stood ready with his own blade. A faint emerald light shimmered along Shinichi's blade as his amber eyes remained calm and steady. He raised his sword, gathering momentum, forest breathing first form, iron birch / Clang. The collision wasn't particularly intense, but the brilliant maple flame slash was firmly blocked by the unyielding iron birch. The recoil sent Yuichiro's slender body stumbling backward several steps uncontrollably. After barely steadying himself, Yuichiro's expression grew even more serious, but he quickly adjusted his breathing and gripped his sword with renewed focus. Master's defense is even harder to break through now, it's different from Michiro's. As twins, Yuichiro often sparred with his younger brother Michiro. Michiro's mist breathing evolved from the tempestuous wind breathing while incorporating the precision and agility of Shinobu's insect breathing. His speed and attack angles left a deep impression on Yuichiro, significantly influencing his own maple breathing as well. Logically speaking, Yuichiro's maple breathing derived from forest breathing. Even if it couldn't surpass it, he shouldn't be completely suppressed by Shinichi like this. So, did Master hold back when teaching me? The thought had barely formed in Yuichiro's mind before he shook his head vigorously to dismiss it. Nonsense. Pull yourself together, Yuichiro. You absolutely can't disappoint or let Master look down on you. Taking a deep breath to steel himself, Yuichiro fixed his sharp gaze on Shinichi, who stood smiling at him. No choice then, I'll try closing in for close combat. Boom. The instant the thought crossed his mind, Yuichiro's body shot toward Shinichi like a cannonball. Just before reaching Shinichi, Yuichiro angled his blade downward and flicked up a cloud of dust. The sudden obstruction caught Shinichi off guard, limiting his vision as Yuichiro vanished into the swirling sand. Oh, a sneak attack? You've changed a bit, Yuichiro. I never taught you this move, Shinichi chuckled. Swish. A faint whoosh of a wooden blade cut through the air near Shinichi's left ear. Reacting swiftly, Shinichi twisted the hilt of his wooden sword, reversing his grip to block with the back of the blade while leaning his entire body to the right. Thud! A dull collision echoed as wooden swords clashed. Shinichi effortlessly deflected Yuichiro's minor assault, but this was only the beginning. In the next moment, two blurs darted and clashed repeatedly across the grassy clearing. Crimson maple slashes and verdant strikes scattered wildly, their overwhelming momentum sweeping through the courtyard. The vitality imbued in the grass and plants beneath their feet was soon shattered by the relentless slashes, grinding the defenseless vegetation and soil into pulp, forcing them to become nourishment for the next generation prematurely. Outside the clearing, the duel between Shinichi and his disciple drew the attention of other Hashira. It's been a while, but he seems even stronger now. Both his breathing technique and swordsmanship have improved. Just watching it, I can barely keep up with their speed. The me from before the red light district mission might not have been a match for Shinichi, Shinazugawa Sanemi remarked while crossing his arms. The windmill pattern on his face softened his usual stern expression. Beside him, Obanai Iguro, standing a head shorter, observed quietly. The small white snake Kabaramero flicked its tongue from the bandages coiled around Iguro's neck, its vertical pupils mirroring its master's scrutiny of the battle. Shinazugawa, if you're itching for a spar, we can give it a try. But I'm curious, what's with the tattoo on your face? A new hobby? Iguro's voice was icy, as though he were difficult to approach. Sanemi, who got along well with Iguro, didn't take offense. Instead, he scratched his cheek near the windmill pattern, equally puzzled. This isn't a tattoo. I'm not sure why it appeared, but ever since it did, my speed and strength have significantly improved, and even my recovery rate has become much faster than before. I asked Oyakata-sama and the others about it, and Amina-sama mentioned there have been similar cases recorded in the Demon Slayer Corps' history. Oh, is that so? Sounds like you've had good luck. Congratulations. Obanai's voice remained as indifferent as ever, hardly inviting any warmth. However, the ice-cold serpent Hashira Obanai Iguro did have friends. Foremost among them was the flame Hashira Rengoku Kyujura. The two had grown up hunting demons together and were practically like brothers. Kyujura's passionate and cheerful personality had also been a great encouragement to Obanai, who had endured a harsh childhood. Aside from Kyujura, there was also the wind Hashira Shinazugawa Sanemi. Ironically, their friendship had been facilitated by Tomioka Jiua. Since Sabito often encouraged Jiua to make more friends, the socially awkward Jiua had inexplicably set his sights on Sanemi and Obanai, two of the most notoriously difficult people to get along with in the Demon Slayer Corps. And Jiua's method of making friends was unique, to say the least. In any case, perhaps united by their shared exasperation toward Jiu, Sanemi and Obanai ended up becoming rather good friends. Of course, there was also Shinichi, whom Obanai deeply respected for rescuing him from Hakujo Island. Beyond these, Obanai's relationships with the other Hashiras were much more distant. But there was one exception. That beautiful girl with cherry-red hair. To be honest, Obanai didn't just want to be friends with Mitsurai. Or rather, he wanted something more. Crimson maple slashes intertwined with emerald green ones, the resulting shockwaves even ruffling Sanemi's Haori. Watching them spar really makes me itch for a fight. Sanemi tugged at his white Haori. Just then, a Kakushi member came up to them. Wind Hashira-sama, Serpent Hashira-sama, and Forest Hashira-sama and Maple Hashira-sama too. Oyakata-sama has summoned you all. Shinichi arrived at Kaguya Yubayashiki's room with a somewhat dejected-looking Yuichiro in tow. Aside from the Hashira on standby, Shinichi immediately spotted the stone Hashira Haimjima Gyume, the water Hashira Tomioka Jiu, and the wave Hashira Sabito. Judging by their travel-worn appearances and the faint traces of injuries, they had just returned from a mission. This summons from Oyakata-sama was likely related to them. Shinichi, welcome back, Gyume said, clasping his hands together with a tone of both relief and guilt. Sabito also greeted Shinichi with a smile, while Jiuo reacted a beat slower. After Sabito tugged his sleeve, he solemnly added, welcome back. Tamayo. 279, Chapter 279. TCH, have you thought about what you'll do from now on? If you see that kid again, he might just cut your head off. In the empty room, the previously meditating Mato suddenly opened his eyes, scanning the area until his gaze landed on Lee, who was hanging upside down from a corner of the ceiling. Humph. After a cold snort filled with oppressive force, Lee descended gracefully from the ceiling, landing nimbly before Mato. Her gray eyes fixed on Mato as she spoke in the same lazy tone. Though you spared his disciple, that butterfly girl is also someone the kid holds dear. I doubt he'll go easy on you. Hearing this, Mato lifted his eyelids and glared coldly at Lee, enunciating each word sharply. None of your business. Stop bothering me. Lee chuckled mockingly. Come on, drop the act. We're not some noble humans. From the very beginning, we've been demons, just like that hypocrite Komuro, haven't we? Swish. Boom. A crimson aura erupted violently from Mato's body, the twisted and terrifying bloodlust even coalescing behind him into a ferocious demonic visage, making him appear like an Hashira returned from the underworld. Lee, stop trying to provoke me. You should know, or rather we, share the same goal. This land beneath our feet isn't even our homeland. Mato's voice was icy as he moved like lightning, seizing Lee by the throat and yanking off his hood, revealing a delicate face beneath and the kanji 4 upper moon and 4 etched in her gray eyes. Look at yourself. Don't your eyes bear those disgusting characters too? Cough, cough. That's exactly why, cough. I said we're equally hypocritical. Like that story about betraying a friend. Thud. Lee was slammed hard onto the ground. Without a backward glance, Mato strode toward the door. Only I know about your little schemes. If you don't want them exposed, cover for that girl. And another thing, I don't need your pity. There was no betrayal. My goal has never changed. Watching Mato leave, Lee unconsciously touched her neck. It had been crushed moments ago. Though trivial for an upper moon's regenerative abilities, it proved Mato had been genuinely furious. Pulling her hood back up, Lee's figure soon melted into the darkness, vanishing from the room. Swish. When she reappeared, Lee stood alone in a cold, cramped chamber. The only furnishing was a simple iron-framed bed, upon which lay a petite figure. Her pale, beautiful face was serene, tinged with a tragic elegance. Her hands were folded neatly over her stomach, her butterfly-patterned haori pristine and her shoulder-length black hair carefully washed and tied back gently. The girl lying so peacefully on the bed evoked the image of a sleeping princess from a fairy tale. Lee approached silently, studying Shinobu's face for a long while before finally sighing softly. I'm sorry. Neither Mato nor I had a choice. Some paths, once taken, can never be walked back. But, perhaps it's for the best. At least now you'll always be by that boy's side. As he spoke, Lee raised her hand. A deep gash split Shinobu's pale, slender neck. Lee then bent down toward the wound. Some time later, in the dim chamber, swish. A pair of dazed violet eyes fluttered open. Lady Tamayo? How is Lady Tamayo involved? In the room, Shinichi stared in shock at Kaguya before him. The curse's erosion had left Kaguya Yubayashiki gaunt and frail. Yet despite this, he remained optimistic, encouraging the Demon Slayer Corps, especially Shinichi. He had once told Shinichi, "It's all thanks to you, past Yubayashiki heads at my age were already bedridden. That I can still rise and preside over Hashira meetings is a blessing." While Shinichi was stunned, the other Hashira present seemed confused. None had heard the name Tamayo before. Kaguya Yubayashiki gave a light cough and patiently explained Tamayo's identity to the assembled Hashiras. He proactively mentioned that Tamayo had provided significant assistance to the Demon Slayer Corps, with many drugs and toxins used to counter demons originating from her help. This was corroborated by the flower Hashira, Connie. However, the usually gentle and considerate Connie appeared somewhat dispirited during the Hashira meeting, a reason everyone understood well. Miss Tamayo's assistance is one reason, Kaguya continued, another is that our contact with her has been severed for several months. The last correspondence was between Miss Tamayo and our member Tanjiro. In her letter, she mentioned discovering something in the blood of Tanjiro's sister, Nezuko. Shinichi raised his head, his gaze shifting to the recently returned stone Hashira. So, is it about Tanjiro? No, about Nezuko? Has something happened to her? Hajime Gyume, the stone Hashira, lowered his clasped hands and straightened his robust chest, speaking in a grave tone. Yes. That girl who became a demon, she has successfully survived in sunlight. What? So if that bastard Muzan gets his hands on her, he won't fear sunlight anymore? Unacceptable. I'll eliminate this threat right now. Shinazugawa Sanemi sprang to his feet, turning to leave the room. But Shinichi called out to stop him. Wait, Sanemi. It's not that simple. Merely surviving in sunlight isn't the issue. For example, I can currently bask in sunlight just fine. Even earlier, when I was a demon, I could survive in sunlight, yet Muzan never targeted me. Humph. Who knows what's up with you freaks? Sanemi snorted twice but reluctantly sat back down after Connie tugged at his sleeve. Oh, so Shinichi-senpai has been protecting the Demon Slayer Corps as a demon for a long time? That's so amazing. Kanroji Mitsurai covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with emotion as she looked at Shinichi. Beside her, Obanai frowned slightly and subtly shifted his position, blocking Mitsurai's line of sight. Master, if that's the case, please allow me to search for Miss Tamayo. I believe that since she discovered the secret in Nezuko's blood, she must have other crucial findings, Shinichi said solemnly to Kaguya Yubayashiki. Very well. I leave it to you, Shinichi. There's one more matter, about Sanemi. Me. Shinazugawa Sanemi blinked in surprise at the mention of his name. Yes, Sanemi. Or rather, about the origin of that mark on your face. The mark. 280, Chapter 280. Nezuko aha, Nezuko is so adorable. In the temporary butterfly mansion set up within the Moriki conglomerate's estate, a black-haired girl with turquoise eyes giggled while hugging a chibi version of Nezuko, rubbing her cheeks against the cute demon girl. Nezuko responded with cheerful giggles. This heartwarming scene drew the attention of many female demon slayers, their eyes sparkling with pink hearts as they gazed at Nezuko, wishing they could hold her too. Senpai, Nezuko, she. Tanjiro, lying on a nearby sickbed, raised his hand as if to say something, but seeing how happy Makomo and Nezuko were, he swallowed his words. With a soft sigh, Tanjiro leaned against the bedside, his expression troubled. For some reason, Nezuko could now survive in sunlight. When Tanjiro discovered this, beyond joy, he felt an even greater unease. Having spent years in the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro knew well that sunlight was the greatest weakness of all demons. Even Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of demons, couldn't withstand it. Often, when facing overwhelmingly powerful demons during missions, demon slayers would stall until dawn, letting the rising sun vanquish their foes. But now, Nezuko could move freely under the sun. What did this mean? The secret Muzan had sought for centuries, survival in sunlight, might lie within Nezuko. If Muzan unraveled this secret, allowing demons to walk in daylight, humanity would face annihilation. Tanjiro wasn't the only one who realized this. Some radical demon slayers had even rested their hands on their Nichiren blade hilts while watching Nezuko in the sunlight. Yet Tanjiro's worst fears didn't come to pass, because Nezuko wasn't the only exception. As surreal and unbelievable as it was, Shinichi, his senpai, was also a demon. Recalling that Shinichi too could move freely in sunlight, Tanjiro felt slightly reassured. Still, underlying worries remained. At the very least, Tanjiro desperately wished for his sister to become human again. The most promising hope lay with Tamayo, who had been out of contact for a long time. As if summoned by his thoughts, a commotion arose from the crowd. Amid a chorus of greetings, Forest Hashira-sama. Shinichi, the very senpai Tanjiro had just been thinking about, appeared before him. Makomo, what are you doing here? Shinichi noticed the black-haired girl holding Nezuko. Wasn't she Sabito and Jiyua's friend, as well as Tanjiro's senpai? Forest Hashira-sama. Makomo smiled and bowed respectfully to Shinichi. Although this seemingly delicate girl was far less powerful than her two Hashira friends, it didn't prevent Makomo from being an outstanding member of the Demon Slayer Corps. All comrades who had worked with Makomo would marvel at her gentleness and attentiveness. I heard Tanjiro was injured, so I came to see him. Oh, and Jiyu and Sabito too, I heard they've returned. I thought they'd come to Butterfly Mansion for a checkup, Makomo replied shyly to Shinichi's questioning look. I see. Understanding dawned in Shinichi's eyes, along with a flicker of something else. Interesting, wasn't it? After briefly explaining to Makomo and the other members, Shinichi approached Tanjiro's sickbed. Shinichi-senpai. Tanjiro struggled to sit up, but Shinichi's firm hand pressed steadily against his chest, pushing him back down. Don't move recklessly. You're not fully recovered yet. You're quite the reckless one, aren't you? How many times have you fought the 12 Kazuki now? At this rate, I think the master might as well promote you as the reckless Hashira, Shinichi joked. Though spoken in jest, it was also a form of acknowledgement. As Shinichi had said, Tanjiro had not only battled lower-rank demon moons but had also faced upper moon-level opponents, not to mention the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji. Based on these feats alone, Tanjiro could easily be considered the strongest swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps below the Hashira rank. I've heard about what happened. Rest well, leave everything to us. I'll investigate Lady Tamayo's disappearance. Don't worry, Tanjiro. Ah, Shinichi-senpai, are you going to search for Lady Tamayo? Please take me and Nezuko with you. Cough. Overcome with agitation, Tanjiro burst into a fit of violent coughing. Shinichi sighed and patted his back. I know you're anxious, but you need to consider your condition. More than half your ribs are broken, your lungs are damaged, multiple internal organs are bleeding, and your thigh is fractured. Do you always push yourself this hard? Cough, but Shinichi-senpai, Nezuko needs. I understand. Rest easy. If Muzan dares show his face, I'll cut him down first. Shinichi's voice was icy with killing intent as he spoke. Also. Shinichi's tone shifted as his gaze settled on Tanjiro's forehead, on the flame-shaped scar. Tanjiro touched his forehead and smiled. This scar? It wasn't there from birth. My parents told me it happened when my younger brother was being too playful as a child. I got burned by hot water while trying to protect him. I must have been quite a mischievous kid back then. At the mention of his parents, Tanjiro's eyes dimmed slightly, but he quickly regained his spirit. Shinichi-senpai, when are you setting out? I really can do it. For Nezuko, I can do anything. Please take me with you. Staring at the boy's determined expression, Shinichi was momentarily at a loss for words. His gaze lingered on Tanjiro's forehead. That flame-shaped scar was far more than what Tanjiro had described. The power it contained was beyond words. The discussions from the Hashira meeting flashed vividly in his mind. The Demon Slayer mark. Shinichi-senpai, what did you say? Something about markings. Tanjiro blinked curiously as he asked Shinichi. Shinichi, it's nothing. Just thinking about ways to improve our strength. The Demon Slayer Corps members' abilities indeed need enhancement. Against ordinary demons it might be fine, but when facing upper-rank demons, our members can barely survive, let alone fight back. A familiar flamboyant voice rang out behind Shinichi. Turning around, Shinichi saw the tall, upright figure of Uzui Tengen standing behind him. Though his hands were bandaged and his body wrapped in dressings, none of this diminished the confident, extravagant charm radiating from this flashy man. Why didn't those upper-rank demons think to scratch up that pretty face of yours? What? Never mind. Tengen, what's your point? I believe the Demon Slayer Corps members need some extravagant yet rigorous special training. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 281, Chapter 281. Hashira training? That's indeed an excellent suggestion. Tengen is absolutely right, most of our members' strength is insufficient against upper-rank demons. With upper ranks appearing frequently now, improving our members' abilities is essential. The Stone Hashira, Haimjima Gyume, was the first to endorse Uzui Tengen's proposal, followed by other Hashiras sharing their thoughts. Shinazugawa Sanemi crossed his arms and snorted, should have trained those guys long ago. Would stop those overestimating fools from recklessly jumping into battles against upper ranks. Obanai Iguro, who rarely spoke up, chimed in from his corner. I agree with Shinazugawa. Many members I've worked with hesitate when swinging their blades, far from decisive enough. Rengoku Kyujura boomed cheerfully, arms folded, helping members improve. Of course. It's our duty, I'll teach them everything I know with all my heart. Kanroji Mitsurai rubbed her cheeks shyly and murmured, training members? Could I really do that? Being someone's teacher. I'm not very good at it. If it's training, Jiyu and I can teach techniques from our master, Urokadake. Actually, Jiyu's mastery of water breathing surpasses mine. For members using water breathing, his instruction would be invaluable. Sabito smiled, nudging the silent Jiyu forward. Caught off guard by Sabito's move and uncomfortable under everyone's gaze, Jiyu remembered Sabito's constant advice about fitting in. Finally, he looked up and said earnestly, I'll train them more seriously than any of you. Well, the intention was good, but the delivery could use work. Among the remaining Hashira, the flower Hashira Kani was occupied managing Butterfly Mansion and likely couldn't join the Hashira training. Meanwhile, the mist Hashira Tokaido Muchiro hadn't returned from his mission. Shinichi was also about to embark on the mission to find Tamayo. To avoid delaying the Hashira training, Shinichi proactively suggested that his disciple, the Maple Hashira Tokaito Yuichiro, temporarily take over his portion of the training. After all, Yuichiro was a disciple Shinichi had personally trained step by step, and his comprehension of forest breathing was no worse than him. Everyone has made valid points. Muzan Kibutsuji's movements cannot simply vanish. Every minute, every second we waste, the Demon Slayer Corps faces greater peril. Therefore, to swiftly enhance our members' strength and prepare for battles that may erupt at any moment, I implore you all to give it your all. I sincerely ask this of you. From the head seat, Kaguya Yubayashiki, supported by his wife Amane, bowed solemnly to the many Hashira presents. Please rest assured, Master. The Hashiras replied in unison. Time was of the essence. After finalizing the details of the Hashira training, everyone immediately set about making preparations. Tengen is quite badly injured. In his condition, can he really train the members? Whether out of concern or doubt, Yuichiro couldn't help but voice his confusion. During the meeting, it had been decided which Hashira would oversee which training segment. The first stage of training, focusing on basic physical conditioning, was to be led by the sound Hashira, Uzui Tengen. Silly child, Tengen is indeed injured, but that doesn't mean he can't train. You must understand, Tengen is one of the most seasoned swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps. Even before I became a Hashira, he was already one of them. Have faith in Tengen, the physical training he oversees is crucial. No one understands training better than a ninja. Shinichi patted his disciple's head. Yuichiro nodded, his expression unchanged, leaving it unclear whether he had taken his master's words to heart. Speaking of which, Yuichiro, I'm sorry to burden you with my responsibilities. Forgive me, but the mission to find Miss Tamayo is truly important. Shinichi looked at his disciple's face and spoke earnestly. Yuichiro nodded vigorously again, this time with a bright smile. Don't worry, Master. I'll give it my all. I'll make sure every member masters forest breathing. Well, there's no need to be that strict. Forest breathing isn't the key, what matters is the perception of life force I once taught you. Breathing techniques are merely a way to commune with that life force. Caw, caw, Shinichi, Shinichi. A large black Kashagi crow cawed loudly as it landed precisely on Shinichi's shoulder. Izo perched on Shinichi's shoulder, flapping his wings excitedly to express his agitation. Shinichi reached out, first offering a handful of nuts to feed Izo, then using his fingers to groom the crow while occasionally stroking Izo's noticeably thinner frame. After Shinichi's disappearance, Izo had also been deeply affected. If not for Yuichiro's occasional care and the attention of other Hashira Kashagi crow companions, Izo might have truly succumbed to despair. But no matter what, with Shinichi's return, Izo, like Maru and I, had regained his vigor and excitement. What is it, Izo? Did something urgent bring you here? Izo raised his head, swallowed the nut in his beak in one gulp, flapped his wings, and fixed his dark eyes on Shinichi as he loudly announced. The swordsmiths of the village have prepared a new Nichiren blade for Shinichi Ka. That was all the news from Izo. Shinichi snapped back to reality and instinctively touched his waist. That's right, I lost my Nichiren blade. During the battle in the red light district, he had dropped his sword when he lost control. Later, he heard that Gyomei had retrieved it and returned it to the Demon Slayer Corps, handing it over to Shinobu. Shinobu. At that thought, his eyes dimmed slightly, but almost immediately, Shinichi quickly stood up and hurried toward the inner part of the estate. At the same time, in a room within the manor, 3 swordsmiths from the swordsmith village sat wearing straw hats and Hanya masks. 2 of them were curiously wandering around the room, examining the various decorations and furniture on the walls, occasionally making admiring sounds. These carvings are flashy but lack substance. The sword on the wall holds no value as a weapon, it lacks true beauty. That large chair is no good either. Too soft. Sitting on it makes one unconsciously slouch, unable to focus. Unlike his 2 companions, Tetsushin-ren, dressed in a wide green patterned robe, did not engage in discussion. Instead, he meticulously inspected the 2 brand new Nichiren blades in his hands with a serious and solemn gaze. 282, Chapter 282. Since Moriki-san's previous sword was taken into safekeeping by Shinobu-san, these Nichiren blades are newly forged. Considering Moriki-san's dual-wielding swordsmanship, the lengths of the 2 blades are slightly different. After sincerely thanking Master Tetsushin-ren, Shinichi set off on his journey to Tokyo with his new swords. In the end, he decided not to bring Tanjiro along. Though deeply moved by the boy's sincerity and kindness, Shinichi didn't think taking Tanjiro was a good idea. Miss Tamayo wouldn't disappear without reason. There might very well be a scheme orchestrated by Muzan behind it. This journey could very well lead to another encounter with an upper-rank demon. Shinichi had no intention of exposing the younger members of the Demon Slayer Corps to such danger. Preparations for the Hashira training were nearly complete, and soon, the physical training led by the sound Hashira, Uzui Tengen, would begin. Unable to participate, Shinichi could only silently wish for the Demon Slayer Corps members to grow stronger through this training. Shing. He partially drew one of the Nichiren blades hanging at his waist. The bluish-green blade shimmered with a faint, almost imperceptible glow of vitality. Shinichi smiled slightly, sheathed the sword, and then drew the other Nichiren blade hanging lower on his waist. The blood-red blade radiated an overwhelmingly fierce aura, its polished surface reflecting sunlight like flowing blood. Whether it's the power of justice or the power of evil, all things must be balanced. Power never disappears, it merely changes hands, sometimes for the better. These words, spoken by the old man Abe as a final piece of advice before Shinichi's departure, suddenly surfaced in his mind. Click. The blade returned to its sheath. Shinichi adjusted his bluish-green Haori and with a few swift steps, vanished into the forest beyond the Moriki conglomerate's estate. Meanwhile, not far from where Shinichi had departed, the master of the Moriki conglomerate, the wealthiest and most formidable businesswoman in all of Japan, Ryukawa Chinatsu, leaned on her balcony, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Shinichi's figure disappear into the distance. After a long silence, Ryukawa Chinatsu sighed. As she stood up, her attentive butler promptly presented a cup of perfectly warm sake. But today, she had no desire to drink. In fact, she only touched alcohol when her thoughts grew unbearably turbulent. All of Mitsuyo-sama's hopes rest on Shinichi. And what can I do? What else can I offer besides wealth? Ryukawa Chinatsu's sigh caught the attention of the butler. Before becoming an employed butler at the Moriki conglomerate estate, this man had once belonged to a prominent noble family in Kyoto and received excellent aristocratic education. Hearing Chinatsu's musings, the butler couldn't help but speak up. Miss Chinatsu, in truth, wealth sometimes holds the greatest power, whether it's purchasing various supplies, enjoying the finest services, mingling with distinguished families, or even what? Even, changing an entire nation. As he uttered these words, the butler's voice trembled slightly. Yet, just as he had anticipated, Ryukawa Chinatsu's expression didn't shift at these treasonous words. Instead, she wore a look of deep contemplation. Changing a nation, you say? Koera, explain further. Indeed, Chinatsu actually harbored such thoughts. The excited butler, Koera, immediately poured out everything he knew. In the end, it boils down to two things: money and military force. After listening to Koera's explanation, Chinatsu felt as if a light had dawned upon her. Murmured to herself, I see. That could indeed work. If my own abilities are too limited to help Shinichi, then I'll make the entire nation his support. That would surely be better, wouldn't it? Unaware of Chinatsu's bold plans, Shinichi had already boarded a train bound for Tokyo. On the train, Shinichi could keenly sense hostility. In just a few short hours, multiple groups of railway police had come to interrogate and inspect him, seemingly targeting the Haori he wore and the twin swords at his waist. Fortunately, a police officer's ID spared Shinichi much trouble. However, given the betrayal the Demon Slayer Corps had suffered, even Shinichi, whose heart had grown steadier, sometimes felt sparks of anger flare within him. Beyond the malice directed at the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinichi's most immediate observation was the instability of society. Few passengers on the train wore relaxed expressions. Most faces were marked by numbness and exhaustion. Upon arriving in Tokyo, Shinichi's first act was to hurry to Asakusa, heading straight for the alley where he had first met Miss Tamayo. As expected, by the time Shinichi arrived, the once elegant building, previously concealed by Yushiro's blood demon art, now lay in ruins, stripped of all cover. Damn it! Shinichi cursed under his breath before stepping into the dilapidated building, hoping to find some clues. He regretted not bringing Maruenai along. With his heightened sense of smell, Maruenai might have been able to pick up traces of something. Creak, pushing open a wooden door, Shinichi was met with the pungent stench of chemicals. Inside the dim room, shattered glass and broken bottles of all shapes littered the floor, their spilled contents leaving stains everywhere. This must have been Miss Tamayo's laboratory, Shinichi muttered, frowning as he endured the acrid air and surveyed the room. What is this? On the dust-covered table, something indistinct seemed to be concealed beneath the grime. Shinichi stepped forward, drawing a sheathed Nichiren blade from his waist and striking it forcefully against the floor. Thud! A dull sound reverberated as an invisible shockwave radiated from where the blade's sheath met the ground, sweeping away the remaining dust on the table. Instantly, a line of dark red writing became clearly visible before Shinichi. The familiar hue unmistakably identified it as blood. But that wasn't the most crucial part. What mattered was the content of the message and the signature at the end. Boom! Surging life force erupted uncontrollably from Shinichi's body, billowing his haori and scattering countless shards of broken glass across the room. Mato! His furious roar echoed through the dilapidated building. In that moment, the same rage Shinichi had felt during the battle in the red light district resurfaced, that sensation of teetering on the edge of losing control. His vision blurred, and he couldn't even describe the emotions flooding him: grief, fury, the hatred of betrayal. Crash! His fist smashed a deep crater into the wall. Panting heavily, Shinichi gradually reined in the violent impulse. Mato! I won't let you get away with this. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 283, Chapter 283. Why? The cold question lingered in the prison cell, though its speaker would never receive the answer she sought. Clang! The iron door slammed shut. A figure strode out of the dark, leaving the gloomy dungeon behind, accompanied only by the occasional enraged howls from another cell. Bastard! What did you do to Lady Tamayo? Damn you! I'll never forgive you. Never! Ignoring the impotent roars of the brat in the neighboring cell, the figure didn't pause for even a step as it departed. Emerging from the dungeon onto an open stone plaza, the cold moonlight illuminated the headband bearing the character for Marshal on his forehead. Black claws effortlessly tore through a boulder, fashioning it into a seat. Mato sprawled atop the stone bench, legs spread wide, his golden pupils fixed on the distance as if awaiting someone. In the darkness, Mato waited. Patiently. Resolutely. A fragment of rock, idly tossed and caught in his hand, was the only movement in the oppressive, deathly silence. Only the sporadic chirping of insects broke the night. Finally. No footsteps. No rustle of wind. Not even the faintest hint of breathing. A figure Mato had long anticipated materialized as if stepping out of the moon's shadow, appearing silently within his line of sight. A green haori. Twin blades at the waist. The crisp, pristine uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. The forest Hashira, Shinichi Moriki. Now, Shinichi could no longer suppress the fury buried deep within. The most obvious signs were the veins bulging on his forehead and the glacial coldness in his eyes, beneath which seethed a hatred as scorching as molten lava, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Shinichi's gaze, like two sharp icicles, instantly bridged the dozens of meters between them, precisely and unrelentingly pinning Mato, who sat upon the stone bench. If the killing intent in his eyes had tangible force, Mato and the stone seat beneath him would have already been crushed and incinerated by Shinichi's fury. The air seemed to freeze solid, even the moonlight appearing to crystallize under this intangible bloodlust. Crack! Black claws effortlessly clenched, instantly reducing the rock in Mato's grasp to powder, scattering into the night breeze. Seeing Shinichi's arrival, Mato's golden vertical pupils contracted slightly. His cold, stern face then split into a somewhat ferocious grin, his pale fangs ghastly in the darkness. That smile held a trace of surprise, a hint of relief, and an indescribable warrior's fervor for battle. You came. Mato's voice remained low, shattering the deathly silence between them. He slowly rose from the stone bench, his bones emitting a series of unsettling cracks as his martial artist's frame stretched to its full height. Originally, I thought some Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps might appear here. After all, a Hashira's head holds considerable value for Muzan-sama. But tonight brings an unexpected surprise. Shinichi, I've been waiting, for you, for a long time. Shinichi didn't respond. He didn't even glance at Mato's strange, unfamiliar smile. His gaze slowly lowered, settling on Mato's right arm, the limb ending in black claws. Noticing Shinichi's focus on his right hand, Mato raised it with a mocking smile. What? still concerned about that little girl. Shinichi's breathing grew heavier. Boom! The very earth seemed to tremble. The bricks beneath their feet shattered like fragile crackers, collapsing instantly. A tempest of violent energy erupted like a hurricane, carrying overwhelming killing intent and pure power as it crashed toward Mato. Without a shred of their former camaraderie, Shinichi gripped the hilt of his Nichiren blade, his eyes locked on Mato as he slowly enunciated each word. That hand of yours. I'll crush it, inch by inch, into dust. Read 45 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 284, Chapter 284. I thought you'd be angrier. After all, that slimy fellow said you were like a beast out of control back then, Mato remarked, his golden eyes glinting with amusement as he studied Shinichi. It seems you've gained quite a bit during your disappearance. Your aura feels more human now. Shing. The bluish-green Nichiren blade slid free, its gleaming tip pointed directly at Mato. Wreathed in dense vitality, Shinichi coldly met Mato's gaze. I once thought we could be friends. I once believed you were like Lady Tamayo. But now, I just want to slice your head into 1,000 pieces. Mato tilted his head and chuckled. Confidence and arrogance are two different things. Confidence is the nature of the strong, while arrogance is the joke of the weak. Shinichi, let me see whether you're confident or arrogant now. Blood art armor form blood armor. Boom. Crimson blood erupted violently from Mato's body, solidifying along his frame and instantly forming an intricately patterned, blood-soaked battle armor that reeked of overwhelming carnage. Whoosh! The bangs over Shinichi's forehead were blown back by the sheer force of the oppressive aura. In Shinichi's vision, Mato's presence surged rapidly, soon reaching an unimaginable height. He had grown even stronger. Where is Tamayo? Shinichi's steps didn't falter despite the overwhelming pressure Mato exuded. His eyes didn't even blink in the face of such power. He merely asked his final question calmly. The handwriting left in Tamayo's dilapidated laboratory in Tokyo's Asakusa district had been Mato's. If you want this woman, come to Maruyama abandoned prison in Fukuhara prefecture within a month. Bring as many as you want, upper 4, Mato. Moreover, at the Moriki conglomerate estate, Shinichi had learned from his disciple Yuichiro that Mato was the one who had harmed Shinobu. Old grudges and new hatred converged. Shinichi was now a volcano on the verge of eruption. Defeat me, and I'll tell you anyone's location, even Muzan, Sama. Mato's expression twisted unnaturally when he uttered Muzan's name, as if it pained him, but Shinichi, consumed by fury, didn't notice it. Swish. Slash. A figure vanished on the spot. By the time Shinichi reappeared, his Nichiren blade was less than 20 centimeters from Mato's neck. Ha! Good move. Mato roared excitedly, and in the next instant, he actually reached out and caught Shinichi's blade barehanded. Crack! Black claws clashed against the Nichiren blade, sending sparks flying. But Shinichi didn't retreat. Instead, he spun his entire body along the blade's momentum. Slash, slash. The sound of flesh being torn apart was unmistakable as several of Mato's fingers were severed. Yet, this only fueled Mato's battle lust further. Boom! Mato stomped the ground, using the recoil to wrench free from Shinichi's blade. At the same time, his other, relatively intact arm clenched into a fist, delivering a vicious punch straight toward Shinichi's chest. Whoosh! Slash! Boom! A dull collision echoed as two fists collided head-on. The tremendous force sent both combatants stumbling back several steps. But before either could blink, they clashed again in the next instant. Blood art blade form soul cleaver. Slash! Mato's palm split open, blood gushing forth and instantly solidifying into two crimson longswords. Forest-breathing 7th form soaring wood dragon slash. Roar! An illusory green dragon roared menacingly, its massive body writhing as it charged straight at Mato, who now wielded twin blood blades. Mato swiftly swung his twin blades, sending dozens of crimson, bloodthirsty arc-shaped slashes to meet the emerald green dragon head-on. For a moment, it felt as though the world had changed colors in the darkness. The sound of shattered bricks and stones intertwined with the gruesome noises of flesh and bone being torn apart. Gripping his sword with both hands, Shinichi poured his entire focus into the battle, even as the sky darkened with ominous rain clouds, a sure sign of an impending downpour. Forest-breathing 1st form, iron birch slash. Forest-breathing 5th form, soaring bamboo slash. Blood martial arts, sword style, starburst thrust. Blood martial arts, shield style, black tortoise. The clash between these two powerhouses left no room for interference. The shockwaves from their battle shattered bricks and stones within hundreds of meters around them. Green slashes and crimson attacks occasionally spilled outward, severing towering trees hundreds of meters away. Soon, the dark clouds completely obscured the moon, and raindrops the size of beans began to fall, quickly forming a curtain of rain. The icy downpour washed over the broken, rubble-strewn ground, mixing with splattered mud and faint traces of dark red blood. Shinichi and Mato's figures darted, clashed, and separated at high speed amidst the rain and ruins. Each collision erupted with muffled booms and blinding flashes of light. Shinichi tightly gripped his emerald-green Nichiren blade, its glow undimmed even in the rain. Every slash tore through the air with a piercing shriek. His movements were more precise and efficient than ever, wasting not an ounce of energy. The ceaseless flow of vitality within him kept his steps unwavering as he navigated effortlessly through the debris, his blade never straying from Mato's vital points. Mato, too, moved with unnatural agility. His body, clad in sinister crimson armor, gleamed ominously in the rain. His twin blood-red longswords whirled like a tempest, blocking, slashing, thrusting, each strike carrying enough force to shatter mountains. The blood armor provided formidable defense. Shinichi's blade often left only shallow gashes, sending sparks and blood mist flying but failing to penetrate deeply. Clang! Shinichi crossed his blade to block a devastating downward slash from Mato, the sheer force driving his feet into the rain-soaked, muddy ground. Mato grinned savagely, seizing the moment to thrust his other blood-red sword toward Shinichi's ribs. Shinichi twisted his body at the last instant, narrowly avoiding the blade as it grazed his uniform, the wind pressure slicing through the fabric and leaving a shallow cut on his skin. At the same time, Shinichi kicked off the ground, darting backward like an arrow loosed from a bow to create distance. Blood martial arts, spear style, piercing rainbow. Mato pursued, his right-hand blade elongating and morphing into a thick, crimson spear that shot forward with an ear-piercing shriek, like a venomous dragon lunging from its lair, aimed straight for Shinichi's chest. The speed was terrifying. Shinichi's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. Dropping his stance slightly mid-sprint, he channeled forest breathing to its limits, his Nichiren blade sweeping upward in a condensed arc of emerald light. Forest breathing third form, modified, thorn entanglement. Rather than clashing head-on with the spear, the emerald light split apart just before impact, transforming into several ethereal yet tenacious vines that coiled around the crimson spear like living tendrils. In an instant, they impeded and diverted the spear's momentum. Mato laughed wildly. "Your blade is faster and heavier than before. Seems your time away wasn't wasted." Shinichi countered with a wood dragon slash, an illusory dragon enveloped in his rage. "More than enough to sever your neck." 285, Chapter 285. Clang! The green dragon violently collided with the crimson spear in Mato's hand, the sharp Nichiren blade grinding against the blood-red spear with a screeching sound. In the deadlock, Shinichi took a sharp breath, slightly retracting his strength before delivering a fierce slash. Though Mato's spear possessed tremendous power, its flexibility greatly diminished in close combat, slowing for just an instant. Seizing this split-second opportunity, Shinichi's body slid along the spear shaft like a fish, narrowly avoiding another fatal thrust from Mato. Simultaneously, his Nichiren blade followed through with the sliding momentum, delivering a vicious slash toward the joint of Mato's spear-wielding arm. Humph! Mato reacted swiftly, his left arm's blood armor surging with fresh blood, instantly thickening to form a blood shield. Blood martial arts shield. Clang! The Nichiren blade struck the thick blood shield, erupting in dazzling sparks and energy ripples. But that was all. Mato wasn't surprised, even having the leisure to flash a mocking grin at Shinichi, as if saying, "Is that it?" Of course, it wasn't over. Swish! Shinichi's left hand drew another Nichiren longsword from his waist with lightning speed, its crimson blade radiating oppressive force. In a thunderous instant, an overbearing sword aura surged from the blade. Forest-breathing fifth form soaring bamboo slash. Shing! Crack! A fierce emerald blade light flashed, trailing a streak of scarlet. Mato's blood armor was cleaved open across the chest, black blood oozing out, revealing glimpses of pale bones and organs beneath. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes, but Mato's formidable instincts drove him to make the optimal choice. With a roar while ignoring his chest wound, he even discarded his blood spear and shield, using his fists as weapons to launch himself like a cannonball straight at Shinichi's head. This forced Shinichi to abandon plans of inflicting further wounds with his Nichiren blades, crossing both swords to block Mato's fists. Bam! The tremendous recoil numbed Shinichi's palms and sent him stumbling back over 10 meters. Mato was a ruthless fighter who seized weaknesses without hesitation. Capitalizing on Shinichi's retreat, he stomped the ground, his body pausing midair before hurtling like a projectile toward Shinichi, unleashing a devastating high kick. Bam! Boom! Shinichi was sent flying by the sweeping kick, carving a deep trench into the ground as rubble scattered. Yet Shinichi quickly rose from the debris, wiping blood from his lips. Rain streamed down his face, but his gaze remained icy and sharp, locked onto Mato. Mato cracked his neck, the blood armor on his chest squirming as the deep wound healed in moments, though noticeably slower than at his peak. Perhaps the fight had ignited Mato's bloodlust. His golden vertical pupils burned with even greater battle fervor as he let out an excited growl. The two faced off briefly across the rain and ruins. The downpour washed away blood and dirt, but their killing intent grew thicker. Mato broke the silence first, raising his hands as twin blood blades reformed in his grip, their crimson glow eerier in the rain. "You surprise me, Shinichi. You've grown so fast. I'm genuinely curious now, what have you been through? Your demon scent is almost untraceable. Could it be, you're the one Muzan-sama is searching for?" Shinichi didn't answer, only steadily adjusting his breath. His emerald Nichiren blade in his right hand tilted toward the ground, while the crimson one in his left was held reverse grip behind his arm, rainwater gathering at its tip before dripping. He, too, could sense Mato's current strength. The blood armor's defense was more terrifying than ever, its power monstrous. But the fire in Shinichi's heart burned fiercer. Shinobu's face flashed in his mind, transforming into boundless resolve. In the end, it was Mato who moved first. Again. He roared, his blood-armored body launching forward like a war chariot once more. Twin blades whirled through a storm of gore as he charged toward Shinichi. "Come. Today, I kill you right here, you traitor." Shinichi took a deep breath, channeling his life force at full speed. It surged through his limbs like a raging river. Holding nothing back, his figure shot forward to meet the devastating crimson onslaught. Blade light and blood shadows collided violently once more amidst the downpour and ruins. Blades tore through the air, blood-red edges parting the rain. Fists slammed against blood armor with dull, thunderous impacts, while claws shredded uniforms with the sound of tearing fabric. The crisp snap of breaking bones, the wet ripping of muscle, the explosive clashes of energy, all these grating sounds intertwined in the rain-soaked night. The already ravaged ground continued to collapse and crack under their trampling and impacts. Everything around them was relentlessly destroyed by the scattering emerald blade energy and crimson slashes, sending shards of stone and wood flying in all directions. Shinichi's blade grew faster, his angles more unpredictable. The emerald flashes of his sword came like a sudden storm, constantly seeking the weak points and joints in Mato's blood armor. Mato's twin blades, meanwhile, raged like a violent tempest. Each block sent numbing tremors through Shinichi's arms, each counterattack carrying lethal intent. The battle escalated into its most brutal, exhausting climax. Rain mixed with blood as it streamed endlessly from their bodies. Every breath burned, every movement tugged at fresh wounds. Yet their eyes remained locked on each other, unyielding, filled only with the resolve to utterly annihilate the other. The rain fell harder. The death match in the ruins raged on. Crash! A gray figure had appeared unnoticed atop the nearby treetops. His mist-gray eyes brimmed with resignation as he watched the two figures locked in combat below. "Must it come to this? You always say we have no choice, yet look at what you're doing now. Mato, you stubborn fool, thinking of dying on the battlefield will solve everything. How stupid." Lee, hidden beneath her cloak, spoke with unmistakable disdain. Though the two below were still locked in their death struggle, Lee had already seen the inevitable outcome. While Muzan's blood had indeed made Mato stronger, Shinichi's growth and power had shocked Lee just as much. Moreover, both she and Mato knew Shinichi still held his final trump card, demon transformation, raging blood, unused. If the fight continued, Mato's defeat was certain. Even if this was Mato seeking death, Lee wouldn't stand by and just watch. Selfish bastard. You think throwing your life away will let you escape everything. With that thought, Lee could wait no longer. Her body dissolved into a mist-like afterimage as she shot toward the battling pair. Shinichi Moriki, is this all you've got? Do you even know how twisted that human girl's face was when my fist tore through her body? I could feel every tremor, every spasm of her flesh. Mato's eyes widened with madness as he spat the words. Shut your damn mouth. 286, Chapter 286. The torrential rain raged in the darkness, icy droplets lashing the earth. A fierce battle raged amidst the mud and shattered stones, each collision between the two figures sending up sprays of freezing water and clinging muck. Shinichi was drenched, his torn haori and uniform revealing small wounds that stung under the relentless downpour. Yet his movements showed no hesitation, his green blade flashed like lightning amidst the storm, slicing through the rain as he aimed strike after strike at Mato's vital points. Mato's crimson armor was now crisscrossed with deep gashes, the deepest cuts exposing writhing red flesh and glimpses of pale bone beneath. His regeneration could no longer keep up with the damage Shinichi inflicted. Yet, far from fear, Mato's golden vertical pupils burned with near-manic excitement, and something else, a faint, almost imperceptible sense of relief. Is this all you've got, Shinichi? Mato's bloodied blade deflected a vicious thrust, the sheer force sending Shinichi stumbling back. Seizing the moment, Mato roared, his voice piercing through the rain. Think of that girl, Shinobu Koko, was it? Picture her in those final moments. Was her blood warm? When I ran her through, did her eyes look desperate? Boom! The word struck Shinichi like a hammer to his skull. Mato's taunts were a dagger twisting in his heart, the pain so sharp it stole his breath. Against his will, his mind conjured the imagined scene, Shinobu lunging at Mato, her body impaled, the explosion of the gunpowder sphere. It was the clearest nightmare, seizing his thoughts in an instant. The blood-stained butterfly-patterned haori, those shattered violet eyes. An indescribable fury and agony tore through the last shreds of Shinichi's restraint. Shut up. Shut your damn mouth. Shinichi's voice was raw with rage. Deep within his eyes, the suppressed crimson glow stirred once more, threatening to consume his sanity. Threads of scarlet light flickered uncontrollably along the edge of his Nichiren blade. The once calm aura around him now carried a seething, scorching intensity. The old man Abe's parting words echoed in his mind. The true meaning of strength lies in protection, not mindless destruction. But now, under Mato's deliberate provocation, Shinichi's reason was powerless against the tide of hatred. Just a little more, and he would plunge back into the abyss of madness. Ha ha ha, yes, just like that. Mato actually laughed, spreading his arms wide as if welcoming death itself, even as Shinichi's terrifying aura surged. Let it out. Pour all your rage, all your hatred onto me. Kill me. Tear me apart like you did those officers. Avenge your precious Shinobu. Whoosh. Mato's words were the final spark to Shinichi's erupting fury. The last remnants of reason surrendered. The crimson in his right eye flared, his canines lengthening slightly, veins bulging dark against his cold, hardened expression. Shinichi no longer pursued technique. Emerald green intertwined with crimson light enveloped his entire body as he transformed into a terrifying streak of light wrapped in a storm of destruction. With a shriek that tore through space, the Nichiren blade in his hand seemed infected by its master's rage, its emerald green blade radiating an unusual glow as he poured all his strength into a downward slash aimed at Mato's head. Forest breathing, 12 form, blazing verdant blade. Die. This strike condensed all of Shinichi's grief and fury. Its power and speed far surpassed anything before. Everything in the blade's path was severed, the scorching steel instantly vaporizing the rain it touched, even tearing a near-vacuum channel through the air. Mato watched this world-ending slash descend, his golden vertical pupils flashing with complex emotions. Was it satisfaction? Relief? This power, you're stronger than I imagined, Shinichi. Come. Crack. Mato suddenly spread his arms wide, boldly exposing his chest as the blood armor covering his body began crumbling apart. He'd abandoned all defense. As the glow of his armor dimmed and disintegrated, Mato calmly awaited his end. Blood concealment art, shadow substitution. A fleeting, icy voice abruptly rang out. At the critical moment before Shinichi's blade could land, the inky shadow beneath Mato's feet seemed to come alive, instantly swallowing him whole and making him vanish. In his place stood a slender figure clad in gray robes, Lee. Lee's timing and positioning were flawless. Mato's voluntary abandonment of defense meant he couldn't possibly withstand Shinichi's full-powered strike of hatred. There was no choice. Had Lee arrived moments earlier there might have been options, but now she could only use her blood concealment art to instantly swap places with Mato. The instant the substitution completed, the blazing hot Nicaran blade brimming with violent energy was already descending upon Lee's head. Blood concealment art, mist veil. A curtain of viscous gray demonic energy hastily condensed above Lee. Boom! The scorching demon blade slammed into the gray veil. Though no earth-shattering explosion occurred, the full force of that violent energy impact transmitted directly into Lee's body. Instantly, the ground beneath Lee's feet collapsed into a massive crater. The petite body beneath the gray robes crumpled as if struck by a 10,000-ton hammer, her legs sinking into the earth up to her knees. The gray veil trembled violently like a living thing, evaporating under the Nicaran blade's searing heat as wisps of gray energy wildly dispersed. The fluttering gray robes revealed Lee's bandage-wrapped arms, her clasped fingers trembling violently as her knuckles groaned under the strain, black blood trickling from her lips. Clearly, even with this trick, blocking Shinichi's furious strike had exacted a heavy toll on her. Crack! As the gray energy fully dispersed, the Nicaran blade flashed, and half of Lee's body erupted in a spray of blood, one arm along with part of her chest cleanly severed. Yet, she had blocked it. Cough, such savage power. Mato would have died for sure if he took this head-on. In the deep pit, Lee coughed, her wounds squirming as they healed, her voice laced with helplessness and bitterness. Her crimson tongue licked away the black blood at the corner of her mouth. Shinichi's hate-filled strike had been forcibly blocked, and the tremendous recoil also caused his body to sway. His scarlet right eye fixed fiercely on Lee, who had suddenly appeared, but his focus remained mostly on Mato behind Lee. His violent killing intent was almost tangible. He didn't care about Lee's sudden appearance at all he wanted now was to chop Mato into pieces. Move! Shinichi growled at Lee, raising his scorching Nicaran blade once more, an even more ferocious power gathering along its length. Wait! Shinichi! Lee suddenly shrieked, her voice tinged with desperation. Don't act rashly. Don't you want to know what happened to that girl? Shinobu Koko. What? Please read my new FIC One Piece, Scum of the Marine. Read 45 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 287, Chapter 287. What did you say? The name Shinobu from Lee's lips was like a drop of water splashing into boiling oil, exploding violently in Shinichi's ears and halting his descent into frenzy. His scarlet right eye flickered intensely as reason and rage clashed fiercely within him. He stared fixedly at Lee, a suppressed growl escaping his throat. What did you say? Glancing back at Mato, who was staggering to his feet not far behind, Lee's lips curled into a helpless smile before she turned to Shinichi's slightly twisted face. Half serious, half joking, she said, I said, your little butterfly, she's not dead, you know. Buzz. Shinichi felt as if an invisible hand had clenched his heart. His violent aura faltered for a moment. A glimmer of disbelief and fragile hope flashed in his scarlet eyes, only to be quickly replaced by deeper suspicion and fury. Are you messing with me? No, Lee quickly shook her head. Why would I lie to you? Mato here thought using that girl's death would provoke you, but I don't see it that way. Your little butterfly is indeed still alive. But it's just that. Lee deliberately drew out her words, lowering her head so his gray robe obscured her face, hiding the flickering gray eyes beneath her hood. Then, slowly and deliberately, she continued, Shinichi, you should be happy. From now on, she'll be able to stay by your side forever because now, she's become one of us, our kind. Our kind. The same kind, as demons. The word kind struck Shinichi's heart like a bolt of lightning. He froze as if electrocuted, his entire body stiffening instantly. The violent aura around him receded like a tide, the scarlet glow in his right eye flickering violently before extinguishing. The veins bulging on his face faded, revealing Shinichi's stunned and bewildered expression once more. The blazing Nicaran blade in his hand cooled rapidly under the pattering raindrops. No, impossible, you're lying. Shinichi's voice trembled, carrying a fragility he himself couldn't believe. He wanted to believe Shinobu was still alive, but he couldn't fathom the idea that Shinobu, who hated demons and had devoted her life to exterminating them, could become one. As expected, Shinichi was stunned by the sudden revelation, and Lee seized the moment to violently swing her gray robe. Blood concealment art, sea of mist. Whoosh! Thick gray mist rapidly expanded from Lee, instantly obscuring Shinichi's vision as both Lee and Mato were swallowed by the fog. By the time Shinichi reacted, it was already too late. Forest breathing, sixth form, hurricane strike. A green hurricane formed by the emerald glow of his Nichiren blade violently churned through the gray mist. Yet when the gale dispersed the fog, both Lee and Mato had completely vanished from Shinichi's sight. At the last moment before the mist cleared, Lee's voice seemed to echo in Shinichi's ears. "I didn't lie to you. I hope you can remain composed when you see your girl again. Also, that somewhat annoying female demon doctor is locked in the dungeon below. Be warned. Muzan-sama has now set his sights on that little demon girl. You Demon Slayer Corps should be careful." Wind ceased, mist cleared, figures vanished, only the ravaged battlefield remained before Shinichi. Gazing at the pockmarked earth, Shinichi's knuckles turned white around his Nichiren blade. His mind remained in turmoil, the impact of Lee's words too overwhelming for him to stay calm. "Shinobu." Bam! In a dimly lit chamber, Lee's body slammed heavily against the wall as an unfeeling iron hand clamped around her throat. "I told you not to interfere. Do you really think I won't kill you?" Mato roared furiously at Lee. Lee's expression remained unchanged as slender fingers grasped Mato's arm. "Do you enjoy choking me so much? Though we're both demons now, didn't you martial artists ever learn about propriety between men and women?" Scram! Enraged by Lee's words, Mato crushed her throat before hurling her against another wall. However, Lee dissolved into gray mist mid-air, reappearing upside down on the ceiling. Her gray eyes gleamed with amusement as she finally let out a mocking laugh. "Mato, should I laugh at your naivete? Do you really think seeking death will change anything? Why didn't we see this weakness from you during the past few centuries? You know perfectly well there's no turning back from the day we abandoned our humanity. Didn't you say it yourself? This land beneath our feet isn't even our homeland. So why feel guilty?" Lee's voice suddenly turned impassioned. Whoosh! In another flash, she materialized behind Mato, pressing a rust-colored dagger against his throat. Leaning close to Mato's ear, Lee's tone grew uncharacteristically vicious. "Having come this far, don't waver now. If you could betray Shinichi Moriki a century ago, then betraying Shinichi should not be that hard. No." Silence. Boom. Crimson bloodlust and eerie gray mist erupted simultaneously in the confined space. Click. The faint creak of an iron door opening seemed to pause the violent confrontation. Staring at the slender figure standing at the doorway, Mato froze for a moment before finally loosening his grip on the bloodied blade embedded halfway into Lee's skull. Meanwhile, Lee silently retracted the various sharp hidden weapons clutched between her fingers, even though Mato's body was already riddled with them like a porcupine. The two powerful demons stopped fighting simultaneously, as if by tacit agreement. The figure standing at the doorway paused for a moment, violet eyes curiously scanning both their faces before happily fluttering into the room on beautiful butterfly wings. Outside the room, one grotesque demon after another writhed in agony on the ground, their bodies covered in dark purple lesions, foul-smelling blood gushing from their mouths and noses. "Humph! Look at the mess you've made. This girl has poisoned every demon in the county. When that person finds out, what do you think will happen? Will that bastard freeze you into an ice sculpture, or will that six-eyed redhead slice you into 1,000 pieces?" Mato sneered coldly at Lee. Lee ignored him, instead beckoning with her hand, gray eyes fixed on the graceful purple figure. "I wonder what expression that boy will make when he sees his little butterfly like this. Please read my new FIC One Piece, Scum of the Marine. Read 45 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon." 288, Chapter 288. Boom. The iron-reinforced door was blown open, revealing glowing eyes that shone conspicuously in the dark cell. "Tamayo-san. Shinichi-san." Moments later, after regaining her freedom from the dungeon, Tamayo took a moment to tidy her weary appearance using a rainwater puddle before solemnly thanking Shinichi. However, Shinichi's thoughts were largely preoccupied by the news Lee had mentioned. After quickly recounting recent events, Shinichi straightforwardly extended an invitation to Tamayo. "Tamayo-san, Muzan could target Nezuko at any moment. If he obtains the secret to surviving in sunlight, it would be an unimaginable disaster. Please, you must help us join the Demon Slayer Corps to prevent this from happening." Joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Though Tamayo equally despised Muzan, she was still a demon herself. The idea of going to an organization dedicated to slaying demons gave her pause. Yet, in the end, Tamayo agreed. Truthfully, she didn't have many options left. If Mato could capture her, other upper moons might come for her too. Even if she continued hiding with Yashiro's blood demon art, what would be the point? As Shinichi said, Nezuko had already overcome the sunlight. If Muzan got his hands on her, he might very well. Wait, was she forgetting something? Yashiro. Meanwhile, in another cell, the green-haired Yashiro paced anxiously. The earth-shaking commotion from earlier had caught his attention, but now, with the battle over, silence reigned, broken only by the distant sound of a door being smashed. Under such circumstances, Yashiro couldn't help but feel tense. No matter how furiously he struggled, he couldn't break through the indestructible steel door. In the corner of the cell, the kitten Chachimaru was similarly restrained by thick iron chains. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That bastard. I knew none of those scum could be trusted. If anything happens to Lady Tamayo, I'll definitely send that trash straight to hell. The bastard Yashiro was cursing naturally referred to Mato, who had somehow become an upper moon. It was precisely because Mato knew Tamayo and Yashiro's hideout in Tokyo's Asakusa district that they had been captured. While hating Mato, Yashiro also directed his resentment toward Shinichi, as that traitor Mato seemed to be on quite good terms with Shinichi. The walls of the dungeon were already covered with the names of Yashiro's enemies, so much so that when Tamayo hurriedly brought Shinichi to rescue Yashiro, Shinichi was stunned by the sight of the blood-stained names carved into the walls. Isn't that my name? Outside the dungeon, the rain gradually subsided, leaving the air filled with the fresh scent of damp earth and a faint, almost imperceptible trace of blood. Shinichi quickly led the rescued Tamayo, Yashiro, and the kitten Chachimaru away from the dungeon, setting off on the path back to the Demon Slayer core. Yashiro remained tense the entire journey, his eyes fixed warily on Shinichi's back with clear hostility. Even now, he harbored deep suspicion and resentment toward Shinichi as a Mato accomplice. Despite Tamayo's gentle reassurances and explanations that Shinichi had single-handedly defeated Upper Rank 5 and Upper Rank 4 to rescue them, Yashiro's expression barely softened. His gaze toward Shinichi remained scrutinizing and distant. After all, in Yashiro's view, none of this would have happened if they had never met that troublesome Shinichi in the first place. In contrast to Yashiro's simmering anger, the kitten Chachimaru lay quietly on Tamayo's shoulder, purring contentedly. The journey back to the Demon Slayer core was somewhat tense, not because they encountered any demons, but because, for some unknown reason, demon sightings had drastically decreased recently. It was as if the demons had deliberately gone into hiding, leaving everyone to wonder what kind of scheme that bastard Muzan was brewing. As Shinichi led the way, Lee's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Shinobu is still alive, each syllable piercing his heart like an icicle. Tamayo keenly sensed the deep turmoil and confusion emanating from Shinichi, but now was not the time to ask. When Shinichi brought Tamayo and the others into the Demon Slayer Corps' temporary command center at the Moriki estate, the atmosphere instantly grew peculiar. The Kakushi members and some Demon Slayers stationed at headquarters were immediately drawn to the unfamiliar faces of Tamayo and Yashiro. After all, the appearance and aura of demons were still easily recognizable to the Slayers. If not for the presence of the forest Hashira beside them, some of the more radical demon slayers might have already drawn their Nichiren blades. This only further soured Yashiro's opinion of the Demon Slayer Corps. How ungrateful can these people be? Lady Tamayo came here to help them, and this is the attitude they show. Yashiro's mood worsened, his expression growing even more unpleasant. As a demon, his already grim face became increasingly ferocious, and his aura turned hostile. This change heightened the tension among the demon slayers, who instinctively tightened their grips on the hilts of their Nichiren blades. It seemed on the verge of escalating into a vicious cycle. Fortunately, someone soon arrived to defuse the situation. Oyakata-sama wishes to meet with Lady Tamayo, said a member of the Kakushi respectfully as he approached Shinichi. In a quiet room filled with the faint scent of medicinal herbs, Tamayo met Kaguya Yubayashiki, who lay on a sickbed. As she had expected, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps appeared pale and gaunt from illness, with the purple curse marks on his forehead looking particularly horrifying. Yet, the gentle and wise aura around him remained undiminished. "The Demon Slayer Corps welcomes you, Lady Tamayo," Kaguya said in a calm, clear voice, exuding a serenity born of deep understanding. "Thank you for coming. Your presence is like starlight in the darkness, bringing us new hope." Tamayo gazed at this young leader, feeling both respect and a sense of shared suffering. She bowed slightly. You flatter me, Oyakata-sama. Killing Muzan has been my lifelong wish. It is an honor to contribute in any small way to the Demon Slayer Corps. The simple room held only Kaguya Yubayashiki and Tamayo, and within it, they held a brief yet profoundly significant conversation. Kaguya wasted no time on pleasantries, cutting straight to the heart of the matter, the miracle of Nezuko overcoming sunlight and the potential actions Muzan Kibutsuji might take in response. The Demon Slayer Corps was now on the brink of an all-out war with the demons. Tamayo, in turn, succinctly expressed her willingness to assist the Demon Slayer Corps to the fullest. I understand that my identity may raise doubts within the Demon Slayer Corps, Tamayo said candidly. But rest assured, neither Yashiro nor I will harm any humans. Our goal has always been, and will always be, the destruction of Muzan. A gentle smile touched Kaguya's lips. I believe you, Lady Tamayo. Your willingness to come here is proof enough of your stance. The Demon Slayer Corps welcomes you. Please read my new FIC One Piece, Scum of the Marine. Read 45 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 289, Chapter 289. At the same time as Shinichi's return, in a vast clearing temporarily prepared behind the Moriki conglomerate estate, the Demon Slayer Corps' unprecedented Hashira training was in full swing. This training, aimed at enhancing the abilities of all demon slayers, was built upon the foundation of the Hashira, preparing them for the imminent all-out war against the demons. The moment Shinichi rejoined the ranks, he went to observe the training sessions led by each Hashira. First, he arrived at the basic physical training led by the sound Hashira, Uzui Tengen. The wide training ground was filled with the heat of evaporating sweat and the exhausted groans of demon slayers pushed to their limits. Though the bandages wrapped around his waist and arms still faintly showed traces of blood, Uzui Tengen stood tall like a resplendent god of war. His training ground had no flashy techniques, only the most primal, direct physical exertion. Heavy stone locks, specially weighted vests filled with iron sand. Under his booming commands, the demon slayers labored like tireless worker ants, enduring hellish rounds of weighted shuttle runs, squats, and presses. This high-intensity training would last the entire day. The demon slayers' muscles screamed and trembled at their limits, often leaving them too exhausted to even eat by day's end, despite the delicious meals prepared by Tengen's 3 wives. During training, Tengen would sometimes wield his signature dual sword single-handedly, mercilessly striking sluggish or poorly positioned trainees with the flat side of his blades. Endure with flair. If you can't handle this much pain, how will you slay demons? Imagine your lungs as horns, your blood as molten lava. Burn brighter. His training aimed to forge bodies of steel, capable of sustaining combat through prolonged, high-intensity battles. Though this level of training might damage the body, isn't it better to break down here than to die powerless against a demon? At a simple wooden table, Tengen remarked to Shinichi, who nodded in agreement. Physical training was indeed the most fundamental training. Speaking of which, that boy Tanjiro left quite an impression. He cleared my training in just 8 days, faster than some Kino, Tengen mused. The red-haired youth who fought alongside them in the red light district had earned his respect. Tanjiro? He really is a good kid, Shinichi agreed wholeheartedly, setting down his chopsticks. This was already his 5th bowl of rice. Tengen's wives were truly exceptional cooks. Ever since Shinichi gained control over his demon blood, his taste buds seemed to have normalized. The upside? He could savor delicious food again, even if his body didn't strictly need the energy. After bidding Tengen farewell, Shinichi headed to the Flame Hashira Rengoku Kyujura's explosive power training. The temperature in Kyujura's training area was noticeably higher than elsewhere. Instead of intense sparring, he had his disciples seated in a circle while he stood at the center. His golden red eyes burned with intensity, his voice booming and penetrating. Focus. Feel the rise and fall of your chest. With every inhale, draw power into your core. With every exhale, channel that energy through every limb. As he spoke, Kyujura demonstrated personally. Flame breathing ignited and his body erupted with blazing red aura, like a miniature sun. He guided his disciples in compressing and detonating their breathing techniques in an instant, pursuing the ultimate destructive principle. Concentrate all power into a single breakthrough. Don't hold back. Don't hesitate. Turn your will into sparks that ignite your fighting spirit. Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. He swung his wooden sword fiercely, sending a concentrated flame soaring into the sky. Under his guidance, the demon slayers repeatedly practiced compressing their breathing and delivering strikes that concentrated their full strength, the air constantly ringing with the sharp sounds of bursting fighting spirit. Break time arrived. That was quite an impressive training session, Kyojuro. This training method, I remember Shinjiro-san used to train you like this, didn't he? Shinichi recalled the scenes he had witnessed during his visit to the Rengoku estate. Ah, that's right. But I don't think father would mind me teaching everyone this method. After all, it might help many of our comrades protect themselves. Kyojuro's voice was loud and confident, brimming with trustworthiness. At Kyojuro's place, Shinichi happily joined him in devouring over a dozen servings of beef bowls and sweet potato rice. The taste was undeniably excellent. Moreover, Shinichi noticed that while eating the sweet potato rice, Kyojuro would continuously exclaim, "So delicious! So delicious! UMAI! UMAI!" The training after Kyojuro's session was a swordsmanship coordination drill jointly led by the water Hashira, Tomioka Jiyu, and the wave Hashira, Sabito. Sabito and Jiyu's training ground was a quiet valley. Standing side by side, their movements synchronized and their breaths aligned, they taught the profound secrets of water breathing as once passed down by Urokadaki Seikanji, endless and ever-changing. There were no overly intense clashes, nor was there a pursuit of sheer explosive power. Instead, there were countless repetitions of sword swings, striving for absolute precision, fluidity, and seamless transitions. Water has no fixed form, it changes with the situation. This is the essence of water breathing. Jiyu's voice was calm and indifferent, sounding utterly cold. However, anyone who had spent time with Jiyu would know that this was his normal demeanor. In fact, it was even better than usual. Compared to Jiyu, Sabito paid more attention to details, patiently correcting each demon slayer's posture. Focus on the rotation of your wrists. The power should build steadily, originating from your waist, transferring through your arms, and channeling into your blade, unbroken, like a continuous flow of water. They had the demon slayers pair up, mimicking their movements to practice synchronized swordsmanship, feeling the rhythm and coordination akin to flowing water. Then, they guided them through offense-defense transition drills, one attacking like a raging torrent, the other defending like a deep pool, demanding seamless shifts between offense and defense. Their training aimed to forge the most fundamental swordsmanship foundations, cultivating a combat rhythm and synergy as relentless and pervasive as water. The reserved Jiyu and the gentle Sabito truly embodied the serene and adaptable nature of water breathing. Here, Sabito even called upon several of his fellow demon slayers from Mount Sagiri to demonstrate, helping the others better grasp the techniques. Please read my new FIC One Piece, Scum of the Marine. Read 45 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 290, Chapter 290. Shinichi couldn't help but be a little taken aback by the training methods of his disciple and his brother, the twin Hashira, Tokaito Yuichiro and Tokaito Michiro. The brothers had transformed the estate's vast, open field into what could only be described as a pure speed arena. Yuichiro had meticulously mapped out a series of impossibly complex routes across the grounds. It was a dizzying web of low-slung obstacles that demanded slides and leaps, sharp turns that would snap an ankle if you weren't careful, and countless tiny bells hanging from strings at odd heights. Yuichiro himself was a blur, a living inferno of autumn leaves. Pushing his maple breathing to its absolute peak, his body left crimson after images that streaked across the field. Every time he pivoted, the air itself seemed to howl in protest. He wasn't just teaching, he was a living demonstration of what the pinnacle of speed looked like. The task for the regular demon slayers was simple in theory, but brutal in practice: follow Yuichiro's exact path, maintain top speed, and navigate every single obstacle without so much as rustling a single wind chime. One mistake, one jingle of a bell, and they would earn the full force of the Maple Hashira's merciless scorn. Are you a fucking snail? Even a half-dead demon would have time to eat you, take a nap, and then eat you again. Slower than my 90-year-old grandfather trying to stand up. I bet the demons would be more than happy to help you with your form, though the lesson would cost you your life. Faster. What are you doing, taking a scenic stroll? Push yourselves. Demons don't wait for you to catch your breath. Yuichiro's voice was as sharp and cutting as a freshly honed blade. Despite being younger than most of the slayers he was training, the sheer force of his presence was enough to silence any complaints. They could only grit their teeth, their lungs burning and muscles screaming, and force their bodies past their limits. On the other side of the field, Tokaido Muchiro, the mist Hashira, was a complete contrast of his brother. He moved like a phantom, an ethereal wisp of fog. Under the constant influence of his mist breathing, his form flickered in and out of focus, one moment solid, the next a hazy outline. His movements were weightless and utterly fluid as he weaved effortlessly between the huffing and puffing trainees. Muchiro's training goal was even simpler than his brother's. If a demon slayer could manage to touch even a single thread of his sleeve, they passed. So far, very few had even come close. The reserved young man would patiently explain the subtle shifts in footwork and the proper breathing techniques, guiding his students on how to conserve energy while maximizing their explosive speed. He wanted them to learn how to keep up with a ghost. Together, the twin brothers were hammering one lesson into the core: speed is life, whether it's a straight-line sprint or a mad scramble across treacherous terrain. Shinichi remembered hearing that when Muchiro first returned to the core and learned that his former mentor, Shinobu Koko, had vanished, the usually quiet boy had locked himself in his room and cried all night. Seeing him now, so focused and dedicated, was a testament to his strength. He didn't stick around the speed trials for too long. He just made a point to stop by the Kakushi kitchens to pick up some freshly pickled radishes, a favorite snack of the Tokaido brothers, and shared a quiet meal with the brothers before heading on his way. Next on his tour was the love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsurai, and her special flexibility training. As he approached, however, the sight that greeted him gave him a serious pause. The demon slayers, their faces twisted in expressions of pained effort, were all wearing, well, Shinichi wasn't quite sure what to call their outfits. "Ah, Shinichi-senpai." Mitsurai squealed, her eyes lighting up. "Are you here to watch my training? I'm so happy. Do you have any advice for me? Oh, you could even join in if you want. Iguro-san already gave it a try." "Wait, what?" Shinichi's eyes went wide. "You mean Obanai?" He took another, closer look at the trainees. They were all decked out in cute, bright pink yoga outfits, some holding ribbons, others clutching exercise balls. The image of the perpetually aloof and grim serpent Hashira, Obanai Iguro, wearing that. Ugh. The thought alone was enough to make his hair stand on end. "Shinichi-senpai? Shinichi-senpai, would you like to try one on?" Mitsurai asked, her big, sparkling eyes looking at him with pure, innocent hope. Shinichi closed his own eyes for a moment, took a calming breath and said, "I must respectfully decline." He noticed young Tanjiro among the group, also looking slightly mortified by the outfit. But then, a look of determination crossed the boy's face. The thought that this bizarre training would make him stronger, strong enough to protect Nezuko and his friends, was apparently enough to fill him with a sudden burst of vigor. While Mitsurai's methods looked a bit silly on the surface, with all the gymnastic poses and dance-like movements, there was a deadly purpose behind it all. In another training area, she had constructed an obstacle course out of what she called soft traps. Giant, specially made elastic bands were strung up like a spider web, and nets woven from flexible vines hung from the trees. The trainees had to contort their bodies into impossibly flexible angles, almost as if they were boneless, to twist and weave their way through without snapping a single band or vine. All the while, they had to dodge simulated attacks, heavy sandbags swinging from ropes and soft whips cracking through the air, and strike designated targets hidden within the course. "Come on, my little cuties," Mitsurai cheered, demonstrating with a smile. "Your bodies need to be as soft and flexible as this. But your strikes must be as fast and fierce as a whip." Her own body folded and twisted in ways that defied anatomy, and her unique, whip-like Nichiren blade, the love blade, darted out like a serpent, striking a target with pinpoint accuracy through a tiny gap in the elastic web. Her training was designed to turn the Slayers' bodies into the most flexible and lethal weapons possible, making them adaptable to any situation. When it was time for Shinichi to leave, the ever-enthusiastic Mitsurai gifted him a massive box of delicious sakura mochi. The first thought that popped into Shinichi's head was that Obanai would absolutely love these. It was a popular rumor that Mitsurai's hair was originally black and had turned its current pink and green shade because she ate so much sakura mochi. Could a snack really change your hair color? It was a strange thought, but in this world, who knew? Finally, he arrived at the training grounds of the serpent Hashira, Obanai Iguro. The place was just as cold and severe as the man himself. Just stepping inside the estate felt like walking into a freezer. Iguro's training ground was a masterclass in chill and lethality. He had taken over a series of abandoned, dilapidated buildings and turned them into a treacherous maze. The traps were vicious, spring-loaded pieces of softwood that shot out like blades, heavy sandbags that dropped from the ceiling without warning, and poison needles that were actually just darts coated in a harmless but offensively bright paint. Worse yet, Iguro himself was a part of the trap. He lurked somewhere within the maze, a phantom who would launch sporadic ambushes from the shadows. The demon slayers had to navigate this death trap without any protective gear, relying solely on their Nicaran blades and their instincts to find and strike the practiced dummies scattered throughout. Demons never announced themselves. Obanai's cold, disembodied voice would hiss from the darkness. Be wary of your own shadow. Listen to the whispers of the wind. Question every unfamiliar scent. His mismatched eyes would watch the flustered trainees from a hidden perch, completely devoid of emotion. Any trainee who was hit by a trap or marked by the paint was instantly disqualified. And those who were eliminated, they were immediately repurposed. Iguro would have them tied up next to the wooden effigies that represented demons, using them as human shields. This forced the remaining slayers to find a way to strike the target without harming their comrades. It sounded cruel because it was cruel. Many trainees hesitated, afraid of accidentally cutting a friend, and that hesitation would be their downfall. Soon enough, they too would become one of the bound obstacles that others had to navigate. Iguro's training was designed to sharpen a slayer's vigilance and reaction time to a razor's edge, but it also served to burn away their hesitation. Against a demon, you strike without faltering, or you die. Shinichi and Iguro got along well enough, though they weren't exactly chatty. They mostly stood in silence, watching the trainees struggle while Iguro would occasionally let out a derisive scoff at a particularly poor performance. The real surprise came when Shinichi offered Iguro the box of Sakura Machi from Mitsurai. He casually mentioned her flexibility training and for the first time, Shinichi saw an uncharacteristically flustered look on the serpent Hashira's face. I was just helping her test the course, he stammered. I didn't where what? Shinichi asked, a smirk playing on his lips. Obanai said nothing, but the killing intent radiating from his glare was answer enough. Please read my new FIC One Piece, Scum of the Marine. Read 45 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 291, Chapter 291. The moment Shinichi set foot on the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa's training grounds, he was hit by a literal wall of air. This place wasn't just a training area, it was the eye of a hurricane, a swirling vortex of dust, aggression, and raw power. There were no fancy tricks or complex obstacle courses here. Sanemai's method was brutally simple, pure, unrelenting combat. He was in the thick of it himself, his eyes burning with a ferocity that could make a demon flinch, let alone the slayers he was supposed to be training. The constant gusts of wind kicked up clouds of dirt, and the wooden sword in Sanemai's hand shrieked as it tore through the air. He moved like a storm, unleashing a merciless barrage on whichever poor soul he'd chosen as his partner. His attacks came from impossible angles, each one packed with crushing power and delivered at a blinding speed. If you can't even handle this, then get the hell out of my sight. The battlefield won't show you any mercy, so neither will I. Sanemai's roar was a constant backdrop to the sharp whistle of his blade, a sound designed to fray nerves and push everyone to their breaking point. The slayers scrambled to survive his onslaught, their bodies a blur of desperate blocks, dodges, and frantic counterattacks. Every time their wooden swords met, a bone-jarring shock shot up their arms, leaving them numb. A single misstep earned them a painful smack from the flat of Sanemai's blade, a stinging reminder of their failure. Some of the higher-ranked slayers, who had arrived at Sanemai's expecting a challenge, were now seriously questioning their life choices. It didn't matter if they fought him one-on-one, teamed up against him, or even tried to launch a surprise attack. Nothing worked. They couldn't land a significant blow. The result was always the same, they'd limp away at the end of the day, bruised and swollen, only to return the next morning for another round of relentless torture. Sanemai's goal was clear. He was forging them in the highest pressure environment imaginable, tempering their will, courage, and sheer survivability until they could withstand the fury of a true monster. If you're looking for a fight, I'm right here. Sanemai's gruff voice cut through the chaos. He had appeared beside Shinichi at some point, his arms crossed over his chest. Everyone else is busting their ass training the core, but you're just standing here with your hands in your pockets. You think that's a good look?" His words were harsh, as always, but his tone was surprisingly level. Shinichi turned his head with a slight chuckle. "Are you saying I look idle? Maybe I am, a little bit. Besides, what could I even teach them? I'm not exactly the strongest guy around." The air immediately turned frigid. Sanemi's brows slammed together, and his fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. "What the hell did you just say? Are you giving up, you bastard? That's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. Get it together. These slayers look up to you, the forest Hashira. You're supposed to be one of the seniors they can count on, and you're pulling this crap. Is this about Shinobu?" The question hung in the air, heavy and sharp. "You bastard." Sanemi seethed, stepping closer. "If you're acting like this because of her, I swear I'll break both your legs myself. Connie lost her sister, and we all lost our best comrade. We all managed to pull ourselves together, so why do you get to act like such a damn loser? Stand up and be a man." His fist was inches from Shinichi's nose, and the windmill mark on his cheek seemed to twitch with his fury. He was genuinely, terrifyingly angry. But his rage was met with a profoundly awkward silence. Shinichi just stared back at him, his expression one of utter surprise. Sanemi," he said slowly, "are you caring about me right now? Are you trying to encourage me? I never thought you had it in you, even if you sound like you're about to murder me. Also, I was just messing with you. I'm your senpai, you know. You think I'm that fragile?" They stared at each other for a long, silent moment. Wind breathing, 9th form, Ida 10 typhoon. An explosive gust of wind blades erupted without warning, heading straight for Shinichi's face. He yelped, he was horrified. "Hey, what was that for?" And so, with the entire training group watching, the forest Hashira and the wind Hashira treated everyone to a thrilling, high-stakes spar. Of course, Shinichi was completely on the defensive, forced into a fight he hadn't asked for. Their clash was so intense that they shattered several of the wooden training swords, the splintered pieces flying through the air. As they fought, Shinichi could feel it. Sanemi was several times stronger and faster than before he had awakened his mark. A wave of respect washed over him, a somber acknowledgement of the price the demon slayers of the past had paid to unlock such power, a price recorded in the ancient texts that Sanemi was now willing to pay. Finally, after a frantic 10 minutes, the fight ended. Shinichi was disheveled, his uniform torn in several places. Sanemi was sporting a fresh black eye and had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. They dropped the splintered remains of their swords at the same time. The slayers watching from the sidelines were having the time of their lives. Seeing the very man who had been torturing them for days on end get roughed up was immensely satisfying. They probably didn't notice the lingering anger in Sanemi's eyes, however, or realize that he would need a new outlet for all that pent-up frustration. It was safe to say there would be a lot of wailing from the trainees that night. As he was leaving, Shinichi politely declined the ahage that Sanemi gruffly offered him. The reason was simple: he'd already had his fill of free food for one day and couldn't possibly eat another bite. The final stop of the Hashira training circuit was the undisputed big brother of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Stone Hashira, Gyomei Haimjima, and his rock-solid physique training. Shinichi had to admit, seeing Gyomei's training regimen brought back a flood of memories from his early days training in the forest. Even with his own monstrous physique, that training had nearly broken him. Looking at the normal, mortal bodies of the slayers in front of him, he could only imagine the agony they were enduring. The trials were simple to understand but nearly impossible to execute. First, waterfall impact training. The slayers had to stand under the full, crushing force of a cascading waterfall, maintaining their balance and center of gravity. Second, log carrying. They had to lift and carry 3 massive logs, each weighing a ton, a test of raw strength and stamina. And third, boulder pushing. They had to push a rock weighing tens of tons for 100 meters, an exercise designed to build explosive power until their muscles gave out. These slayers were the black iron waiting to be forged. Each Hashira's training was a different stage of the process, hammering and shaping them into something stronger. Gyomei's training ground was the final forge, the place where those who survived everything else were tempered into indestructible steel. The slayers who had made it this far were the best of the best, unwavering, determined, and incredibly strong-willed. Facing these 3 impossible tasks, they pushed themselves to their absolute limits, using every breathing style and every ounce of strength they had. No one was giving up. And through it all, Gyomei stood like a mountain, his presence alone a source of incredible encouragement. Just seeing the stone Hashira standing there, so calm and solid, gave everyone a sense of reliability and hope. Use all of your strength. Do not be afraid. Endure. Gyomei's deep, compassionate voice rumbled over the roar of the water. The prayer beads in his hands never stopped moving, but his massive body didn't shift an inch under the waterfall's assault. Beside him, a line of slayers squatted, gritting their teeth, determined to hold on. The raw determination in their eyes struck a chord deep within Shinichi. He stood there for a long time, just watching, before he finally looked down at the black demon slayer uniform he was wearing. As the forest Hashira, he thought to himself, a new resolve hardening in his heart. I need to do my part, too. Read 45 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 292 Chapter 292. Word spread through the demon slayer corps like wildfire. The Kakushi, who usually only carried supplies and tended to the wounded, now acted as couriers for a different kind of message. Soon, every slayer who had either passed through or was currently enduring the brutal Hashira training learned the news. The forest Hashira, Shinichi Moriki, was preparing his own training session in the small woods behind the main estate. The notice was simple: any demon slayer who wished to attend could come at night for special training. The announcement immediately sparked a wave of excited chatter among the ranks. The forest Hashira is holding a training session. What do you think he'll teach? Forest breathing. One slayer asked his friend as they took a water break. I have no idea, his friend replied, wiping sweat from his brow. I tried to become his Tsugyuko once, but I just couldn't grasp the core of his breathing style. It's way too complex. Come to think of it, isn't the Maple Hashira the only one who ever mastered it? A third chimed in. Yeah, but Yuichiro-sama is a genius, that's a given. What about the rest of us? So, are you going tonight? The first one asked. Are you kidding? Of course, I'm going. His friend shot back, a new fire in his eyes. The Hashira training is already killing me, but I'm not missing this for anything. We have to take every chance we get to become stronger. The news reached the other Hashira as well, and their reactions were unanimously positive. In the Tokaido twins' training yard, Yuichiro paused to watch his younger brother, Michiro, effortlessly weave through a group of exhausted trainees. If I had the time, he said with a rare, small smile, I'd want to join master training too. It would be nice to relive the old days. Michiro tilted his head, his expression as calm as ever. If you want to go, I can handle your group for the night. Yuichiro just grunted, a flicker of consideration in his eyes. Elsewhere, Sanemi was berating a slayer for his poor footwork when he overheard the news. He glanced over at Jiyu, who was silently observing his own trainees. Hey, Tomioka. You hear that? Shinichi's finally getting off his ass. That's good news. With him in the mix, these guys might actually stand a chance. Jiyu, ever the man of few words, simply gave a firm nod of agreement. From Tengen Uzui to Kyojuro Rengoku and Obanae Guro, every single Hashira approved. An unspoken agreement seemed to pass between them all. They would intentionally dial back the intensity of their afternoon sessions, just a little, to ensure the Slayers had enough energy left to participate in the Forest Hashira's special training that evening. After asking the Kakushi to spread the word for him, Shinichi found his own feet carrying him toward the temporary butterfly mansion set up on the estate grounds. It was a habit, he supposed. Back in the day, whenever he felt lost or conflicted, he would subconsciously find his way to the butterfly mansion. He was never sure if he went there to clear his head, or if he just wanted to see Shinobu. It was the same this time, a pole he didn't even recognize until he was standing at the doorway. But as he looked at the familiar entrance, a cold weight settled in his stomach. He vaguely realized the truth he'd been avoiding: Shinobu wasn't here. His heart sank, but after a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. The air was filled with the familiar, sharp scent of medicine. But things were quieter now. With the demons seemingly in hiding, there were fewer wounded slayers to care for. In the temporary ward, only a handful of trainees with minor injuries were being treated. He saw Kanzaki Aoi and Kaneo Tsuyuri quietly processing herbs with the three little helpers, Sumi, Kiyo, and Neo. Not wanting to disturb them, Shinichi walked past and headed straight for a secluded room that had been designated as a top-secret research area. When he opened the door, a potent, complex smell of chemicals and herbs hit him. The makeshift lab was cluttered with bottles, beakers, microscopes, and all sorts of instruments Shinichi couldn't begin to name. The demon doctor, Tamayo, was bent over her desk, as she was utterly focused on her task. Her slender fingers moved with swift, steady precision, transferring liquids with a dropper. She seemed completely oblivious to the outside world, and the pale, drawn look on her face was a clear sign of the immense effort she was pouring into her work. Yushiro stood not far from her, a silent, guardian statue cloaked in the shadows, his sharp eyes immediately locking onto Shinichi with vigilance. His gaze was still distant, but after their time together in the core, most of the initial hostility was gone. On the other side of the lab, Connie Coco sat quietly in a chair. Spread out on the table before her were several thick, beautifully organized notebooks, the priceless research notes on herbs, poisons, and demons left behind by her sister, Shinobu. Connie's fingers gently traced the familiar, neat handwriting, an unmistakable sadness clouding her eyes. She looked haggard, like a beautiful flower deprived of water, her gentle spirit shrouded in a profound, lingering sorrow. Seeing her like that, Shinichi's fists clenched at his sides. He approached her quietly and whispered, "Connie." She slowly looked up, her mournful purple eyes meeting his. Her voice was as soft as ever, though it trembled with a sadness that wouldn't fade. "Shinichi-kun. I heard you're joining the Hashira training. That's wonderful. I'm sure you'll help everyone grow stronger. It's just, I feel a little useless. If Shinobu were here, she would be a much better help to Lady Tamayo." "Please, don't say that," Tamayo's voice cut in gently. Hearing Connie's self-deprecating words, the busy doctor had finally looked up. "Miss Connie, you have helped me a great deal. And the research notes Miss Shinobu left behind have been invaluable." Tamayo seemed to have just finished a stage of her experiment. She let out a soft sigh, rubbing her tired brow before her eyes landed on Shinichi. "Shinichi-san, you're here just in time." Her voice was hoarse with fatigue, but her eyes held a brilliant light, the kind of light that signaled the dawn of hope. "Lady Tamayo," Shinichi asked, a nervousness he hadn't realized was there creeping into his voice. "Is there any progress?" At his question, a rare, tired smile of relief graced Tamayo's lips. She picked up a small test tube containing a few milliliters of a pale purple liquid that seemed to glow with a faint, inner light. "Yes, Shinichi-san," she said, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Though there is still a long way to go, I have finally found a key direction. Through my analysis of Nezuko's blood, combined with my own centuries of research into Musen's blood curse, and some of the theories on neurotoxins and cell regeneration that Miss Shinobu left behind, I have synthesized a preliminary, neutralizing agent." She carefully swirled the purple liquid. "It can't reverse the demonic transformation directly, but it acts like a key, allowing us to stabilize cells contaminated by demon blood and guide them to faintly resonate with their human origins. More importantly," she added, her eyes gleaming, "it seems to be able to temporarily suppress the intense bloodlust and the extreme fear of sunlight that are hallmarks of demon blood. This gives us the foundation we need to eventually develop a true cure." "A neutralizing agent? Suppress bloodlust? Suppress the fear of sunlight?" The words exploded in Shinichi's mind like thunder. In the corner, even Yushiro's stoic expression cracked with shock. Connie and Tamayo couldn't know the true reason for his earth-shattering reaction. He hadn't told a soul about his fear that Shinobu had been turned into a demon. He couldn't bear to burden them with that possibility. His plan had been simple: find her, no matter the cost. But what he would do after he found her, he never let himself think about it. He never dared to. But now, Tamayo's words had ignited a spark in that hopeless darkness. Shinichi felt his breath catch in his throat. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms. Tamayo thought this was a breakthrough for Nezuko, a weapon against Musen. But for Shinichi, it was a lifeline for Shinobu. It might only be a temporary solution for now, but it proved they were on the right path. It proved that hope was not just a fantasy. That's incredible, Lady Tamayo." He managed to get out, his voice hoarse with emotion. Tamayo nodded, her expression happy but still serious. "This is only the first step. The drug's stability and effectiveness still require extensive testing, and this can only suppress the symptoms. The true antidote, that will require more research. Perhaps the key lies in whatever allows Miss Nezuko to conquer the sun." A single ray of hope now pierced the deepest despair. Shinichi stared at the small purple test tube, and slowly, his clenched fists began to loosen. The road ahead was still long and fraught with peril, but for the first time in a long time, it was no longer hopeless. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 293, Chapter 293. As dusk settled and a brilliant moon began its slow ascent, the forest behind the manor started to fill with figures. Dozens of demon slayers, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and anticipation, all moved toward the same destination. Among them were seasoned swordsmen who had already completed the other legs of the Hashira training, their bodies honed to a razor's edge. But there were also many who were still in the thick of it, their muscles aching from Sainamai's relentless assaults or their limbs trembling from Jiomei's impossible trials. Beyond their fatigue, however, a shared curiosity and a deep-seated awe for the forest Hashira propelled them forward. As they stepped under the canopy of trees, the atmosphere changed. A faint, clean fragrance filled the air, and with each breath, they felt a wave of revitalization wash over them. It might have been a trick of the moonlight, but the flowers, leaves, and even the bark on the trees seemed to hum with a soft, gentle glow. "Hey, is it just me, or do I feel less tired all of a sudden?" one slayer whispered, flexing his sore shoulders. "No, you're right," another replied, touching a scratch on his cheek. "This doesn't even hurt anymore." "You've got to be kidding." "Wait," a third slayer paused, stretching his back. "It's true. My body doesn't feel like a giant bruise anymore." Surprised murmurs rippled through the group as they looked at their hands or rolled their necks, feeling the day's physical and mental fatigue slowly melting away. Unseen by them, a faint current of pure vitality, like a cool, gentle stream, was seeping into their bodies, mending their minor aches and calming their frayed nerves. Slowly, they gathered in a clearing where Shinichi was waiting. He stood atop a huge square boulder, his gaze sweeping over the arriving slayers. He recognized several familiar faces, including the earnest young slayer, Tanjiro Kamado, who had accompanied him on more than one dangerous mission. Shinichi took in their young, determined faces. He saw the lingering exhaustion and the fresh scars from their training, but beneath it all, he saw an unquenchable desire for strength and a flicker of uncertainty about the future. As the last of the slayers arrived, they called out greetings, their voices filled with a respectful excitement. Shinichi smiled and leaped down from the rock. "I think most of you know who I am," he began, his tone relaxed and friendly. "Of course, I do have another identity, but to avoid giving everyone a heart attack, we'll skip the formal introductions for now." His easygoing manner immediately put the tense slayers at ease. A few chuckles broke out, and someone even called out boldly, "It's okay, Forest Hashira-sama. We heard you look incredibly cool in that form. And you can beat up upper moons with it. We wouldn't mind seeing it." Shinichi just shook his head and shared a smile with them, the atmosphere growing warm and harmonious. But tonight was about training, and he had a very specific lesson in mind. Forest breathing was never meant for destruction. Shinichi's voice grew steady, clear yet gentle, like a stream flowing over moss. Its true purpose is to protect. Its power comes from sensing and resonating with the vitality of all living things. For a long time, I was too focused on the power it could grant, and I lost sight of its most important lesson. As he spoke, he drew the vibrant green Nichiren blade from his waist. He raised it slowly, the tip pointed not at any of them, but at the rich earth beneath his feet and the swaying trees that surrounded them. "Tonight, we are going to get to know it again. The true breathing of the forest." He asked them all to sit cross-legged on the ground and close their eyes. This time, he wouldn't make the mistake of simply telling them to feel for something they didn't understand. He began by guiding them to slow their breathing, to cast aside the worries of the day, and to sink their awareness into the ground beneath them. The vitality emanating from his own body gently permeated the air, a silent guide leading their senses. He prompted them to feel the sturdiness of the soil, to feel its energy extending into the roots of the trees, to feel the silent respiration of the leaves and the quiet rhythm of life itself. "Don't try to control anything," Shinichi's voice was a near whisper, carrying a strange, soothing power. "Just feel. Feel the breath of the grass. Feel the dew condensing on the leaves. Feel the pulse of life all around you." At first, many of the slayers were restless, their minds still racing. But under the gentle but powerful influence of Shinichi's vitality, an unprecedented peace began to settle over them. Their tired bodies felt as if they were being nourished from the inside out, and their tense nerves slowly unwound amid the faint whispers of the forest. This wasn't about becoming lazy or complacent, it was about perceiving the world with a new clarity, building a deeper resilience for the battles to come. Soon, a few of the more sensitive slayers began to notice a change. Their perception, amplified by the surrounding life force, grew incredibly sharp. They could sense the breathing patterns of every companion around them, hear the subtle flutter of a moth's wings in the air, and feel the gentle shift of the wind. The world was no longer just something they saw, it was something they felt. Once he felt they had grasped this basic principle, Shinichi moved on to the next phase. He had the slayers pair off, one acting as the attacker, the other the defender. He told them to use whatever sword style they were best at, but with one condition: they had to do it blindfolded, relying only on the perception they had just awakened. The first few minutes were clumsy and comical. Slayers stumbled around, swinging at empty air. But as they focused, they gradually adapted. Guided by the power of vitality, they began to anticipate movements, to sense the presence of their opponent, and to parry blows they couldn't see. They were rapidly turning this newfound perception into a tangible combat skill. Finally, Shinichi gathered everyone for his last, and most important, lesson. He didn't teach them a complex sword form or a flashy new move. Instead, he guided them to try and connect the sense of vitality within themselves to the slayers standing beside them. A forest is not a single tree, he said, his own turquoise aura spreading out like gentle ripples, touching each of them. A single tree stands alone, but 10,000 trees create a forest. Your breath, your fighting spirit, it doesn't have to exist in isolation. He stood in their center, a calm anchor in a sea of fluctuating energies. Try to feel the aura of your companions. Imagine you are all trees, and together, you form a vast, interconnected wood. We are not aiming for perfect synchronization. We are aiming for a connection of spirit, a resonance of hearts. At first, their individual auras were chaotic, clashing and interfering with one another. But under the guidance of Shinichi's own vitality, which felt as vast and accepting as the ocean, they slowly began to find a shared rhythm. Dozens of life forces, some strong, some faint, began to flow and intertwine. It was far from perfect, but a strange and powerful sense of connection began to grow. When Shinichi had them perform a simple, coordinated sword strike, their movements were still uneven, but the combined fighting spirit they unleashed was more focused and powerful than anything they could have managed alone. It felt as if the entire forest had taken a single, unified breath and exerted its will. The surge of power and the profound spiritual connection they felt left every slayer in the clearing stunned and inspired. They finally understood. As Shinichi had said, forest breathing was never meant to be a solitary path. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 294, Chapter 294. Nearly a week had passed since Shinichi joined the Hashira training. After a few stumbling starts, the nightly sessions had found their rhythm. The forest behind the manor had become a sanctuary for the exhausted demon slayers. So this is the feeling of forest breathing, Tanjiro said with a sense of wonder, sitting cross-legged on the grass with his hands open to the sky. It's truly amazing. Comfortable is what it is, Zenitsu grumbled from his spot next to Tanjiro, where he was lying spread-eagled on the ground. It would be great if I could just lie here forever. Ugh, I really don't want to go back to that crazy wind guy's training tomorrow. He's actually going to kill me. He wiggled his arms and legs, as if trying to soak up more of the soothing vitality from the earth. Ha ha ha, the weakling Zenko only knows how to be lazy. Ina shook, wearing his boar mask as always, leaped to his feet and planted his hands on his hips. The fresh air here is nice, I guess, but I'd rather be rubbing my blades against a demon's face. His powerful muscles gleamed in the moonlight. As the trio and the other slayers settled into their practice, a dark shape streaked across the sky. An inconspicuous Kazhigai crow, flying with frantic speed, flew over their heads and landed clumsily on Shinichi's shoulder as he sat before them. The little crow looked like it had flown through a monsoon. Its feathers were soaked and matted, and its small chest heaved violently. It had clearly pushed itself to the absolute limit to get here. Seeing its state, Shinichi reached into his pocket for the small pouch of dried fruits he kept for moments like this. He offered a piece to the bird, curious about what could warrant such urgency. The next second, the world fell away. The crow's words, squawked in a rapid desperate voice, shattered the tranquility of the night. Hiraka County. Suspected sighting. Insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko. Inform Forest Hashira, Shinichi Moriki. Investigate at once. The message hit Shinichi like a physical blow. The words exploded in his ears, and the shockwave rippled through the clearing, stunning Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inashuk, and every other slayer who had been peacefully meditating moments before. What did you just say? Shinichi shot to his feet instantly. The dried fruits in his hands scattered to the ground, forgotten. The calm mask he always wore cracked and fell away, his amber eyes blazing with a chaotic storm of disbelief, shock, and a desperate, terrifying joy. The gentle, vast vitality that had been healing and guiding the slayers suddenly turned volatile. The peaceful energy became a crushing, heart-pounding pressure that spread through the clearing, a stark reminder that the forest is not only a source of life but also a place of primal, murderous power. News about Shinobu? She was seen. In Hiraka County. Shinichi's voice trembled. He gently but firmly took hold of the exhausted crow. What's the source? Where, exactly? Startled by Shinichi's overwhelming aura, the crow flapped its wings weakly, its report coming out in intermittent gasps. Urgent call from the Kakushi. Sighting, near the abandoned textile factory, western suburbs of Hiraka County. Description, purple hair, butterfly hairpin, and The crow's tone became uncertain, filled with a fear of its own. And a strong, demonic aura. A terrifying demonic aura. The report says, several low-level demons in the area were instantly dissolved. As if melted by a deadly poison. Demonic aura. Dissolved by poison. With a sound like a thunderclap, Shinichi's body erupted into a streak of green light. He shot out of the training ground, a blur of motion under the shocked and worried gazes of his students. Did that crow just say they found the insect Hashira? It sounded like it. Did you see how fast the forest Hashira left? The slayers murmured amongst themselves, but Tanjiro stared at the spot where his mentor had vanished, his expression deeply troubled. Shinichi-senpai. He muttered. He smells of fear. And sorrow. It's like, he's been carrying this terrible secret all by himself. When Shinichi burst into the training grounds of the Tokaido twins, they both stopped mid-swing, confused by his sudden, frantic appearance. Yuichiro lowered the wooden sword he'd been sparring with and approached cautiously. Master? What's wrong? You look. Shinichi took a ragged breath, forcing a sliver of calm into his racing mind. But the longing, the desperate need to know, was a current of magma flowing through his veins, threatening to shatter the last dams of his reason. He couldn't wait. Not another second. He opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto his disciple with an electric intensity. Yuichiro. He cut in before the boy could ask another question. Master. The familiar, commanding tone made Yuichiro instinctively straighten his back, as if he were a new disciple once more. The special training. I'm leaving it in your hands. Shinichi's voice was firm, but laced with a hint of a plea. Use the methods I taught you. Guide the others. Help them continue to feel the vitality of the forest. Master, what's happened? Are you leaving? Yuichiro asked, bewildered. Shinichi quickly relayed the crow's message, his words clipped and urgent. Hiraka County. Yuichiro's eyes went wide. He had been there that day. He had seen the demon's fist pierce Shinobu's chest. As much as he didn't want to believe it, he couldn't imagine how any human could survive that. And when he heard about the demonic aura, a horrifying guess began to form in his mind. Master, Yuichiro said anxiously, his voice dropping. If this is really news about Shinobu-san, then you know what that could mean, right? She might be. I have to go. Shinichi's voice was like steel, cutting off his student's words. He knew what Yuichiro was thinking. I don't care what she's become. I will find her, and I will bring her back. His gaze fell on Yuichiro, filled with a deep, heavy trust. I'm leaving this place in your care. Until I return, protect the Demon Slayer Corps. Before the words had even finished echoing in the air, Shinichi's form dissolved into a stream of emerald green light, too fast for the naked eye to follow. In an instant, he was gone. Master. Yuichiro stared into the empty night, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. He could feel the crushing weight of his master's pain and the heavy responsibility that had just been placed on his shoulders. Brother. Michiro's quiet voice brought him back to reality. Yuichiro looked at his younger brother's concerned face and slowly uncurled his fists. He would honor his master's choice. And, just as he'd been asked, he would protect the Demon Slayer Corps until he returned. Michiro, he said, his voice now steady and resolute. You'll be in charge of our training for a while. 295, Chapter 295. At that very moment, hundreds of miles away from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a deep and unsettling quiet had fallen over Hiraka County. The night was a suffocating blanket of black. Thick clouds had smothered the moon, stealing its light and plunging the already depressed town into an even deeper gloom. Hiraka, once a bustling hub of the textile industry, was now a place of rust and decay, its lifeblood long since drained away. In forgotten places like this, the darkest corners often belonged to terrifying, lurking figures. But lately, even that had changed. While most demons across the land had received some order to lay low, a few unrestrained, low-level stragglers still haunted the night, hunting for humans. But in Hiraka, even those stragglers had vanished. The slayers assigned to the area had noticed it first. The demonic traces they had been following for weeks had suddenly gone cold. The entire county had fallen into a strange, unnerving silence. It was almost unimaginable, but the slayers could practically smell it in the air, a palpable fear radiating not from humans, but from the demons themselves. It was a cold, cruel terror that had seeped into the shadows, an invisible plague that had gripped every last demon hiding in Hiraka. In a damp, filth-ridden sewer, a demon with a grotesque, pulsating tumor on its back shivered in the muck. Its scarlet eyes were wide with a terror that went beyond the fear of a Nicaran blade. Its sharp teeth chattered uncontrollably. "We have to get out of here." It whispered hoarsely to another demon huddled beside it, this one sporting 3 terrified, bloodshot eyes. That aura, it's too much. We're the same kind, but she just kills us all. "It's the poison," the 3-eyed demon whimpered, its voice trembling. "I can smell death. Is she punishing us for Muzan-sama?" It shuddered violently. The tiger demon, the one by the textile factory, it didn't even have time to scream. It just melted into a puddle of purple water. There was nothing left. The tumorous demon shook its deformed head frantically. "Impossible. We're just low-level fodder. So what if we didn't follow the order to hide? That's not enough for an upper rank to come down here and punish us." The abandoned textile factory loomed on the edge of town, a skeletal behemoth of steel crawling in the darkness. Weeds taller than a man choked the desolate grounds, and the air was thick with the smell of rust and damp earth. This was the exact spot where the Kakushi had reported the sighting of the suspected insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko. And deep within the ruins, a slender figure stood motionless atop a derelict weaving machine. Long, dark purple hair fluttered in the night breeze, held in place by a butterfly-shaped hairpin that was cracked but still recognizable. The back of her white butterfly-patterned haori was marred by a strange, gaping hole, revealing the purple uniform beneath. The skin of her arms, visible at her cuffs, was a ghostly, almost translucent white. But her hands were no longer human. Her slender fingers ended in sharp, dark purple claws, and sinister, vein-like purple lines snaked from her palms up to her wrists. In the beautiful, graceful lines of her face, one could still see the gentle outline of Shinobu. But her eyes were alien. The warm, violet pools that once held such life had been replaced by a bottomless cold. Her pupils were no longer round, but had contracted into 2 ruthless, vertical slits, like those of a reptile. Her lips, once quick to smile, were pressed into a thin, indifferent line. She tilted her head slightly, as if listening to something only she could hear. She raised a hand, her clawed fingertips trailing threads of dark purple energy that squirmed like living things, exuding a sickly sweet scent of death. Below her, several demons were bound tightly in those same purple threads, writhing in agony. The threads began to secrete a highly corrosive liquid, and a horrifying sizzling sound, like meat being fried, filled the air as their bodies dissolved. In moments, only their screaming heads remained, their bodies having melted into bubbling puddles of violet sludge. The night wind moaned through the rusted framework of the factory. The figure ignored the dying screams of the demons. She slowly lifted her head, her violet, slitted pupils piercing the darkness, gazing into the far-off distance. There were no human emotions in her eyes, only a chilling indifference to life, and a flicker of confusion, as if she were being drawn by something she couldn't comprehend. Hunting her own kind felt like an instinct, one that had been branded into her soul the moment she had reopened her eyes. She didn't know why she did it, she just knew she had to. The familiar, gray-clad upper rank who had been there when she awoke had not stopped her. In fact, she had encouraged her to follow this bloody instinct. And as she hunted, small, fractured images would occasionally flash through her confused mind. Images of a person who felt so familiar, so close. Closer, even, than the upper rank. Shin, Ichi. A faint, hoarse syllable, rough with long disuse, escaped her tightly pursed lips. It was an unconscious breath, a ghost of a word that was immediately snatched away by the wind, disappearing without a trace. What was a shinichi? Why had she said that? A stream of girl light tore through the night and landed silently in a deserted woodland on the outskirts of Hiraka. The only sound was the soft crunch of dead leaves under Shinichi's feet. He forced himself to take a deep, steadying breath, suppressing the chaotic storm of emotions in his heart. The air here was thick with the smell of rust, a scent of decay that seemed to cling to the entire town. Woof! A black blur shot out from the trees, circling him excitedly. The cute Shiba Inu, Maruenai, barked up at him, his tail wagging furiously. Shinichi knelt and rubbed Maruenai's furry head with a gentle touch. Maruenai, he murmured, his voice low and thick with emotion. Do you remember Shinobu's scent? We're going to bring Shinobu home. Okay. Maruenai let out a happy yip in perfect understanding. Then, a different light ignited in the dog's dark eyes. A low growl rumbled in Maruenai's throat. The next second, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning, shooting off in one direction with impossible speed. The hunt had begun. Shinichi turned human, but Shinobu is a demon now. Sad but relieved face. 296, Chapter 296. Ouch. A shrill wail tore through the night as a demon's arms were ripped from their sockets by a pair of massive, shadowy fangs. The creature struggled, but it was pinned helplessly to the ground by a colossal wolf paw pressing down on its chest. Scarlet wolf eyes burned down at the terrified demon, and a low, guttural growl vibrated through the air. A moment later, a second figure, cloaked in green, appeared in the demon's vision. Shinichi frowned, looking at the low-level creature pinned beneath Maruenai. It was barely more than a beast, driven by pure bloodlust. Maruenai. He called out softly. The shadow wolf opened his bloody maw and, crunch. The demon's head disintegrated into a blood mist. Standing on the highest point of another abandoned factory, Shinichi's eyes were filled with a weary melancholy. This was the fourth one he'd searched, and there was still nothing. Hiraka County, once a textile giant, was now a graveyard of over 20 abandoned factories. The Crow's report hadn't specified which one. If he took too long, his chance of finding Shinobu might vanish completely. Snap! A powerful paw tapped his thigh. He turned to meet Maruenai's intelligent, scarlet gaze. In his shadow wolf form, Maruenai was larger than ever, his fangs and claws radiating a lethal. Noticing his master's low spirits, the massive wolf let out a soft whine and, with a touch of endearing clumsiness, gently nudged Shinichi with his enormous head, as if to offer comfort. Shinichi patted his companion's broad head, signaling that he was okay. There is some good news, at least, Shinichi thought, pulling his collar straight before leaping down from the rooftop. The demonic presence in Hiraka is almost non-existent. Even with your senses, we've only found a few stragglers. It proves something is here, hunting them. Let's keep going, Maruenai. Awooh! The massive shadow wolf dissolved into a streak of black lightning, merging once more with the night. What in the hell is that thing? The three-eyed demon shrieked. A terrifying wolf demon had just materialized from the shadows and, with a single swipe of its claws, had obliterated the entire lower half of the tumorous demon. He began to wonder if he was even a real demon anymore. Was killing each other the new trend? His brain stalled for a single, crucial second. The next moment, he turned around and bolted, abandoning his screaming brother without a second thought. Swish! Maruenai's scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the fleeing demon. His jaws opened wide, and a surging, dark energy began to gather deep in his throat. Blood demon art, shadow wolf howl. Awooh! A terrifying wave of pure sonic force erupted from Maruenai's mouth, distorting the very air. The ground buckled and exploded in its path. No matter how fast the three-eyed demon ran, it couldn't outrun the speed of sound. Bang! The demon's body was slammed into an old brick wall like a cannonball, blasting a clean hole through it. Its vision went black as consciousness fled. When the three-eyed demon came to, it was staring up at a young human man holding a long sword that radiated an aura that made its very cells tremble. The gleaming blade was resting on the neck of the tumorous demon, or what was left of it. A Nicaran blade? The demon slayer core. The three-eyed demon immediately understood, but before it could even process the thought, shing! The sharp blade drew a brilliant green arc through the air. The demon's head flew into the sky, dissolving into ash before it even hit the ground. Shinichi turned his gaze, his amber eyes completely devoid of emotion. To the demon, his voice was the sound of impending doom. You can speak. I'm going to ask you some questions. You will answer. Understand? Otherwise, I have no problem letting my friend here chew on you, inch by inch. Grrrr. As if on cue, Maruanai's massive head loomed over the demon's shoulder, a low, menacing rumble vibrating from his chest. The three-eyed demon began to tremble uncontrollably. The textile factory in the western suburbs. The moment Shinichi stepped onto the property, he felt the demon beside him begin to shake violently. The fear coming off it was so thick it was almost a physical substance. This was the place. Maruanai, sensing the strange yet familiar scent in the air, didn't wait for a signal. He raised a massive paw and, with a single, swift motion, crushed the three-eyed demon's head, fulfilling Shinichi's promise of a quick end. That faint scent, wisteria, Shinichi whispered, a jolt of hope and dread shooting through him. This has to be it. He rushed into the factory without a second thought. Forest breathing, eighth form, whispering forest eyes. His vision sharpened, glowing with a green light as he scanned his surroundings. But the factory was dead. There was nothing but a profound, heavy silence. How can that be? This isn't right. His heart sank, but he refused to give up. He began to move through the factory, searching every dark corner, every collapsed floor. At the same time, Maruna split off, the black blur of his form darting through the rusted machinery, his powerful nose twitching. Confusion flickered in his eyes. The scent was here, he was sure of it, but he couldn't find the source. High above him, perched silently on a rusted catwalk, a pair of thin, beautiful butterfly wings twitched. Violet, slitted eyes watched Maruanai's every move. The beautiful face was a mask of cold indifference, her mind focused on one thing: a new target had entered her hunting grounds. Elsewhere, Shinichi had stopped in a small room. His eyes were fixed on the sight before him. Strange, faintly glowing purple threads were strung across the walls, and a pool of viscous, dangerous-looking purple liquid was still bubbling on the floor. This is a whir. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing howl echoed through the entire factory. It wasn't a cry of aggression, it was a scream of shock, anger, and helpless pain. Maruanai. Realizing his companion was under attack, Shinichi abandoned the room and sprinted toward the sound. A nimble, purple figure danced through the air, its trajectory impossibly graceful. Under the pale moonlight filtering through the grime-caked windows, she looked like a beautiful, deadly elf. But the purple light that trailed in her wake was no gentle caress, it was a terrifying, poisonous judgment. When Shinichi burst into the main factory hall, he found Maruanai in a miserable state. His massive body was covered in dozens of glowing purple needles, and dark poison was already beginning to seep from the wounds. Bleeding from his eyes and mouth, his movements were growing clumsy. He kept howling at the sky, trying to fend off the storm of poison that rained down on him. And the purple figure floating in the air, the one attacking his friend. Shinichi's breath caught in his throat, his heart shattering into a million pieces. Shinobu. Read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 297, Chapter 297. Shinichi had told himself he was prepared for this. He had braced his heart for the worst. But seeing her there, a graceful nightmare dancing in the air, his mind still went completely blank. It was Shinobu's face, but the warmth and tenderness that had defined her were gone, replaced by a bottomless cold in her violet eyes. And the real, insect-like butterfly wings that now adorned her back were a horrifying testament to what she had become. The powerful demonic aura radiating from her was undeniable. He had been a fool to hope for anything else. Shinobu had been turned into a demon. While Shinichi stood frozen, Maruanai, now bristling like a hedgehog with poison needles, was in a state of pure panic. He had recognized her scent and appearance the moment she appeared, but he could not comprehend why his master's partner was attacking him with such relentless fury. Did she really hold a grudge from that time I scared her when we first met? He thought while whimpering. I didn't know humans could be so petty. Fortunately, the demonic blood he shared with Shinichi had given him an extreme resistance to wisteria poison. The needles, which would have been fatal to any other demon, were causing him pain, but it was only superficial. Shinobu, hovering in midair, seemed to realize her wisteria toxin was having little effect. Her slender hands shifted under her wide haori, and her speed suddenly multiplied. She became a blur of purple light, and a slender, stinger-like blade materialized in her hand, a thin purple silk thread wrapped around its tip. "Blood demon art, spider dance of 1,000 silks," she murmured, her voice a soft, detached whisper. The next second, the air was filled with a web of shimmering purple threads, all rushing towards Maruanai from every direction. Maruanai, sensing a far greater danger, refused to be a passive victim. With a snarl, a flash of anger lit his scarlet eyes. He stomped his front paws on the ground, his powerful muscles coiling. Boiling blood surged through his veins, violently expelling the poison needles from his hide. At the same time, black lightning began to crackle across his fur. Blood demon art, phantom wolf blitz. Swish! Maruanai's body transformed into a bolt of black lightning, a focused spear of pure power aimed directly at Shinobu. The countless purple threads and the bolt of black lightning collided. There was no loud explosion, only a dazzling, silent flashing of light. The furious shadow wolf could be seen tearing frantically at the seemingly endless silks. The threads were weak individually, easily torn, but more would instantly rush in to fill the gaps, each wave stronger and more numerous than the last. Slowly, Maruanai was being ensnared, a powerful beast struggling in vain against a spider's web. And once her prey was entangled, the spider revealed her fangs. The long blade in Shinobu's hand began to spin, her cold purple eyes locked on her target. Blood demon art, scorpion's reign of 1,000 stings. The single blade instantly multiplied into a torrential downpour of venomous stingers, each tipped with a dangerous, gray light. They rained down on Maruanai, piercing his tough hide. This time, the toxin was completely different. It wasn't wisteria. It was a terrifying, corrupting poison that made Maruanai's head swim and his fur stand on end from the smell alone. It was the unique, rotten poison of an upper-rank demon. Awooh! Maruanai's shrill, pain-filled howl finally snapped Shinichi back to reality. Seeing his loyal friend engulfed in a vortex of purple silk and poison, Shinichi's eyes widened in horror and shame. He drew his sword, his mind screaming at him. "Shinichi Moriki, what in the hell are you doing?" Forest breathing, 7th form, wood dragon slash. A torrent of green blade light erupted from his sword, taking the form of a roaring dragon. With unstoppable, terrifying momentum, it tore down from above, slicing the entire web of purple threads, trapping Maruanai clean in two. No matter how strong the web, it was still just a web in the face of absolute power. Shinichi's blade didn't stop. After shredding the silk, it met Shinobu's stinger with a sharp clang. The purple figure was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut, gliding dozens of meters through the air before gracefully regaining her balance. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. Her beautiful butterfly wings fluttered slowly as she tilted her head, looking strangely at the human who had interfered with her hunt. Shinichi stared back, his own expression a storm of complicated emotions. He wasn't a fool. He could see the blankness in her eyes. She had lost her memories. "I always thought this kind of cliché, dramatic plot only happened in stupid novels," he muttered, gripping his Nichiren sword and shaking his head helplessly. Woo! A pathetic whimper came from behind him. Maruanai, now swollen and covered in welts, had reverted to his normal Shiba Inu form. He hid behind Shinichi's legs, his black eyes watery with indignation as he bit his master's pant leg. "Sorry, Maruanai," Shinichi said, feeling a fresh wave of guilt. "This one's my fault." "Huh." Shinobu watched from mid-air, her head tilting further. The wolf demon turned into a normal dog. Was I mistaken? Since it wasn't a demon, and the human wasn't a demon, her hunt was over. She could leave. Thinking this, she turned, but before she could flap her wings, she heard a sharp whistle cut through the air. Swish! Bang! A Nichiren sword flew past her and embedded itself deep in an abandoned iron furnace, blocking her path. She turned back to see the human man staring at her, his expression now one of grim resolve. "Shinobu, I'm sorry," he said, taking a deep breath. "I might have to be a little rough to get you to come back with me. But hey, maybe it's better that you've lost your memory. At least you won't be angry with me for this until you get it back. As for what happens next, I'll leave that to future me to worry about. But right now, I'm taking you home." He raised the Nichiren sword in his hand, aiming its tip at her. Shinobu frowned. She couldn't understand a word he was saying, but looking at him made her feel a strange, deep sadness. Deep in the fog of her mind, a blurry but familiar image was trying to surface. But before any real memory could take hold, Shinichi, in his state of high tension, blurted out the first thought that came to his mind. Although, Shinobu, you seem to have gotten a lot taller after becoming a demon. You were small and cute before, but I wonder if you can keep this height after you change back. The words left his mouth, and the air instantly froze. Visible blue veins began to pop on Shinobu's forehead. Her delicate eyebrows twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. A furious, overwhelming demonic aura exploded from her body. There was no longer any need to worry about her running away. But Shinichi felt a wave of profound regret wash over him. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. But read 40 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. 298, Chapter 298. Swish. The attack was a single point of cold condensed light aimed directly between Shinichi's eyes. So fast. He had braced himself, but the sheer speed of her lunge still caught him off guard. His mind was a fraction too slow, but his body, honed by countless life-or-death battles, reacted on pure instinct. While the blade was still inches from his forehead, he arched his back, bending at the waist in a sharp, evasive maneuver. With a flick of his wrist, his green Nichiren sword spun out in a graceful, defensive arc. Ping! He easily parried the thrust, but it was only the beginning. His vision was instantly obscured by a sea of vibrant, colorful pollen, the sweet scent flooding his senses. Blood demon art, dance of the phantom butterfly, intoxication. The moment he inhaled, the world around him began to blur, as if he were looking through a sheet of melting glass. This pollen is poisonous. The thought flashed through his mind just as the sharp, slender blade began its assault, taking advantage of his compromised senses to strike fiercely from all directions. Forest breathing, sixth form, hurricane strike. A wide arc of green wind blades erupted from his position, sweeping around his body. The high-speed, rotating defense firmly guarded every inch of space as he desperately poured his vitality into his eyes, fighting to clear the poison. Purple and green light flashed violently, illuminating the dilapidated factory in strobing bursts of color. The two figures were a constant blur of motion, every collision punctuated by the harsh shriek of metal on metal. Awwa! Huddled in a dark corner, Maruenai, who still swollen and miserable, let out a series of yips and howls, trying to cheer for his master. Of course, whenever Shinobu's cold gaze flickered in his direction, he would immediately duck his head and play dead. Ping! Clang! Ping! Shinichi weaved and blocked, his turquoise blade a whirlwind of motion. Vitality flowed through the steel, allowing him to accurately parry every venom-laced thrust Shinobu delivered from a dozen tricky angles. He never once took the initiative to attack. Every swing of his sword was a desperate attempt to defend, to guide, to neutralize her ferocious assault without harming her. Shinobu's movements were ghostly and silent, her violet, slitted pupils showing no emotion, only a cold, simple obsession with eliminating the target. As the battle intensified, the slender purple blade in her hand began to drip with a more deadly, corrupting toxin. Shinichi could feel the dangerous aura coming off it when she nicked his uniform, the fabric sizzled and corroded, leaving a gaping hole. The standard-issue uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps could withstand the bites of ordinary demons. Blood demon art, dance of the venom wing, insect swarm. Her cold, unwavering voice echoed again. With a flick of her wrist, countless tiny butterflies made of pure, highly toxic energy fluttered from her sleeves. They glowed with an eerie purple light, enveloping Shinichi like a swarm of deadly fireflies as the sweet, cloying scent in the air intensified tenfold. Having just cleared the last of the pollen from his system, Shinichi's pupils constricted. He immediately held his breath, pushing his forest breathing to its limit. A powerful surge of vitality flooded his body as he swung his blade in a continuous, blurring motion, shattering every poison butterfly that came near him. But while the butterflies were destroyed, the potent hallucinogenic toxin they released upon impact was nearly impossible to avoid. The world before him began to warp and melt once more. The abandoned factory twisted into a giant, pulsating nest of purple venom. The ground beneath his feet undulated like a swamp, and the single figure of Shinobu across from him began to split and multiply. Forest breathing, sixth form, hurricane strike. With a low cry, Shinichi forced his mind to focus. His sword spun before him, transforming into a green hurricane. The violent wind pressure blew away the last of the poison butterflies and, at the same time, he channeled even more vitality into his own system, a clear spring washing away the poison from his brain. The illusion began to blur and fade. But just as he was recovering, Shinobu vanished, blending seamlessly into the darkness. The next moment, she was at his side. Her blade, gleaming with a cold light, stabbed silently at his neck like a striking viper. The angle was perfect, the timing impeccable. Clang! He remembered this from their training spars. Her slashing power was weak, but her thrusts held an incredible, focused force. If you weren't prepared, she could catch anyone off guard. His Nichiren blade, brought up just in time, blocked the poison stinger. The immense force of the impact sent a numbing shock up his arm. Even more terrifying, strands of deep purple poison slithered along his blade like maggots, frantically eroding the emerald-green vitality that coated it, producing a sickening sizzle. He didn't dare to hold the block. Using the force of the collision, he slid backward, shaking his wrist to channel a powerful burst of vitality down the blade, forcibly blasting the clinging poison away. The venom splattered onto the concrete floor, instantly corroding small, smoking pits into its surface. Shinichi's scalp tingled. He stared at Shinobu, who had also retreated, his Adam's apple bobbing. He still couldn't bring himself to use his full strength. He had to try something else. "Shinobu, look at me. It's me, Shinichi," he shouted, his voice filled with desperation as she disappeared into the shadows once more. He knew it was a long shot, but he had to try. "Don't you remember? Aoi, Connie, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps." In the shadow of a rusted machine, she paused. For a single, breathtaking moment, a flicker of light seemed to pass through her cold, violet eyes. But it was gone as quickly as it came, replaced by an even thicker, more menacing murderous aura. "The demonic aura on you," her cold voice stated, "must be purged." In his desperation, Shinichi had been forced to use a fraction of his own demonic power to metabolize her poison, and she had sensed it. She held her blade vertically before her chest, her butterfly wings flapping gently. A deep purple energy began to gather around her, gradually forming a huge, translucent butterfly phantom that pulsed in time with her own movements. Deadly venom dripped from the edges of its ethereal wings, emitting a pressure that could freeze the soul. Blood demon art, final dance, funerary butterflies of poison. The giant phantom flapped its wings fiercely. Countless purple poison needles, formed from extremely concentrated toxic energy, shot towards Shinichi like a torrential downpour, their piercing shriek breaking the sound barrier. The attack was so widespread it blocked all possible avenues of escape. It was pure, devastating annihilation. "There's no other way," Shinichi thought, his heart aching. "I'm sorry, Shinobu. Don't blame me for getting rough." Forest breathing, 7th form, soaring wood dragon slash, twin strike. 299, Chapter 299. An unprecedented, dazzling green light erupted from the Nichiren blade. The vast, untamed power of the forest breathing within him was unleashed without reservation. With a deafening roar, the light condensed into two massive, intertwining dragons of pure vitality, their scales shimmering with life force. They opened their maws and charged, a living torrent aimed squarely at the giant, poisonous butterfly phantom. TSSSSSS. A dense shower of venomous purple beams slammed into the dragons' bodies. A terrifying, corrosive energy exploded on impact, staining their turquoise forms with deep violet charring. The harsh, sizzling sound of life being eaten away by poison filled the air. Shinichi's expression was grim, but his grip on his sword remained unwavering. He pushed his breathing to its absolute limit, pouring more and more vitality into the attack. The dragons, though wounded by the poison, became even more ferocious, their very existence a battle of life against death, vitality against venom. In that brief, violent stalemate, their eyes met. Through the chaotic storm of their clashing powers, Shinichi's gaze locked with the cold, dark purple vertical pupils at the center of the phantom. And this time, something was different. Perhaps it was the familiar, overwhelming surge of vitality from his full power attack. Perhaps it was his desperate calls finally piercing through the fog in her mind. Whatever the reason, at that moment, Shinobu's inhuman eyes shrank violently. Her body swayed, and the giant poison butterfly phantom flickered and distorted as her concentration wavered. The relentless storm of venomous beams froze for a fraction of a second. Shinichi's senses, honed to a razor's edge, caught the change instantly. He saw the fleeting, agonizing flicker of confusion and pain in her eyes. The dying embers of hope in his chest roared back to life. "Shinobu, remember. His voice cut through the hiss of the poison, carrying an unprecedented power. "It's me, Shinichi. We trained together at the Butterfly Mansion. We fought upper ranks together. You said you would protect the Demon Slayer Corps, protect your sister, protect everyone. You also said that we would protect each other until every last demon was gone." But the moment of clarity lasted only a heartbeat. The flicker of emotion in her eyes was instantly swallowed by an even darker, more violent purple. The cold, instinctive killing intent surged back, more intense than before, as if his words had touched a raw, forbidden nerve. "You, shut up." The hollow voice now carried a subtle, sharp edge of anger. The blade in Shinobu's hand began to glow, and with a flutter of her wings, the giant poison butterfly phantom nimbly dodged his wood dragons. In a flash, she had circled around behind him, her cold gaze locked on his back. Shinichi's heart sank. Damn it, that still didn't work. His moment of hope had only provoked an even stronger counterattack. He could feel the terrifying poison condensing on her blade, and the lingering numbness in his own body reminded him that he couldn't afford to hold back any longer. This endless, defensive battle was pointless. There's no other way. Shinichi's eyes turned sharp as knives. All his worries, all his pity, were forcibly suppressed, leaving only the cold, hard determination to subdue her. He took one last, deep breath, and the vast power of the forest within him truly, finally, exploded. "If I can't wake you up with words, Shinobu, then I'll just have to beat you until you can't resist. I'm sure Lady Tamayo can help with your memory after I take you back." A rich, overwhelming vitality overflowed from every pore of his body. For a moment, the abandoned factory itself seemed to respond. Emerald green grass shoots, inspired by the life force, burst through the cracked concrete. Withered weeds bloomed with impossible color. All things began to revive, and wisps of life, so concentrated they were nearly solid, wrapped around Shinichi's blade. He began to gather his power for the most profound technique he had ever mastered. Forest breathing, esoteric art, verdant world. Swish. In Shinobu's eyes, the man holding the sword vanished. The world dissolved. The abandoned factory was gone, replaced by an infinite, overwhelming expanse of green. 1, 2, 3, thousands, millions of densely packed green figures surrounded her, their forms shifting between trees, spirits and swordsmen. She was no longer a predator in a factory, she was a single, fragile butterfly in a vast, primeval forest, feeling only her own insignificance. And then, the boundless, overwhelming forest began to press in on her. The shadow of the poison butterfly behind her seemed pitiful and frail against the green ocean of life. Two completely opposite but equally terrifying forces, vitality and poison, life and death, collided in the center of the factory. It was like the impact of two asteroids. The shockwave ripped through the building, shattering the ground and twisting steel supports like twine. But the stalemate lasted only a moment. The boundless, infinite green simply swallowed the dangerous, deep purple. Amidst the flashing chaos, Shinichi's turquoise blade suddenly appeared, striking her slender stinger with ferocious force. A sharp, crystalline shattering sound rang out. "I'm sorry, Shinobu. Time to go to sleep," he muttered, clenching his free right fist. It was already glowing with a tremendous, concentrated power, a green boxing glove of pure vitality aimed directly at the now defenseless Shinobu. Her blade shattered. The poison butterfly phantom behind her shattered. And along with them, the incoherent, jumbled memories in her mind shattered. A floodgate broke. Countless suppressed fragments belonging to the insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko, surged forth. The scent of medicine in the butterfly mansion, her sister's gentle smile, the trusting eyes of Aoi and the girls, the burning sensation of mixing poisons, and the figure who was always there, silently caring for her, his smile, his concerned eyes, his name. All the broken pieces slammed together, converging into a single, crystal-clear truth. The cold, blank expression in her violet pupils completely shattered, replaced by a vast, unbelievable shock. She stared at the figure before her, radiating a turquoise glow, the man she thought she had lost forever on the day her chest was pierced. The man she thought she would never see again. A soft, trembling voice, light and full of disbelief, called out, "Shinichi!" Wham! An unstoppable green fist, already in motion and past the point of no return, slammed squarely into the pretty face that had just revealed its first flicker of astonished recognition. Crack! Boom! The sound of bone breaking and a body hitting the ground like a cannonball echoed through the ruined factory, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Shinichi stood there, his punching stance held firm, his brow furrowed in concentration. Wait, did I just hear someone call my name? 300, Chapter 300. A gust of cold wind swept through the ruined factory, kicking up dust and stirring the tattered remnants of Shinobu's Haori. The world had fallen into a deathly silence. Shinichi remained frozen in his punching stance, his body suddenly as stiff as stone. Did I just hear a familiar voice? The thought echoed in his mind. He slowly, hesitantly, let his eyes wander toward the massive crater revealed by the settling dust. It sounded so familiar. Was that Shinobu's voice? Did she just call his name? Shinichi, Shinichi, Shinichi. His eyes flew wide, his amber pupils trembling uncontrollably. It was her. There's no mistaking that voice. She remembers me. A wave of immense joy washed over his face, only to be immediately replaced by a look of utter, gut-wrenching horror. So, what did I just do? I punched Shinobu into a pit. I beat Shinobu into a pit. I hit her into a pit. The realization slammed into him with the force of a physical blow. In an instant, the frozen Hashira came back to life. His dignity was forgotten. He stumbled, practically crawling on his hands and knees, scrambling toward the deep, human-shaped hole he had just created. When he reached the edge and looked down, even he couldn't help but gasp. Did I really hit her that hard? Shinichi. A soft, pained murmur came from the bottom of the crater. That was all he needed to hear. With a panicked yelp, he dropped to his knees and began digging into the rubble with both hands. Maru and I, who had been hiding in a corner, immediately trotted over, bit the back of Shinichi's Haori, and started pulling, adding his own canine effort to the rescue operation. With a final, desperate heave, Shinichi managed to pull Shinobu completely free from the ground. He gasped again. Beside him, the Shiba Inu opened his mouth wide in a very human-like grin, his tail thumping on the ground. Shinichi immediately shielded her from view, creating a sight too pitiful for anyone, even the moon, to witness. He gently picked up her unconscious form, desperately infusing her with his own vitality, trying to stimulate the demon blood in her body to begin the healing process. He had no idea how bad the damage was, but judging by the fact that Maru and I was now rolling on the ground with silent, doggy laughter and Shinichi himself was fervently praying to any god that would listen for Shinobu to have selective amnesia about the last 30 seconds, it was definitely not a minor injury. For the first time ever, Shinichi thought that maybe, just maybe, it would be better if she stayed an amnesiac just a little bit longer. Or maybe just stayed in a coma until they got back to the Demon Slayer core. Unfortunately, the universe rarely grants such wishes. After a few tense moments, despite his frantic prayers, Shinobu's eyelids fluttered open. For a moment, her violet, slitted pupils seemed just as blank and confused as he had hoped. Then he noticed that, perhaps due to the sheer force of the impact, her eyes were no longer aligned. One was looking up at the ceiling, the other was drifting off to the right. This is... a gentle, warm voice whispered. And this time, Shinichi was absolutely certain. That was his Shinobu. Reaching out, he gently nudged her face, and her eyes popped back into their normal alignment. He stared into those familiar violet depths and spoke with a soft sincerity. This is Hiraka County. But that doesn't matter anymore. Shinobu, I'm taking you home. With her vision restored, Shinobu stared blankly at the face so close to hers. The memories that had been shattered moments ago were now rushing back, reassembling themselves into a complete, unforgettable tapestry. And in almost every scene, there was the man in front of her. The cold, empty space in her heart was instantly filled with a tidal wave of longing and joy, emotions a normal demon could never comprehend. A thin mist welled up in her eyes as she looked into his, which were trembling just as much as her own. Her lips parted slightly. Under Shinichi's hopeful, excited gaze, she gently called out the name that felt like home. Shinichi, 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 Shinichi. The gentle call had, for some reason, morphed into a resentful, accusing shriek. Clearly, the stinging, throbbing pain in her face had also been firmly re-engraved in her memory. Stand at attention. The sharp, angry voice made Shinichi instinctively straighten his back. Then he thought, wait a minute. I'm the Forest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, a respected senior. Why am I acting so humble? But then he saw Shinobu's icy glare and the very noticeable red swelling on her pretty face, and he could only lower his head in guilt. "Shinichi Moriki-san," Shinobu said, sitting primly on the ground with her hands folded in her lap. Her eyes were narrowed, and her tone was dangerously sweet. "Your feelings towards demons are truly passionate. I never thought I, too, would one day be on the receiving end of such enthusiasm. I am truly honored." The only thing that betrayed her calm demeanor were the blue veins bulging on her forehead. "Shinobu. Your face, does it still hurt?" Shinichi asked, avoiding her gaze. She didn't reply. She just stared at him, her large, violet eyes unblinking, now welling up with moisture and pure, accusatory intent. Her gaze screamed, "What do you think?" Shinichi's scalp tingled. "I'm sorry. I'm really, truly sorry. How about I rub it for you?" he offered, tentatively reaching out a hand. Smack. She rudely slapped his hand away. "No, no. I wouldn't dare trouble the esteemed Hashira-sama," she said in a strange, sing-song voice. "I am perfectly capable of healing this minor injury myself." "Shinobu, stop it. I had no choice," he pleaded, completely helpless against her familiar passive-aggressive attacks. He'd already punched her. What was he supposed to do now? Let her punch him back? No choice. Her voice suddenly cracked, taking on a wounded, nasal tone. "Shinichi, you did that on purpose, didn't you? I just remembered who you were, and you immediately punched me into the ground. I saw no hesitation in that fist. Just pure, unadulterated hatred for demons. Have you started to dislike?" Her voice choked, and she sounded like she was on the verge of tears. "No, that's not it at all. I swear," he said, rushing to explain. "I thought you were still, unconscious. And our battle couldn't drag on. I just wanted to calm you down first, and then take you to Lady Tamayo for help." "Calm me down? By knocking me out cold?" she retorted, her face flushing with anger. "And Lady Tamayo? You two seem to be on very good terms." She didn't care anymore. She raised her foot to kick him in the shin. "You idiot. You reckless, dense blockhead who only knows how to use your fists." Because her body was still healing, the sudden, angry movement made her stagger uncontrollably. "Be careful." Shinichi was faster. He lunged forward, catching her shaky body and pulling her into a firm embrace. In an instant, the two hearts that had been separated for so long were pressed together once more. "Shinobu." Shinichi's voice was a low, rough whisper. His arms tightened around her, as if he wanted to fuse her into his very bones. "Welcome back. Really, it's so good to have you back." This time, Shinobu didn't push him away. She closed her eyes, resting her head against his chest, and whispered, "I'm back. Boys, I'm running out of raw, so the update will be twice a week. The original author also update twice a week, so I'll be translating it as soon as it comes out."
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.